Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to talk about Google Gemini integration with Spring Boot applications. Before talking about Google Gemini, I want to talk about artificial intelligence. Now, I don't need to tell you why you should have artificial intelligence or AI related features integrated into your applications. The world around you is moving towards AI. There are lots of applications that you use daily and they are integrating AI into themselves, right? You'll see AI related use case pop up a lot. So it's likely that if you're working in an organization, your boss might ask you to integrate AI related features into your application that you're building, right? And it's crucial that you have the knowledge of AI today and how you can make good use of it as well. So we are going to talk about Google Gemini and how you can integrate it with Spring Boot. Now, why Google Gemini? So I posted a content in past or a project in past wherein we integrated OpenAI APIs into our application. Now, the thing with OpenAI is you need to add a little bit of funds into the OpenAI account for the API to function correctly. And they don't have a free tier yet. Of course, they had free credits wherein if you sign up for a new OpenAI account, you get some $5 free credits or so. And I have got a lot of complaints from students that they have not got the credits. So they sometimes give credits, or whether that offer is valid or not, I don't know. Okay, because I have been using OpenAI for a while now, like since they launched the API, I have an OpenAI account, and I had got free credits of $5 when I created the account, but it's been a while, right? But coming to Google Gemini, they have a free tier. OpenAI does not have a free tier. So Google Gemini has a free tier wherein if you are making limited use of AI models or their APIs, then you can make use of Google Gemini for free. Now, this is very useful for people like you, because if you're working in an organization or if you're a fresher and if you want to create some AI related projects that can shine on your resume and help you land a better job, then in that case you might want to make use of AI models like Google Gemini, because you can use it for free without spending a dime, right? So you can use it for free, integrate in your applications, and for small POCs, it's a great option. And of course, if you're working in an organization and if you want to integrate AI, then too Google Gemini is a great option, because they have some good models coming up and the current models are also doing really well. So that's why we are talking about Google Gemini. Okay, the number one reason of bringing in this content for Google Gemini is the free tier, so that everybody can make use of it, can build projects, and can deploy it onto a remote server. So you can even deploy it for free. So you can actually use AI for free now. You can build the application and you can deploy it for free. If you're not sure as to how you can deploy the Spring Boot application with front-end database and a backend to a remote server for free, then you should check out a video on my channel. There is a video titled Deploy Full Stack Applications for Free, right? So you should check that out. So you should build the projects using AI models for free, and you can deploy it and you can showcase it in your resume. So that's a tip that I would want to give you, and that is something that I would want to see from all my subscribers here. If you're building any sort of interesting projects, feel free to comment below and let me know the projects that you're building. That of course makes me happy, and yeah, it's good to share with the community as well, right, for ideas related stuff. So that's Google Gemini. Now, what are we going to build over here? We're going to build this kind of a chatbot or a Q&A bot, you can say, whatever you want to call it. So how this will function is, it is running on my local host. You have to ask a question. Whatever question you ask, you submit, you get a response from the AI. So if you submit the question, it goes to the backend. Backend is going to process it and send it to the Gemini servers, like Google servers, and you'll get the response, and the response is passed and displayed over here. So for example, if I want to say what is artificial intelligence or what is AI over here, if I say submit, you'll see loading and you should see a response. You can see artificial intelligence, and here you have all the other data. Okay, you have usage metadata over here, and you are seeing prompt response tokens over here. Okay, So there's a typo. This is pro response. So it should be prompt response tokens and total tokens. But never mind. You understand what it means, okay? And it's displaying you the information, the required information for you all. And here you'll also see citation information. You can see these are citations that you're getting from the Google Gemini servers. Okay. So yeah, that's the simple use case that we are going to have. It's a Q&A bot or a chat bot, whatever you want to call it. All right. And you can you can improve on this. You can integrate into your already existing applications, or you can create some sort of an apps. But the knowledge of how you can integrate is what is covered in this video, along with a front end. So I hope this will be useful. Do watch this video till the very end, and let me know in the comments below who you are and where you are joining in from. I would be happy to know you. So without further ado, let's jump right in. Hey there. So now it's time that we understand what Gemini is. So Google Gemini, or I should say Gemini. Gemini is a product of Google, and it's a suite of next generation AI models that has been developed by Google itself. Okay. So if you search for Google Gemini, you will see all these search results. You'll also see a good amount of information here on Wikipedia on the right hand side. Okay. But here you will get the official website over here. Okay. So you can see this is gemini.google.com. You have the app on Android, iOS, mobile app availability, and all the information. So you can head over to this website, and here is where you would come. Also, if you've heard of Bard in past, so Gemini was known as Bard initially, and then later on Google renamed it to Gemini. Okay, so it's developed by Google. You can see over here. Okay, so this is what the website looks like as of now. Now I'll tell you over here that they keep on changing their websites every now and then. Okay, and like how fast this field is evolving, the field of AI. So it's likely that you might see a different layout when you're watching this video and coming to view this particular product of Google's. Okay, you have few links over here. You can just go through. You have a button to sign in. Now you can sign in using your Google account. Okay, so just hit sign in and just create an account over here if you don't have a Google account. So after you sign in, this is what the interface that you're going to see over here. Okay, now this is something like ChatGPT. Okay, if you've heard of ChatGPT, you can ask questions over here and you'll get the response. Okay, so you can say, what are computers, for example. Okay, and you'll get a response from Gemini, Google Gemini over here. Now here you have the list of models. You can change the models. Like I'm right now on 1.5 Flash. You have 2.0 Flash Experimental. Now I'll tell you, you might see new models appear depending on when you're watching this video. Okay, so Google releases a new model every now and then. Okay, they keep on improvising on the existing models that they have. Okay, but don't worry, new models are better. So you might even see a change in the layout as well. Okay, so don't worry about that. Concepts is what are important, and layout and all can keep on changing. Okay, on the left hand side, you'll see this became a chat, and I already had some previous chats. I've been using this tool a lot. Okay, so this is about Gemini. Now what we need is we want to make use of Gemini into our application. For that, we need an API key. So just search for Google Gemini API and you'll see some search results like this. Okay, so you'll see something like this. Just click on like ai.google.dev. Okay, so if you come over here and if you're signed into the account, okay, you'll see over here AI for every developer. Okay, and you can just read about all different models that they have and what all this website has to offer you. So if you're building with AI, you have to come to this website ai.google.dev. Okay, and you can see the list of models that you will have over here. Okay, you can go through the documentation. You can check out the pricing. So I'll click on pricing over here. Okay, this is important because people would want to know how much they have to pay. So first of all, I would like to tell you that Gemini models come free of cost. Okay, up to a certain usage. So there is a free tier, which I think is pretty good. So if you are building some sort of Spring Boot applications or any sort of applications, not even Spring Boot, any sort of applications that you're building, okay, you can make use of free tier and you can showcase them in your resume. right? You can even deploy them for free. The application can be deployed for free on a server, remote server, and you can create an AI based application to showcase it in your resume or improve your portfolio. So that is something that what you can do with this free tier. It's pretty generous, I would say, like 15 requests per minute. It's pretty good, no charge as such. Okay, and this is a model that you get, Gemini 1.5 Flash. Now, like I said, there will be new models coming up depending on when you're watching this video, but don't worry about the new models. New models are better. Okay, so what matters is I'm talking about pricing over here. Okay, so these are the things that you get in free pricing, and there is a pay as you go as well. So if your project grows and if you're generating some sort of revenues, you build some sort of SaaS and you're generating some sort of revenues, you can of course upgrade here as well. Okay, you can even change the model depending on what you're looking for. Okay, but pricing is something that I want to shed some light on. Okay, you have Gemini API docs. You can go through the documentation. Okay, you can see like how you can make use of different models over here in your source code. Okay, now if you see over here, for making use of this API, you need an API key. How do we get an API key? So just head over to the home page where we were. Okay, now of course you can explore this website. You can check out the different tabs, solutions, models, and all of that. I'll leave that for you to explore. Okay, over here you have an option saying explore models in Google AI Studio. So just click on this. Okay, and you will be taken to this particular page over here. Okay, now over here you can create your own prompts. You can set the system instructions and you can chat with the model over here. This is something that you can do. For example, here you can see over here, trip recommendation, convert an unorganized text into structured tables. So if I select this, you'll see like how, so this is an example that Google gives you, and you can see how this unstructured text was given or converted into a very nice table for you to play with, right? So this is the power of AI over here. Okay, you can like, dislike, give feedback and all of that. This is a dashboard or sort of, I should say console, where you can like customize and play around. You can see over here, you can select the model, you can customize the temperature over here, the token. So pricing, by the way, when you work with AI models, pricing is basically calculated in terms of tokens. Okay, and here you can see the token over here, like how many tokens were being used in this request and response. Okay, so yeah, that's all over here. And here you have this button to get an API key. So you can click over here, you'll be taken to this page. Okay, and I have a couple of API keys already created. You can create your own API key by clicking over here. You can say create an API key and you'll be asked for some information and you can just have that API key saved somewhere. Right? So API key is very sensitive, let me tell you. Okay, it's not supposed to be shared with anyone, because if you share this API key with anyone can do the request to Google servers and use the AI models on your behalf, and you will be billed for that because it's your API key. So it's pretty sensitive stuff. Be sure like not to hard code it in the code, not to push it on GitHub, and just have it secretly with you. Okay, so this is the this is also a curl request over here. So if you want to make a curl, if you want to make a request to the AI model, you can make use of this. Okay, and you can create an API key. So what we are going to do is we are going to create an API key and have it with us over here for usage in the project over here. Okay, so yeah, that's about how you can get the API key. Also, what I would do is I would just copy this information and we would head over to Postman. Now here in Postman, what I would do is I had copied that curl request, right? I copied this curl request. I'll come over here. I'll say import and I'll paste that curl request. Okay. So you will see there is a new request being created. This is the name of the request. Okay. I'll just call it Gemini AI. Okay. And it's being added to this collection. Okay. So I'll say just add it to Hello World app. So there are 3 collections you can see here in the background. I'll say import. So this will get imported over here. Okay, as you can see. All right. And I had one request early on, so I'll just get rid of that. Okay. So I have this request here. You can see. I'll just collapse all of this. Okay. So this is a request that has been added. Now what you can do is you can see over here the request structure. So this is how you can query the Google AI models. You can see this is a model that is being used. Here you have the API key. So you have to replace your API key over here. Okay, and then if you go to headers, you have this content type application JSON. Body, you have this body, and this is a question that you're asking to the AI model, how AI works. Okay, what I will do is I'll replace my API key over here. So I'll get my API key from this dashboard. So I've pasted my API key in the params tab. Okay, and it's sensitive over here, so don't disclose your API key to anyone. And here, this is the message that I'm sending to the Google's Gemini model. I'm asking a question where explain how AI works. So I'll say send, and you'll get the response over here. Let us wait for it. So you can see over here, this is the response structure: candidates, content, parts, and you have this text. AI is a broad field encompassing many different techniques, but at its core, okay, you can see the entire definition of what AI is. Okay, and you can see some different information like citation sources over here. Okay, so here it's citing this website over here as the citation. And if you go over here, you have information like usage metadata, like prompt token, candidates token count, total token value, and all of this, and model version as well. Okay, so this entire response you're getting. You can also ask some other questions like what are computers, for example, and you can say send, and you'll get a decent response of the explanation. So you can add your query and you'll get an output over here. So we can make use of this to build apps. Of course, this is a very simple use case. I'm like just asking question and I'm getting the response. But yes, you can imagine, you can, for example, if you're building an e-commerce website, you can send in the list of products over here and the list of user preferences, right? Or the user behavior. And you can ask AI to give some tailored recommendations, right? That's something you can do. If you have a fitness application, you can give the user preferences in terms of meals to the AI, and AI can give some recipes based on those preferences, and you can showcase it to the user. Okay, if you're building a financial product, what you can do is you can take the user information, you can give it to AI and ask if it's eligible for home loan or any sort of tips on how to save money on mortgage and all of that. You can do a lot of stuff. Okay, and you're already seeing the companies around you doing a lot of stuff in AI. Okay, but this is one very simple use case wherein you ask something and you get an output. All right, so I hope this has been useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin setting up our Spring Boot project. So I'm here on our favorite website, start.spring.io. I'm going to select Maven. You can choose Gradle as well if you wish to. I'll select the latest version of Spring Boot, that is a non-snapshot version. And here in group, I'll say com.chat and I'll com.ai. I'll call this as AI. And here in artifact, I'll say Gemini chat, something like this. Okay, you can select jar and Java version. You can select whichever you want. You can select 23 if you wish to. And over here, in terms of dependencies, I'll add one dependency, which is web, and I'll add one more. I'll say Lombok over here. Now for making API calls, we will be making use of web client. So I'm going to add web. Okay, this one. Okay, Spring Reactive Web. Okay, which comes with Spring Web Flux and Netty. Okay, so I'll select this, and you can come over here to explore and just go through the pom.xml. Okay, so you will see everything being added over here. Okay, everything looks good. So what you can do is you will generate the entire project. I'll save it onto my local machine over here. Now I've downloaded it over here in this particular location on my desktop because this is where I'm going to build this project. Okay, now I'm calling it Gemini chat. You can even call it Gemini Q&A. All right, we are actually like just getting the response from the AI model. Okay, so you can call it Q&A as well because you're going to ask questions and it is going to give you a response. All right, so I've like extracted it over here. We have this entire project, and what you can do over here is you can come to IntelliJ. You can say open. Now just head over to the extracted version of the project and just select pom.xml over here. Okay, and I'll say okay, open as a project, and I'll say trust projects in this directory because I know like it's a legitimate code. So yes, you can see the project being added and all the scanning is happening over here. Like dependencies are being downloaded. On the bottom right, you can see the progress. Okay. So the project is ready for us to work on. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin building the endpoint that will help us interact with the AI model with Google Gemini. Okay, so I'm going to head over to our Java here in this folder over here. Okay, and I'm going to create a new controller. Okay, so I'm going to select this and I'm going to call this as AI controller. Okay, so this has been created. Now, of course, I'm not organizing this into a controller package. You can do this because we are just going to have one controller and one service. Okay, not much of things over here. You can even create a repository and connect it to the database. But I'm keeping things simple because the goal of this is to teach you how you can integrate AI into your applications. Okay, so you have this controller now. And what we're going to do first thing first is we'll mark this as a REST controller over here. Okay, I'm going to also say request mapping over here. Okay, and I'm going to map this endpoint to /API /Q&A, something like this. Okay, like so. Okay, now over here I am going to have I'm going to say public. I'm going to say response entity. And I'll say the response will be string because we're going to return the string response. I'm going to say ask question over here. Okay, so we are asking question to the AI model. Okay, and in the request body, I'm going to say request body over here. Okay, and I'm going to accept a map. Okay, and I'll say oops. So map of string comma string over here. Okay, and I'll say payload over here. Okay, like so. Okay, so this is done. Okay, some problem over here. Map of string comma string, and this is payload. So I'm getting this because it should be at the request body. Okay, and I believe yeah. Now if I yes, so this will be the import. So you have to import this from java.util. I was wondering why this import is not coming, and then I realized I've missed @ over here. Okay, that's okay. Small typos happen. So I have these opening and closing pair of curly braces. Now what I'm going to do is here I'm going to create a variable called question, and I'll say payload.get, and I'll get question from the request that I get. Okay, so now I have this. And I'll say return. Okay, I'll say return response entity dot okay, and I'll return the answer. Now where is answer? Okay, so we need to create answer over here. Okay, so I'm going to say string answer over here, and I'm going to say Q&A service. So this service is not yet created. Okay, but we'll be creating it. So I'll say Q&A service dot get answer over here. This does not exist yet. Okay, I know this. So we'll be shortly creating this, but I'm just adding this for now because we need a service class, right? So we have this Q&A service, which is calling get answer, and it is passing in question that we get from the request. And this Q&A service will return the answer after communicating with the AI model. And we are returning this answer to the user with response as okay. All right, this is done. Now what we need is we need a Q&A service. Okay, so I'll say private final. Okay, Q&A service over here, and I'll say Q&A service. Okay, so this class does not exist yet. I'll just okay, it's not a Maven dependency, it says. Okay, so I'll say create a class. It's being created in the same folder over here. Okay, this is done, and we also need a method over here. This method. So I'll just get this method created as well. This is done. Okay, it has to return something, so it will return this. Okay, this error is gone. Now I'm getting one more error over here that it might not have been initialized. Okay, so if you come to pom.xml, let me see if we have Do we have Lombok over here? Have we added Lombok? Yes, we have project Lombok. So I'll come over here and I'll make use of an annotation over here. I'll say all arcs constructor, something like this. Okay, so this error goes away. So what it will do is it will generate an constructor with all the arguments, and it will help us in auto wiring this. Okay, and when will it auto wire? Only when the service is managed by Spring. So we need to declare it as service so that it's a Spring managed component now. Okay, and I think we are all set to provide the definition over here in the service. Okay, now over here, what we will do is here we are going to make use of web client builder. Now, if you come over here to pom.xml, we have one more dependency added, which is web flux. Okay, so this provides us with web client. Okay, and it's an HTTP client for making requests. So if you want to make any sort of API request, you can do so with the help of web client. Okay, so we are going to make use of that. And over here in the Q&A service, we are going to have all the code that will help us get the data from Google Gemini. And what we'll be doing is we have access to the question over here. So we are going to send this question to Gemini, and we are going to get the response, and we are going to pass in this response over here in the return to the controller, and controller is going to do the job of displaying it. Okay, so first thing is in this particular thing, what we need to do is we need to first construct the request payload. Okay, so we are sending request to Google Gemini, right? So we also need to construct the request payload. But before this, we need one more thing. Okay, we need things like the API key and the URL. Okay, so we need access to API key and URL over here. Okay, what is the API key and URL of Gemini? Okay, because we need to interact with Google's Gemini, right? So we need access to API key and URL over here, first thing. Then we need to construct the request payload. Okay, because Google Gemini accepts the request in a certain format. So if you come over here to Postman, you will see like this is the request structure in which Google Gemini accepts the request. Now this text can be anything, any question that you want to ask to the AI model and you want to get response for. Okay, so we need to construct this request in our code. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. That is what constructing the request payload means. All right, then we are going to make the API call. Okay, we are going to make API call over here, and then we'll get the response and return it. So return response, something like this. All right, so this is what, okay, the response over here. So this is what we are going to do. All right, now first thing is we need access to the API keys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two variables over here, private string, I'll say Gemini API URL over here. Okay, and I'll have private string Gemini API key over here. So this is the API URL and the API key over here. And over here, I'm going to get this injected. All right, and I'm going to make use of value annotation, and value annotation should come in from Spring Framework Beans Factory. This one, not from Lombok. And here I'm going to say $, and I'm going to say over here, oops. So we need to make sure that these values actually are added in application.properties or application.yaml, whatever you're using. So I'll say Gemini.api.url over here. Okay, and I'll copy this and I'll come over here, and here I'm going to say API.key, something like this. All right, now I'll come over to our application.properties because we need to make sure like these two things exist in our properties file. So I'll copy this, and here I'm going to say URL. I'm going to add the URL, and here I also need access to the key. All right, so I'll add the key. Now we have access to both the URL and the key here in Postman. So this is a URL, okay, and we have key in the end. Now here, if you come in Postman, we already have this URL structure over here. So you have this URL until key is equal to, and then in the end you have key appended. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entire thing. All right, and you can add the URL part over here, and you can take the key over here, whatever your key was, you can paste it over here. All right, so this is how it's going to work. All right, but I'm not going to do I'm not going to hard code things this way. You can do it this way. I'm going to just comment this out, and I am actually going to make use of the env variables. So here I'm going to like replace this entire URL. Okay, so I'm going to go till the end. I'm going to delete it, and I'm going to say dollar and a couple of curly braces. I'm going to say Gemini underscore API underscore URL. All right, and over here I'm going to say dollar, again open and close curly braces, Gemini API underscore key. All right, now you need to get this value injected, I would say, when the application runs. So what you can do is here you can have a configuration. So whenever your application runs, okay, so if you run the application like this, all right, you need to enable annotation processing. So you can see this configuration being created at the top. Don't worry that if you're getting an error, don't worry, because we are not done yet. But here you can see this being created. So you can open application properties, Gemini API URL, go to edit configurations, and here you can either link it to the env variables, or so you have the option to link it over here, or you can actually add the variables over here in this syntax. You can see the syntax here. Okay, and for some reason, if you are not seeing environmental variables over here, you have this option of enabling it from here. So you can disable it, and you have the option of enabling it. Okay, so I'm going to say Gemini API URL is equal to, I'm going to say apply, and I'm going to copy this entire URL till the end. Okay, and I'm going to come here. So this way what I'm doing is I'm not having sensitive information like API keys and all hard coded in my properties. Okay, because if I commit this code to GitHub tomorrow, I don't want the world to have access to my API keys, right? That is secret for myself, right? I'm going to add a semicolon in the end, and here I'll say apply. So don't forget to say apply after making any sort of change over here, because things will go away. Things won't be saved is what I mean to say. All right, so you come over here, you add a semicolon, and you add Gemini API key, and you need to add the value over here. So I'll be just pasting the value over here. I'll be just doing that, and I'll be just saying apply and OK. So I've done that, and you can see these two things we don't need right now. So I'll get rid of this. Okay. So right now what is happening is I have Gemini API URL and API key being configured in the run configurations, and this will be injected whenever I run the application. So we are all sorted when it comes to secrets like API key and API URL. So we don't need to worry about whether the key will get exposed if we push the code to GitHub or not. All right. So this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to start constructing the request payload. So here I'm going to come in, and I'm going to say, I'm going to create a map over here of string and an object. Okay. So, right. And we need to make sure we have the information in the format that Google needs. So this is the format, right? We have contents, and then we have parts, and then we have text over here. So I'll copy this. All right. And here I'll come. This is what we need, right? So I'm going to say over here request body, because this is going to be our request body. I'm going to say map of over here, and I'm going to add a semicolon, and inside this I'm going to say contents. I'm going to say comma new, and I'm going to have an object array over here like so, and here inside I'm going to say map again of, and we'll have parts. Okay, so this is an array. This is an array of objects, right? So that is why we have added this new object array over here. And then inside this again we need to add key value pairs. So I'm going to say map of, I'm going to add parts, comma, again inside parts we have array over here, right? So what are we going to do? I'm going to again say new object. Oops, not new. It should be new object over here, and array of object. And over here, I'm going to add this, and I'm going to say map of again and text. oops, so it will be text, comma, and I'll add a question. So this is the format in which Google accepts, okay, or expects the data to be. So you can see content, you have parts, this is parts, and this parts is part of an object array, as you can see, right? So this is parts is a part of object array, right? Then again, parts is the key, and then again you have the array over here. This is the array, right? So this is what we are doing over here, and this is the structure that we have made use of, right? Now what we need to do is we need to make an API call, and for making an API call we need web client. So I'm going to scroll up over here and I'm going to create an instance of web client. So I'm going to say like string, or I'm going to say private, not string, private final web client, and you will see this web client coming in from web.reactive, okay, package, and we'll say web client over here. And what we need to do is, okay, so I'm getting an error. I need to add the constructor parameter, and it adds this constructor over here. So what will happen is this is then automatically injected by Spring Boot if you have added this dependency for Webflux. All right, so it is taken care by Spring Boot. You can even get rid of this constructor and you can add a annotation, but I've just added the constructor to keep things simple. All right, and I'll just change this code a bit. So I'll say web client builder dot build is what we need to make use of. So I'll say web client builder. So one second, web client dot, or what we can do is I can say web client dot build. So I'm not getting the suggestion over here. So what I'll do is instead of creating the instance of web client over here, I'll say web client dot, and I'll add build over here. Okay. And over here, I'll say then web client dot build. All right. So this is taken care of now. All right. Now we need to make use of this. Now, how do we make use of this? So here under make an API call, I'm going to come in, I'm going to say web client dot, you have access to, you can see like get, head, a lot of stuff, delete as well. So I'm going to say web client dot post over here, and we're going to make a post request. I'm going to pass in a lot of details like URI. What is a URI? URI is where we are making the API call. Now observe the URI over here. URI is basically our URL, this URL plus the key. That is what forms the URL, right? So here I'm going to say Gemini API URL plus Gemini API key. This is what going to form the URL. I'm going to say dot header. What is the header? For header we need, so if you come over here, headers are content type. So you can copy this if you wish to. I'm going to say, so you can see header name and header value is what we are supposed to pass. So I'll say header name, and over here I'm going to pass in the header values. What is the value? Application/JSON. So I'll just paste it, copy paste it, so that you avoid typos, or if you're feeling lazy, that's completely fine. So you can say body. Now body value is what we are going to use. Here we are going to have request body because this is what we have. This is what we want to send to Google Gemini. So I've added this request body. I'll say dot retrieve over here, dot body to mono over here. And I'm going to say string dot class over here. I'll just shortly explain what this is, and I'll say block over here, and I'll add a semicolon. So what we are doing is when we say body value over here, okay, so here this is clear. We are making a post request. URI is this, header is this. We are saying body value. Now what is the body value? This is attaching the constructed payload as a request body, right? That is what we are doing. Here we have retrieve. Now retrieve is going to execute the request and expect a response, right? Now once we get the response, we are converting the response body into a mono, which is a reactive wrapper containing a string. That is what we are doing over here. And then we are saying dot block, which is converting the reactive mono into a blocking call to get the actual string response. So that is what we are doing. This is something that you need to follow. And over here, you need to return response. Now response is something that we have not created. So we need to say string, and I need to say response is equal to. So the output of this entire API call is what is going to be assigned to response over here. And this is what is going to be sent over here. All right. So yeah, I think this is it. And I believe we are all ready to test this, this application, in my opinion. So let me run this and let us see how this works. Okay. Variable Q&A service not initialized in the default constructor. What's the problem? So we have added all arcs constructor, but still it's not initialized. And this probably has to do with the Lombok configuration. So I'll come over here. I'll go to, let's say, where is settings over here? Okay, this is settings. All right. And then over here, I'll go under build and I'll say compiler, annotation processing, enabled annotation processing. I'll select Gemini chat. Instead of processor path, I'll select obtain processors from project class path. I'll say apply. Okay. Let me try this again. It should work. So the reason it didn't work because this annotation was not being picked from Lombok, and it was not providing the all arcs constructor because this annotation was not being picked. And that is why it was saying, hey, Q&A service is not initialized, which is absolutely okay and true as well, right? So I'll come over here now to Postman. We have this, we have our endpoint up and running. So what I will do is I'll create an endpoint over here, add a request. All right. And over here, I'm going to just make an API call to our application. And I'm going to say HTTP :localhost :8080 / API / Q&A / ask over here. And instead of get, this will be a post request. Headers and everything are fine. I'll have a body and I'll select JSON over here. Now, what do I need? I need over here question, right? So let me take this a bit down. I'll say question :, I'll say explain how AI works. So this is my question, for example. Let me send this and let us see whether we get a response. Okay, not found, API Q&A ask. 1 second. Oops, so we have not mapped this to a particular endpoint over here, right? So that is what we need to do. We forgot this. So I'll say post mapping. I'll say /ask over here, like so. All right, I'll rerun the application. We missed this. It will be /API / Q&A / ask. It's up in no time, and I'll send this request. It should ideally give the response. Let us see. Okay, it's taking a bit of time, and you can see the response as well. Okay, let me expand this response. You can see candidates, content, parts, and you can see the text over here. This is the entire text. You have role, you have finish, reason, the usage metadata over here. You don't have citations, which is okay. Sometimes you get citations in the response as well, which is okay. So this is working absolutely okay. And you can see our endpoint is up and working. All right. So yeah, that's how you can build a backend REST API that interacts with Google's Gemini AI models and gives you the response on localhost. Of course, you can deploy it anywhere. It's your choice, but yes, this is how you integrate Gemini AI into your Spring Boot applications. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin working on the front end, and for that we'll need a front end app. So what I've done is I've opened a terminal and I've navigated to the directory where I wish to create my front end project. And I will be executing the npm command. Now to run the npm command, you need to have Node.js installed onto your system. So I'm assuming that you have those tools already added onto your system and installed, right? We'll also need Visual Studio Code, which is a front end, or which is an IDE that is very popular amongst front end devs. Okay, so we'll be making use of Visual Studio Code because it has a great support for front end. So I'm going to say npm create Vite @latest. We are making use of Vite over here, and I'll say, okay, so it's saying that you need to install this. So I'll say yes. Okay, and I'll enter my project name over here. I'll say Gemini Q&A or Gemini chat front end. You can call whatever you want to. And I'll select vanilla over here, or not vanilla, I'll select React because we're making use of React. I'll select JavaScript over here, and it has given us a set of commands over here. All right, so I'll say cd Gemini chat frontend. I'll say npm install over here. I won't start the server over here. I'll be doing that through Visual Studio Code. So I already have Visual Studio Code installed. If you don't have, you can install it. It's free and open source. But what I'll do is I'll open Visual Studio Code over here, and I'll just navigate to the directory over here. So this is the directory Gemini chat frontend. I'll select this folder. This is the project that we have created, and I'll just close this welcome. So this is the project that got created, and I'll head over to terminal. So we don't need to make use of this external terminal that you just saw. All right, you can just add a terminal inside Visual Studio Code. So here I'm going to say npm install just to make sure everything is installed. We have already run this, so you can see up to date is the message that we got. And I'm going to say npm run dev over here. So I'm going to say npm run dev. Now this is going to start the server on this URL. So you can copy this URL and head over to the browser to see the output. And you can see this is the default tab that you get along with this counter. All right. So yeah, this is our application, and it's ready to be modified by you in order to build this front end for interacting with Gemini APIs. Now, from the front end UI perspective, what I'll be doing is I'll be adding Bootstrap CSS into my application, and I'll come over here, and you can see npm install Bootstrap is the command that we are going to use. So I'll just add another instance of terminal over here. I'm going to say npm install Bootstrap. Okay, you can even copy this command and execute it. It's allowing you to install Bootstrap with a specific version, but I'll just say install, and it will add a version of Bootstrap into my application. So here, if you come, you should see Bootstrap 5.3.3, which is the latest as I'm recording this video. You might see some other version depending on when you're watching it, but don't worry, concepts won't change. So this would work absolutely fine for you. All right. And once you come here, you can say read the docs. And over here, you also need to basically add this and load this CSS file in your application. Now, if you come to our application, let us see inside node modules, you have this folder called Bootstrap. You should have. Okay. And inside this, you have dist, you have CSS. And if you come over here, you have all the CSS. So you have Bootstrap min CSS over here, right? This is what, this is the CSS that exists, right? Min CSS, you can see, right? So we need to make use of this CSS in our application, and you can either add it this way, all right? But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this CSS until this path until CSS. And I'm going to come in over here in our application, and there is a file. Okay, so I'll just collapse this node modules. It's pretty huge. There is a file called main.jsx. Over here at the top, I'm going to say import, and I'm going to just paste this over here. Oh, wait a minute. Let me add bootstrap /dist/main.css, or you can actually type in the path as well. You can say min. But I won't type. I actually copied it from there, and I want to avoid typos. So I'm going to make use of this. Okay. Now let us test if this is working fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to index.css. I'm going to remove all the boilerplate CSS, app.css as well. I'm going to remove everything. Save both the files. Both are empty now. And I'll just close this bootstrap min CSS, right? And I'll go to main.jsx and come to app over here, right? Now, if you come over here, there on the Bootstrap website, you'll see something called as buttons, right? So what I'll do is here, I'll copy this primary button, and I'll get rid of this entire CSS that you're seeing, entire thing. and we'll add this button over here. Now let us see if we are able to see this button. You can see this button loads properly with blue color. If it does not show blue color, or if you're not seeing this kind of an output just by adding any sort of Bootstrap component, then there's a problem. There's a problem in the configuration. So either you are not referencing the right file, right CSS over here, or the dependency was not installed. All right. So we have Bootstrap configured now, right? And what we're going to do is now let us begin working on our application. So here I'll start adding the UI, and what I'll do is I'll just collapse this, and I'll just have this. I already have this instance of browser open over here. So what I'll do is I'll just open this side by side. All right, so that you can see the output as and when I code. All right, and I'll just take it this way. Oops. So over here, what I'm going to do now is we'll start defining the UI. So I'll get rid of the button first of all. Okay, and here what I need a div. Okay, now this div is going to have the class name of app, like so. I'll need a header over here, like so, and this header is going to have a class name of we are going to say bg primary, like so. I'm going to say text of white over here, and I'm going to say text center, and I'm going to say py of 4. Let me save this. So you can see this header coming in at the top. bg primary is nothing but this primary color, which is blue, right? Now within this header, I'm going to have a heading saying Gemini chat bot or Gemini Q&A bot, whatever you want to call it, you may call it, right? I'm extra zoomed in, by the way, 400%. I'll reset this. So this looks a bit decent, Now over here, what I'm going to do is we need chat input. Okay. Now chat input does not exist because here we need to get the input from the user. So I'm going to say input over here. Okay. And here we will have the response being displayed. Right now, input and response both are separate components that we need to add over here. So what I will do is I'll add chat input over here, and I'll say on submit, or I won't add on submit. Let's add that later. But chat input is not recognized as of now, and chat response also is not recognized. We need both of them. So we need to create these two components. So what I will do is I'll come over here. Under src, I'll create a new file. I'll say components / I'll say chat input, like so. And oops, so this has to be JSX. I missed adding the JSX extension, but I'll add that. Okay, so here rename, I'll say .jsx, right? And I also need chat. So what was that? Chat response. So I'll copy this. I'll say chat response .jsx. Now both of these are components which we need to define. So I'm going to say const chat response over here, and I'm going to mark this as arrow function. Okay, and I'm going to say return. What are we going to return? We are returning a h1 saying input or response, like so. All right, I'll save this. I'll copy this, come to chat input, paste it, and instead of chat response, I'm going to say chat input over here, and instead of response, I'll say input, like so. Let me save this, come over here, and we need to get these two imported, right? So I'll get chat input imported and chat response also imported. So if you scroll up, okay, the input was not added, but let me save this. This won't work. All right, the input is not being added because where have you exported them? So I'll say export default chat input, like so. And here chat response, you're going to say export default chat response. And here we need to now import them. So like so, and over here, right? So they are imported now and they'll work fine. All right. So I'll get rid of these SVGs. We don't need them. Okay, but you can see input and response being added here. Now what we need to do is we need to develop these files. We need to develop input so that user can see the input. And we also need to improve on the response, like how are we displaying the response. So the input and response is going to be managed by two separate components. All right. Now here, under instead of returning the header, I'm going to say return a div for me. All right, and have this div as class name of container and my of 4 over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say div, and I'm going to have on submit. All right. So right now we don't have this function, but I'll just add this function. I'll say on submit handle submit, and here at the top I'll add a function. I'll say const handle submit, like so, and I'll pass in e over here, which is the event object, and here I'm going to say this will be an arrow function, of course. So this is going to be empty for now. All right, but yes, we are submitting something. And here let me add one more div. So inside this div I'm going to have the form. So I'm going to say class name of form group, like so. And over here I'm going to add things like label. So let me add label, and label will be ask a question, like so. You can see ask a question appearing over here, which is fair enough. And I'm going to say this is HTML for question over here. Now what is question? So we'll add an input. So I'm going to say input, like so, and it will be self-closing tag. And over here I'm going to say type of text and a class name of form control. And I'm going to say ID of question and placeholder of enter your question. And here you're going to have value of question, like so. And we'll say on change. So on change, what we need to do is we need to update the question. Right, so this question is right now not defined, of course, so we need to add a state over here. So we'll be keeping track of what question user is asking with the help of a state, and the state itself will be called question, and it will have a setter called set question, and this will be set to use state, and it will be set to empty. Okay, so this is done. Now over here I need to make use of e. Okay, oops, the event object, and I'm going to say set question, and over here I'm going to say e dot target dot value, like so. Okay, so we are passing in the value of whatever user is entering into the state variable, which is keeping track of state. And then here we have a button submit, right? So here I'm going to say submit, like so. And here I'm going to say type of submit and class name of btn primary, and you'll have margin top of 2. If you save this, you'll see this text field appear. Enter your question, ask a question label, and you have a submit button. All right. Right now, nothing is happening on submit, but we need to develop this function. So what I will do is I'll say over here e.prevent default. So this will prevent the default behavior over here. I'm going to say if. So let me add a if statement, if question dot trim. So if there is any question, what do we do? What do we do? We need to say on submit, and I'll say question. Right, and here I'll add a semicolon, and here I'm going to say set question. I'll reset the question, right? So this is done. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are submitting this form. All right, so what we are doing is we are having an if statement. Within if, we are checking if there is any question. If there is, we are calling this on submit. Now what is on submit? So on submit is a prop that this thing will accept. It will say on submit over here. So this is a function that is being passed as a prop to this particular component, I would say. All right. And we need to pass this from the parent. So where's the parent? Parent is in app.jsx. So here you have to make sure that you have this function that is being passed over here. So here I'll say chat input, and on submit, we'll say handle question submit. Now this is not yet defined, so we need to define this. So I'll scroll up here, and I'll add a semicolon here, which I missed. I'm going to say const. So I'll say const handle question submit. Of course, this will be a asynchronous function. So I'll make use of await over here, because we'll be doing an API call, right? So I'm going to pass in question over here. So this is the parameter, and here I'm going to say, so we need to have a few states over here. Okay, so we have count over here. I don't need count. I'm going to add a response. We need to keep track of response. So I'm going to say set response over here, and response is going to be null over here, of course. And then we have const loading. Now, when the API call happens to the backend and backend interacts with the Gemini servers or Google servers, there will be a delay, right? So we need to show a loader over here. So, and for that, we need to keep track of the loading state. So that is what we are doing. So here inside this function, I'm going to say set loading true. And here I'm going to say set response as null. So I'm again initializing the response to null because we don't have a response yet, right? And here I'm going to make use of try catch because we are going to make an API call to the backend server, right? And within this, I'm going to say alert failed, or we need to say failed over here, and I'll say failed to get the response, right? And here I need to add a finally, because after whether there's an error or whether there is a successful response, the finally will get executed, and inside finally we need to set the loading to that of false, because either the error has happened or the request was successfully executed. Now I'm not doing any API call over here yet. We need to do that, but for now this is done. And if I save this, okay, you get an error, unexpected reserved word await. So here this await is unexpected. So what is the problem over here? I'm sorry, so await won't come over here. Await will be used inside. We have to make use of async over here. I'm sorry about that. So here, when making the API call, we'll be making use of await. That is what we'll be doing. Okay, so the error goes away and you have the app looking good, right? Now there has to be an API call that we'll be making use of, but right now we'll just pause on that, and until then we'll work on chat response. Now what is chat response? Chat response is the component that is going to help us display the response. So it will accept the response, of course. So I'm going to say over here response is equal to, and here I'm going to pass in response like so. And here inside chat response, I need to even accept it, right? So this is coming in as a prop. So what I will do is I'll get this over here. I'll say response like so, and we'll make use of this inside the application, right? So what I will do is I will come over here. I'll say if response, if there is no response, then what would you do? What would you do? You would return null. All right. If there is no response, you return null straight away. If there is any response, then what do? We have div. We'll say class name, and I'll say container, and margin y of 4. I'll get rid of this. Now within this div, I'll add a h3, and I'll say response. I'll save this. Okay. And yeah, this is done. So this thing makes sure that there is no output that is being displayed if there is no response. So right now you can see that went away. There's nothing being displayed because response does not exist. right? But if response exists, what do we do? So what we need to do is, if you come over here to Postman, you'll see this is how the response structure is. You have candidates, all right, and within this you have content and parts like this, right? So you need to keep this structure in mind. You have information like role, you have information like usage metadata, which of course you can display. I'll show you how you can do that. So I'll come over here, and here inside over here, what I need is, first of all, I need a state variable. So I'll scroll up here and I can say, okay, after this check, we'll create a state variable. So I'll say const and candidates, and I'll say usage metadata over here. Okay, and I'll say response. All right. So this is not a state actually. I said that we are creating a state, but this is not a state. What we are doing is we'll take the response and destructure it into two things, candidates and metadata. All right. So here, if you come, if I'm not able to collapse this. Okay. You can see your candidates, and then you have second thing as usage metadata. All right. So we'll make use of candidates first. We have destructured the response. We don't need any straight variable right now because we just have the response. We destructured it. Now we have two parts, candidates and metadata. What we can do is we can simply display the output, right? And what I'll do over here is I'll say candidates and I'll say dot map. So we'll make use of map and I'll say candidates, candidate comma index over here, and here I'll say round bracket, and inside this over here div. Oops, so I'm getting an error. Let me see what the error is. So these two are opening and it's closing, so there should not be any error ideally. Okay, so this should work fine. We have div. Now inside this div, we'll make use of card sort of a structure. If you're not aware of cards, Bootstrap has a way to display cards. So you can take a look at the documentation over here. These card structure is what we are going to use. So I'll make use of card body, card title, and card text over here to display the data. Okay. In fact, I can simply actually copy this. So let me actually copy this card structure. Let me come over here, and instead of this div, I'll just paste this, right? And there's no image, so I'll just get rid of this image over here, right? Now over here, I'm saying card. Okay, I'll add a MB of 3, which is margin bottom 3. And I don't need style over here. I'll get rid of this. Instead, what I will do is I'll say key. So I need to add key for optimization standpoint. I'll just say key is equal to index, right? We have card body. Now card body is fine. Card title, instead of card title, we'll say candidate. And I'll say index +1 over here, something like this, right? And here I'll say card text. So what is a card text? So if you get rid of this, card text can be candidate dot content dot parts, and I'll say 0 over here. Okay, and this will be text. Now, how come it's candidate.content.parts? So if you take a look at the JSON, it's candidates.content.parts, and this is an array. So we have made use of parts 0 over here because this is an array, and I'll say dot text, right? So this is done. So now after this is being done, okay, I'll just zoom a bit over here so that we have some space. We don't need this button over here, right? So I'll get rid of this button. After we have displayed this text, I'll say h of 6 over here. Okay, and I'll say citations. Now sometimes what would happen is there would be citations that you can choose to display. All right, you can display it as unordered list over here, and you can say candidate, and if citation exists, you can say citation metadata. So this is how it will be structured, and within citation metadata, you will have citation sources like so. And within this, I'll say map, and I'll say source comma IDX, which is nothing but the index, and I'll make use of this over here. Okay, and I'll say li over here, which means that this will be rendered as a list, and I'll make use of a. I'll say li key is equal to IDX over here, and a basically will be href over here. Now href will be source.url like so. Okay, and I'm going to say target over here. Target will be underscore blank. So it opens in a new tab, and here I'll have source.url like so. Target blank, and here I can say rel as no opener, no referer. So I don't want to provide any sort of reference over here. You can skip these tags if you are not interested in doing so. And I'll have a space over here. Okay. And then over here, I will say indexes. And I'll say colon, and we'll say source dot start index, and I'll say minus source dot end index. All right, so this is done. We have this being rendered, the citation. We have UL closing, div, couple of divs closing, and you can choose to display the metadata information. So you have the metadata information. So I'll add h4 usage metadata over here. Okay. Now within metadata, you have things like, if you collapse this, you have prompt token count, candidates token count, and the token value. So I'll copy this for a while. I'll come over here. Okay. I'll paste it over here, and over here, I'm going to say p tag. Okay. And oops. So this p tag, I'll say total tokens like so. And here you can say usage metadata dot, you have prompt token count. So I'll make use of this. Okay. This is done, and we'll replicate this essentially. So I'll copy this thrice. So we have 3 data points. So I'll display it thrice. Candidates token count, and then I have total token count over here. Okay. So here I'll say, okay, this will be prompt tokens. So we have total tokens. We have or let me change the order essentially. So instead of total token count, I'll display the total token count at the top. So I'll say total tokens. Then we have, this is the prompt tokens, right? So I'll say prompt tokens over here. And then for this, I have response tokens. Okay. Like so. Oops. So you can display it this way. If you want to change the order of this, you can. I'll get rid of this over here, the structure. And I think we are all set with the chat response. We don't need anything else. All right. I'll come to chat input. Chat input also, we have everything. Chat response. What we need now is a way to do an API call, right? Now, how we're doing an API call, we're going to make use of Axios. So I can open the terminal, like a new terminal. And here I'll say npm install Axios. Now Axios is a client. It's a library that provides a client using which you can make use, or you can make use of that client to do HTTP calls. Okay. Now here under src, I'm going to create a new file under services folder, services/api.jsx. Like so, right? So it's created under services. Now over here, what we need to do is I'll say export const, and I'll say fetch chat response like so. Okay, and this is going to be a sync over here, and a sync arrow function, of course, and I can say question, and inside this we'll have try catch. So I'll say try catch statement. Okay, error is fine. And here I can say console.error, and I'll pass in the error object. All right. And this will be semicolon, and I'll say throw error. Okay, that an error has occurred. Now over here, I'm going to say const response. And what is the response going to be? It's going to be await Axios. So make sure Axios is imported here. Axios.post. You have a way to do a post API call, and you will have something called as API URL. Now I'll have API URL. We need to create this variable, of course, and I'll pass in the question here, like so. Okay. Now what is the API URL? So you come over here, you say const API URL, and you come over here, you get this URL, and you paste it over here. So this is done. All right. So we are doing a post request to this API call with this question over here. Okay, question in the request body. And what you can do is you can return response.data over here. All right. So this is done. This is completely handling the API call for us. Now what we need to do is we need to consume this API call, or we need to consume this data in app.jsx. Where are we going to do this? Of course, in this function where we didn't write the code. We have to write code within this try block. So here I'm going to say const API response over here, and I'm going to say await fetch chat response, and you can see fetch chat response getting imported at the top, and here I'm going to say question as an input, right? And the response that I get, I'm going to say set response to response. Okay, wait a minute. So set response, and I'm going to pass in API response over here. So done. I think we are all set. Let me minimize this and let us see how this is working now. All right. So I'll have it this way, side by side. Let me refresh. Okay. Ideally, it should fail saying some sort of course error. Okay, because we are doing a cross origin request from a front end on a different URL to a backend that is on different URL. So what is API? Let's say I'll submit. No response. Let me come over here. Okay, there's no error as well. Surprising. So where is the problem? So we've missed something. Handle. Okay, so let me have, okay, so chat input over here. We have on submit, handle question submit. So this should ideally be working. Handle question submit. We have handle question submit over here. So I checked the network request and I realized like the API call is not happening to the backend. The reason for this is this form is not getting submitted, and the reason for this is this, I added this as a div, this form, and not as a form. So it has to be in the form tag. Save it, send it, and let us see if, okay, you can see now the request is going to the backend. Let us see whether we get any response. So you can see course error over here. You can see the request has been blocked. Now this is a feature of modern browsers that cross origin requests are blocked. So you cannot make a API call from one URL to another. This is for security reasons. If you want to make this happen, you need to enable it manually in the backend. Okay, which means you need to tell backend that, hey, you will get permission, you will get a request from such a application that is running on the front end, and this is the URL, and please provide data. So we need to head over to backend is what this means, and we need to come over here. I'll create a config file over here. I'll call this as web config because we are changing the backend configuration over here essentially. I'll just minimize this as well. And over here, I'm going to say implements web MVC configurer. All right. And over here, I'm going to override a method. Okay. What is the method? I will override. Right click, generate, override. And here you have a method called add course mapping. You can see this add course mapping. So I'll override this. You get access to this. Also, one more thing, you need to make sure that this file is marked as configuration with the configuration annotation, right? And over here, I'll get rid of this code over here. Okay, and I'll say registry dot add mapping. We'll add the mapping. So we'll add this for all the API paths over here for this application. I'll say, I'll say dot allowed origins, and I'll say over here, so I'll say HTTP localhost colon 5173, and I'll say dot allowed methods. What are the allowed methods? These are get. So we are allowing get, post, we are allowing put, we are allowing delete, we are allowing options, and we'll go over here. We'll say allowed headers. So allow all headers. Okay, so you can see the level of configuration that you can do in Spring Boot. You can say allowed credentials. So allowed credentials, and I'll say allow credentials to true, and I'll save this. All right, this is done, and I don't think we need to do anything else. I'll just run this. Let us see if we are now able to make an API call to the backend. So whatever host is, if you are running on a different host, just be sure to change this. Okay, this is up and running. Come over here, and here, let me clear this, and we'll say, okay, failed to get a response. I'll just refresh. We'll say, what is an API over here? Okay, I'll say submit. Okay, it's taking a bit of time, and you get the response, and you get an error as well. Did you mean class name? Okay, so we have mentioned class somewhere, and it's telling us that did you mean class name? So I think we have mentioned it somewhere. Okay, I'm not sure where, but if you, it's not a big deal. Okay, class name. Okay, I don't see where we are, but let me figure this out. So this is coming in which file? So if you come over here to chat response, here we had copied some code from the Bootstrap website. So here it should be, instead of class, this should be class name, right? So I'll just update this over here everywhere. All right, so we don't get any sort of warnings. Okay, but you can see over here, this app is working fine. You can see we asked what is API, we got the response. You don't have any citations. This is the usage metadata over here. Okay, so it's working absolutely okay. You can handle the loading state as well if you wish to. So here what you can do is you can say if loading, then one second, if it's loading, then you can return h1, and you can say loading over here, loading, like so. Okay, so there is a problem. Let me see what, okay, we added this in a wrong file. Okay, there's no loading state over here. I'll just save this. We need to add this in app.jsx here, because here is where we have the loading state. So I'll add it over here, like so. Save this, and let us see now the output. Okay, where is, or tell me something about United States. Okay, let me submit this. Okay, and you can see the output over here. Okay, so we didn't see, one second, we didn't see the loading state being working properly. It's because we don't have return over here, like so. This should be wrapped in return, like so. Let me see if this works now. Okay, so what is physics, like so. If you say submit, you'll see loading, and you have the response. Of course, this can be improved. You can improve on this. That's absolutely okay. But this is looking good, and now you have the output. You can improve it by not disabling or adding a loading message over here. Let me also do that. It's not a big thing. So I'll just disable this, and I'll copy this message, and you can come over here. Okay, so chat input is over here, chat response, right? So if it's loading, you can say if loading, show the loader, like so. Okay, something like this you can do. And you can wrap this inside a pair of round braces, like so, right? So this is being done now. So if is not a good thing to use in JSX, and instead of that, we'll make use of ternary operator. It's the same thing. So I'll say loading. If there is loading, then come over here. I'll add and over here. Okay, and this will be displayed. So it's good now, like so. Let me save this. You can see. Now I can pass in what is chemistry, like so. Submit, you'll see loading and you'll see the output, right? So this is looking good. You can just tone it down to H3 if you need, like so. But you can see the output that you're getting is perfectly great. And this is how you can build a chatbot or Q&A bot that interacts with Gemini. And of course, we have not spent a dime on this, right? It has a free plan, which is generous, I believe. And I have been using it a lot recently. So you should check it out and play around with Gemini and build some interesting use cases. I hope this was useful and I hope you have been able to follow along. Hey there. So in this particular video, we are going to build an AI-based email reply generator. And we are going to not just build a web app and the backend for this, but actually we are also going to build a Chrome extension for this, which is going to integrate into Gmail, and it is going to help us generate the AI-based replies for all the emails that we receive. So it's actually an application that you can use to generate email replies for your own emails, and also you can deploy it elsewhere to make it available for the use of public. Okay, so that's what we are going to explore, and this particular course is also going to help you understand the power of AI and Spring Boot as to how you can consume Spring Boot APIs from different parts of from different applications essentially. All right, so let me give you a demonstration of what we are going to build. So this is a front end. We'll talk about front end in a bit, but in case of backend, or in terms of backend, we are going to make use of Gemini API over here. We're going to create a REST API that is going to help us generate the response, which is AI generated based on the email content and the tone that we share. So we also have an option to set the tone for the email. We can also share the email content, as you can see, and you will get a response based on this. So if you say send over here, you're going to get the response basis what the content was. Okay, this is one. Also, if you're not familiar with AI or how you can consume AI APIs, I'm going to explain everything to you as to how you can start consuming the Gemini API. So I'll give you a full tutorial and how the API works, how the response should be, how the response is, and how the request is, basically both the parts of request and response. Okay, these all things will cover. So you'll be realizing that you implement or create the backend API with ease, okay, after knowing these details. And then we move on to front end, wherein we'll be building the front end, and you can paste any sort of email over here. Okay, so let's say I have this email here. This is a dummy email. I can paste it over here, and I can mention the tone as casual, and I can say generate a reply. So it will generate a reply for me, you can see, and you have an option to copy to clipboard. Okay, so this is basically a browser based application that you can host anywhere in the world, and if you make it available for public, anyone will be able to generate an email or generate and reply for the emails that they receive. Okay, so this is one. You can basically modify this according to the tone, like professional or any sort of tone, friendly or none over here. Okay, now this is a web application, but when it comes to emails or replying to emails, it's best if you basically integrate the application into your email application, right? So for example, Gmail is one of the world's most powerful email application. Now let's say I have this email coming in from someone. Okay, this is a dummy email that I have sent to myself. I got this email from someone. Now I won't be wanting to copy this and sending it over here on the application, then copying the reply and pasting it over here. Of course, you can do this, but there is an easier way, right? So what if you could integrate your application into the Gmail's UI? So that is something that I'm going to show you. So if you say reply over here, you'll see this button up here, AI reply button. This is coming in from our application. This is coming in from our application. How is it coming in? Because we are loading this using the Chrome extension. So we have loaded this Chrome extension, as you can see. This is the Chrome extension that we have built, and we are integrating our application into the Gmail's interface using this extension. So I'm going to give you a step-by-step tutorial. Like, we're going to go granular. We are going to make a hello world extension first, and then I'll take you as to how you can build this extension for your application. So first we'll cover the nitty-gritties of an extension, what an extension is, how extension works. We'll create a very simple extension first, and then we'll create this extension. So don't worry if you have never built Chrome extensions. Don't get overwhelmed as to, oh my God, I'm going to build this and I won't be able to. Don't worry about that. I take you step by step. Okay, and it's a completely step-by-step course, and you can follow it along, and there are timestamps available as well. You can skip the parts if you know something. Okay, if you know something that I'm already talking about. So you can see this AI reply button. Now if I click on this AI reply, it will basically generate an AI based reply for this content over here, and I don't need to do anything. So I'll say AI reply, and you can see it generated this reply for me based on the email. So you can see, hey, dear John, it picked up the name over here. So hey there, John here. So it says, dear John, it was pleasure connecting with you at AWS Summit last week. My startup is progressing well. We are currently, and here it has given you a placeholder wherein you can add some sort of current progress or some sort of, it is giving you giving you points as well, the placeholders, as to like what is your focus, whether you're launching your MVP or expanding your team. You can mention whatever your focus is. I'd be happy to update you further when I have more to share. How are things going with you? And work at, mention the company if you know what it is. Okay, or you can get just, if you don't know the company, you can just get rid of this. And regards, Faisal, you can see. So this is a completely AI generated response, and this is something that we'll learn. What we are doing is we have created an extension and we are consuming the Spring Boot APIs, right? So you can even publish this extension, and this is a great addition to your portfolio as well. So if you're looking for jobs, if you are a fresher, and if you want a resume ready project, then this is something that you can add to your portfolio. Or if you want, if you already have a job and if you're looking to switch to another company, and if you want to showcase some interesting projects in your resume, let me tell you, projects are everything. What projects you have built. Okay, if you're a fresher, people would want to know what sort of applications you have built, whether you have built something on your own, whether you know Spring Boot, whether you know front-end dev, whether you understand how apps are built. All these things interviewer would want to know from you. Okay, and it's important that you have some sort of portfolio projects in your portfolio, and this will help you do that. Okay, so it's a very good project to add to your resume. It's a very unique one as well, wherein you are creating an extension and consuming the Spring Boot APIs, and you have a front-end application as well, right? So I hope this sounds exciting. You can hit the send button and it will get sent. Okay, but I'm going to say delete over here. So even if you have a chain of replies over here, is what I mean to say. Even if you have a chain of replies, if you say reply, you will get this AI reply button, and we have actually injected this into the Gmail's interface, and it looks exactly like a Gmail button. So how can we do this? All of this I'm going to show you. Okay, so I hope you are excited about this project, and I hope you are ready. So be sure to watch this video till the very end. Don't skip any parts. There is a lot of knowledge packed in, and if you're liking this kind of content that I'm bringing in, be sure to comment below and let me know that you appreciate this content. Or if you have any sort of feedback, I'm all ears. Be sure to comment below and let me know. Also, let me know who you are, where you're joining in from, and what's your name, what you do. Basically, introduce yourself. I would love to know you more. And yes, don't forget to subscribe to this channel and like this particular video. That helps a lot for creators like me, right? Because this is a free tutorial, of course. This is a fees that I can say, a subscription, and a like is a fees, is what I can say. And sharing it with your friends, of course, if they are looking for similar sort of projects or they're looking for jobs. So you should share it with them, because they would be benefited from this free stuff, right? and it's a very high quality content. And yeah, I'll see you inside the video. Do watch it till the very end. Thank you. So now it's time that we begin setting up our Spring Boot project. And to create the Spring Boot project, we will head over to Spring Initializer on start.spring.io. Now, of course, we'll choose the configurations that we need in our project over here. So I'm going to select Maven since I'll be making use of Maven. You can choose Gradle if you wish to. Language is Java. I'll select the latest version, non-snapshot latest version of Spring Boot. And here I'm going to say, I'm going to like enter the group over here. So what is the group? I'll say com.email over here, and artifact can be email writer over here, email writer, something like this. And here I'll just change the package name manually. So I'll say com.email.writer. That seems good, right? So this is, so I'll say this can be SB over here. Artifact can be SB. And this I'll say writer over here because this auto updates. Okay, so this is the package name that I'm going ahead with, com.email.writer. And here I have this packaging and Java version 17 selected. You can choose the Java version to be 23 or whichever version is available as you are watching this video. Now Spring Boot version might change. You might see some different version number over here. Okay, but feel free to choose whichever version is the latest, and be sure not to select this snapshot version. So here, when you come to add dependencies, we'll add a few dependencies that we need for our project. So first dependency is web. It's a web project. We'll be building the REST API. So I'll add web over here. We'll also add Lombok, which is a annotation library which can help us reduce some sort of boilerplate code. Pretty helpful. I'll add that as well. And we'll need Webflux over here. Okay, so Webflux, basically it helps building web applications. So we'll add it, or we'll add it when we need. Okay, so I'm not adding it. Okay, let's see if we need it. I'm just adding two dependencies for now, Spring Web and Lombok over here. All right, you can head over to Explore and take a look at the pom.xml if everything looks fine. Or else you can say generate and download the zip file. Now, when I say generate, a zip file will be generated and downloaded onto my system. Just save it to your workspace. Workspace meaning where you will be, the folder on your system where you will be building this particular application. So I'll quickly do that. So here you can see I've downloaded the zip file, and this is a folder where I will be building this entire application. So I have the Spring Boot project here. And then I'll be adding the React project or any sort of front end in Angular, React, whatever you wish to add, you can add over here. Okay, so this helps you organize things. Okay, just from the organization standpoint, I'll just say right click now and we'll just extract this folder over here. So just unzip it. And here you have the entire project. Okay, now what you would do is come over here to IntelliJ, make sure IntelliJ is open and just say open. And navigate to the directory that you have unzipped just now. So here I said open and I have navigated to the directory where I've unzipped this. And I'll select pom.xml from email writer SB. So just select pom.xml and not the folder over here. Okay. So pom.xml because it has the entire project information. Now it is going to ask you, how do you want to open pom.xml? Because pom.xml is a part of a project, right? So IntelliJ is smart enough to detect this, and it is asking us whether you would want to open this as a project. So I'll say open as a project, not as a file. It's asking me whether the IntelliJ should trust all the projects in this folder. I'll say yes, trust, because I'm the one who created this folder. Okay, this is just from the security standpoint over here. Right, and now you'll see that the project is basically loaded. Okay, you can see the entire project being loaded over here. Dependencies being resolved here at the bottom right. Okay, so you can see all the dependencies are being downloaded, and these dependencies are the dependencies that you have added in pom.xml. So Java is doing a great job, or Spring Boot is doing, Maven is doing a great job of getting all the dependencies locally. Right, so that's the thing. We have our project up and running, and you can see, you can go through the project here. You can see src folder, idea folder. So idea folder is created by IntelliJ. We are not going to touch this. This is all workspace related information, the project related information. You have .mvn. This is something that is also auto-generated. We are not going to touch this. Where are we going to work? We are going to work within src folder. This is where our source code will reside. Like under Java, we are going to have all the Java source. And under resources, we are going to have all the resources related, like static templates, any sort of static files, or any sort of configuration that you want to add to application.properties. Okay. You have this file pom.xml, which is the file that has the entire project information along with the dependencies. So if you want to update dependencies or any sort of project information, we'll make use of pom.xml. Okay, so this is our project structure and we are ready to go to the next step. So now it's time that we begin exploring the Google's Gemini API. This is what we are going to use. And what we are going to do is we are going to head over to google.com over here. And I would request you all to search for Gemini API, or you can even search for Google Gemini API. And when you search, you will find that you will get this URL over here, ai.google.dev, and you can see Gemini Developer API. So I would request you to open this particular URL and head over to this website. Now, this is a landing page that you would see or you would be welcomed with. Now, one disclaimer I would want to add over here, Google updates this website every now and then. You know, like this field of AI is evolving so fast, so they are updating the website every now and then. And now, depending on when you're watching this video, you might see a completely different UI over here. But don't worry, the core concepts of how you can make use of API still remains the same. So there will be few UI tweaks that Google might do or might not do. I don't know. All right. But if you see some UI tweaks, that's absolutely fine and nothing to worry about. You will still be able to follow this video. So if you scroll down, here you have an option to explore models in Google AI Studio. And here you have all these things that are demonstrated. So you can integrate Google AI model with an API key into apps. You can explore Google AI models and so on. You can like go through the entire website over here. Okay. And if you scroll up over here, I'll just click on explore models in Google AI Studio. But before clicking on this, I would want to talk about something. So if you go over here under models, you'll see something called as pricing. So head over to pricing over here. Now, there are different models that exist, like even with ChatGPT, Google Gemini, there are different models with different abilities that exist. So here you can see, as I'm recording this video, Gemini 1.5 Flash is available. And depending on when you're watching the video, you might see some latest model like above Gemini 1.5 Flash that are better than this model exist, right? Because this field of AI is evolving so fast that there is a new model in the market every few months, right? So depending on when you're watching this video, you might see a new model, but don't worry. The details I'm going to show you is also going to apply to any new models that come over. So if you scroll down over here, you are going to see the pricing of this model. You will see over here, it's free of charge. So Google has this good thing wherein they have a free tier, a generous free tier is what I would say. So you can see over here in this free tier, you get this input pricing free of charge, output pricing free of charge. There is a rate limit on how you use this API. And you can try it in Google AI Studio. And so this free tier, first of all, is very helpful if you are trying to like create some sort of POCs or some sort of projects to add to your resume or portfolio to get a better job. Also, this free tier is useful if you're trying to build a product that solves a particular problem and you plan to convert it into paying and if you plan to convert it into a paid subscription later on. So when you start making money from the product and if you have enough traffic, you can switch over to pay as you go model as well. Okay. And you can see over here, the rate limits and all vary as compared to the free plan. So if you have a project in mind that you are that is solving a particular problem and you wish to charge your users for the same, you can start with the free tier and you can later on upgrade to the paid version as your application scales. Okay. But free tier is good for most of the use cases is what I've realized, and they have a pretty generous free tier. All right. And you don't need to spend a dime. Okay. So I'll come over here to homepage and I'll click on explore models in Google AI Studio. Now here you'll be taken to Google AI Studio. All right. You can like play around with the studio over here. You can type in some sort of information over here, like ask something to AI and you can play around. Okay, you can get a recipe list, city scavenger, recipe finder, and so on. And you can switch over the models here from here and you can experiment with the models over here. Okay, so this is a playground. You can adjust the temperature, structured output, and all these settings, right? Now what we need to do is we need to integrate Google Gemini and we need to get API key for that. So I'll click over here. You can see over here, get API key. So if I click over here, you'll be taken to this page wherein you have an option or a button to create an API key. Now I already have a few API keys already created. So I'm not going to create an API key, but the process is pretty simple. You can say create an API key and it will ask you to select a project and then it will give you the API key. Absolutely free of cost. All right. Now here, how would you use the API key? So here at the top, you'll see this code. Okay, it says quickly test Gemini API. And here you have a curl request. Okay, so you can make use of this request to make use of API key. And also you have this API quick start guide, which you can click on. And you'll be taken to this particular page. Okay, you can also go to this page from the website as well. So if you come over here under solutions, okay, let me go to solutions. And if you say Gemini API, you'll see here quick start, right? So it's the same page that we came in from here, right? Now here what you will see is how you can make use of Gemini, Google Gemini across different programming languages like Python, Node.js. You can select Node.js, Golang, or with any or in the REST format. Basically, you'll get the curl request over here, and this is the same curl request that you're seeing here on the dashboard. Okay, so we need to test this curl request to see what kind of input this API needs and what kind of output we can expect, because we want to integrate this into our application. So I'll copy this to clipboard. All right, I'll come over here to Postman. Now in Postman, what I would request you all is to create a workspace. First of all, you need to have Postman installed onto your system. So Postman or any sort of API client that helps you simulate an API request. So I make use of Postman. You create a collection over here, new collection. I've created this collection called Gemini API. And here you can say import. So we have copied the curl request. So I would import this request. I'll come over here and you'll see this pop-up wherein you can paste the curl request, raw text, or a URL. So I'll paste the curl request. And what it will do is it will identify the request. It will show you the request over here and it will give you the request name over here. So request name is Gemini API over here, right? I'm giving a custom name. You can give whatever name you wish to. And it's telling me under which collection you want to create this request. So I'll say Gemini API over here because that's what the name of my collection. And I'll say import into collection. So you can see this has been imported into the collection. I'll collapse this sidebar. And here now you have to add the API key. Okay, if you go to body, here you can add any sort of prompt. So here the default prompt is explain how AI works. So what I will do is I will come over here and the API key that I have generated in the dashboard, I'll add it over here. So let me do that for you. So I have added my own API key in the params tab over here. Okay, and I have this thing over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say send and I'll get a response from Gemini, Google's Gemini, as to how AI works. So it will explain me how AI works. And you can see over here, this is the structure of the response. You can see this is the explanation of how AI works by AI. Okay, so if you see over here, okay, first it needs a param wherein you're passing in the API key, and the API also needs the request body in the form of JSON in this way. And here you can see you have contents, you have parts, then you have the text. Oops. So then you have the text which has the prompt that you want to add to or that you want to send to Google Gemini. Okay, and the response you get is in this format. Okay, so there is a format that you need to use to get the data from the API. So if you scroll up over here, you'll see there is candidates, content, parts, and text. Now this is the text that you get as the response. And you can see role is model, finish reason is stop. And if you see over here, usage metadata. So it is also giving you usage metadata like prompt token count, candidate token count, and total token count, and also the model version that was used to generate this response. Now, what is token? So when it comes to making use of AI models, the amount of usage that is happening is calculated in the form of tokens, and you are basically priced, or you're basically charged depending on how much token or how many tokens you're using. So if you head over here to basically pricing, let me check the pricing over here. Okay, oops, I opened multiple tabs accidentally. So here, if you go to pricing, okay, we don't have, okay, here you can see these are tokens, right? 1 million tokens per minute, 1500 requests per day, you can see. So here you can see tokens already. So it's making use of tokens, and that is the information that you get over here as well. So this request generated how many tokens or made use of how many tokens. All right. So I hope you have a good sense of how you can make use of the API. Now this structure, understanding this structure, like the body, request body, and the output structure is important, and it gives you an insight into how this API is, how you can make use of this API in the applications, because you have to make sure that the input that you are giving to the API is in this format, and the output you are getting should be in this format. And this is important. Understanding the output is important so that you can parse it properly and make use of the output in a sensible way. All right. So I hope this is clear, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin writing in the code over here in our application that will help us generate the response to emails. So what I'm going to do is, here in the main package, I'll come in and I'll create a new controller over here. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say new Java class, and I'm going to call this as email generator controller. Okay. You can call it whatever you want to. Okay. And it's called email generator controller. Now for the first thing that I will do over here is I will basically annotate it with some relevant annotations like REST controller, request mapping. Oops. So I'll say request mapping over here, and I'll map this entire controller to /API/email over here. And yeah, that is it. And here what I'm going to do is I am going to have a method. So I'm going to say public response entity over here, and I'm going to say the response is a string, and I'll say generate email over here, something like this. And here I'm going to say in the request body, just have an object of email request over here, and you say email request over here, and here what you do is, so I'll just collapse this so that we get better view. Now email request is a DTO class that does not exist yet. Of course, we will be creating it, right? And here what we will do is, inside this method, I'm going to return, I'm going to say response entity, and response entity dot okay, and I'm going to pass in some data over here. Now it won't be an empty string. Of course, there will be some data that we will return, which is basically the email, the generated email response. That is what we are going to generate, and we are going to send this as a response. Okay. For now, we are getting this error called email request. Now, one thing I'll tell you over here, I am creating everything in this main package. Okay. What you can do is, if you want to organize things, you can have a sub package called email writer app over here, and you can simply move the controller and all the other relevant files inside over here. Okay, I'm not just creating too many packages over here like controller, service, and all of that. I'm keeping things simple because it's just one API that we need to create, right? So here I'm creating this. This is done. Now what I need to do is I need to create email request. So I'll come over here. Okay, I'll say create class email request. Now I'll create this class email request in this directory. I'll say okay. And inside email request, I need to define the structure over here. So I'm going to say private string, and I'll say email content over here, and I'll say private string tone over here. Okay. And here I'll have for data annotation from Lombok, which will help me generate the getters, setters, and constructor. Okay. So I'll add this. This is done, and what we will do now is we also need a service class, right? The service is something we need, and we have not created that. So I'll come over here. I'll create a service. So I'll say new Java class. I'll say email generator service over here. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first thing annotate it with the service annotation. All right, this is done. And here, what we are going to do is we are going to prepare this particular service to help us make an API call. Now, it is going to help us make an API call by calling this particular API for Gemini. Okay, so this Gemini model is something that we are going to query. Now, to begin with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a public string. So string would be the response over here. I'm going to say string and it will say generate email reply over here. Okay. And here I'm going to say email request and I'm going to say email request over here. Okay. Something like this. All right. Now here we need to do certain things. So first thing is we need to build the prompt. Okay. Build the prompt. So this is a prompt that will go as an input to the backend. Right. So this is what we are going to do. So we are going to build the prompt first and then so this prompt is basically going to go to the Gemini API, right? And then over here, we are going to craft a request over here. Now, why craft a request? Because here, if you must have noticed, the request is supposed to be in a certain format. You cannot just directly dump the prompt in the request body. You have to like follow this format wherein you have content. Then within that, then content is having a array value which has like parts over here, right? Now parts is also an array. So we have to follow this format over here and then we will actually do the request. Okay. Do request and get response. And then we are going to return the response. Okay. Now this is what we are going to do entirely. All right. And for this, we will be creating helper methods as well. Okay. So let us come over here. I'm going to say string prompt. So this is a prompt that we will have. And I'll create a method over here called build prompt. Now this method does not exist. Of course, we'll be creating it. Like I said, it will take email request as a parameter. Okay. I'm seeing this error over here. I'll say create method build prompt. Okay. This is done. This is the method. Now how are we going to craft the prompt? So here, if you come, okay, email request here, it's returning null. So I'll come over here just above this. Here I'm going to make use of string builder. First of all, string builder. I'll say prompt is equal to new string builder like so. Okay, so it's an empty string builder object that I've created. I'll say prompt dot append. Okay, and I'll say generate a professional email reply for reply. It has to be reply for the following email content. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Okay, and I don't need a subject line, so I'm going to say, because it's a reply, right? So I'll say please don't generate a subject line, something like this. Okay, so I'll add a space over here, right? And here, if you see, email request has two things. One is the email content and the tone. Okay. So email content is the content of the email that you're crafting reply for. Tone is how you want the tone of the reply to be, whether you want to be professional, sarcastic, or you want this to be, funny, casual. So you can pass in tone as a parameter as well. Or I anyways have hard-coded professional over here if tone is not provided. Okay. So we'll do a check for tone over here. So I'll say if request dot tone over here, if tone exists, if get tone, then I'm going to check over here if it's not equal to null. And I'm going to do one more check. I'm going to say if request dot get tone is empty. Okay, get tone dot is empty. Then in that case, what you do is you can append over here prompt dot append, and you can say use a something like this, and you can say dot append over here, append, and you can say email request dot get tone over here like so, and dot append outside, and you can say tone followed by space, something like this. So what this will give you is, it will say generate a professional email reply for the email for the following email content, please don't generate, okay, there is a typo. Please don't generate a subject line. And then we are saying if there is a tone parameter present, then please say use a, whatever the tone is there that we append, and we say please use a casual tone if casual is the value of tone field. Okay, or if it's sarcastic, we say please use a sarcastic tone or something like that. Okay, so this is done, this is crafted, and then what we do is we will say prompt dot original prompt dot append over here. I'm sorry, prompt dot append, and I'm going to say /n over here. I'm going to say original email. Original email. I'll say colon, and we'll simply append the original email. So I'll say /n over here, and I'll say dot append. Okay, and append is request dot get email content. So we have this email content which is keeping track of the email content. So I get that. And here what I'm going to do is, once I have this prompt crafted, I'm going to say return prompt dot toString over here, like so. Okay, so this build prompt is ready now. Okay, we are like crafting this prompt, and then what we have to do is here, this is done. Okay, so this prompt we have now, prompt is crafted, right? What we need to do is we need to, like, as a next step, we need to craft a request. How would you craft a request? So request needs this kind of a format over here, right? This is how the request is supposed to be sent. So here you will have the prompt, right? But this outer part, like content parts and the structure, you need to create. Okay, so I'm going to make use of map over here, since the request needs a key value pair. So you can see your key and value everywhere. You have key and value. So key value pair is there. So you can say map of string over here and object, like so. And then I'm going to say request body over here, and you can say map dot off. Now here I'll add a semicolon, and here we are going to say contents. Okay, so this is contents. You can see contents, and then within contents you have this array, right? So I'm going to say comma new object. Okay, new object. Okay, this has to be array object, like so. And here I'm going to say here what we need is we have parts and then text. Okay, within this. So I'm going to again say, so this is a map again. If you see, you can see there is curly brace. So this is the outer part, and then you have this inner part which resembles the outer part. You can see this part, and then you have the inner part again which resembles the outer part, like so. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say map of, and here you can say parts comma new object, and here I'll say map of, and here I'm going to say text, and then comma and prompt, something like this. Okay, so you have, so here you are crafting a request body. First of all, you're seeing map of contents. Now within contents you have an object, new object, and then within this you are seeing map of parts. Okay, and then you are seeing map of text over here, which is also prompt, like so. Okay, now after this, what we need to do is, this is how the request will be, right? This is how the request will be. Now after this, we need to actually do the request and get the response. Okay, do the request and get the response. Now for doing the request, what you need is, you will need the API key, right? There is an API key and the URL as well. Now you can hardcode the API key and the URL here in the code itself, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to scroll up at the top. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say private string Gemini API URL, something like this. And here I'm going to say private string Gemini API key, something like this. Okay, now I'm going to get this injected from the properties file. So I'm going to say @value annotation over here. I'm going to make use of value annotation, and I'm going to say dollar followed by a pair of opening and closing curly brace. I'm going to say Gemini.api.url over here, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to make use of, I'm going to paste this API dot, I'm going to say key over here. Okay, now I've copied this API.url. and I'll come over here to application.properties. So you can make use of properties file, or you can convert this into a YAML file. That's absolutely okay. I'll just stick to properties. This is the URL and this is the key over here. Something like this. Okay. Now we need to add the URL here as well as the key. So what I will do is I'll make use of env variables. Okay. I'm not going to hard code stuff in the code. Okay. I'm going to say Gemini API URL. Or Gemini URL, I'll keep it short, something like this. And here I'm going to say Gemini underscore key. Now, how will you get these values injected? So I'll copy these and I'll come over here. Okay, so here, if you come, what you need to do is here, if you come to application file, okay. If you run this application once, so we cannot run it because we'll get an error, but let me run it. So there will be a run configuration being added over here once you run it. So just go to main application file and just run this. You'll get an error, of course, I know. Enable Lombok annotation processing. So just select this because we are making use of Lombok. So you can see this configuration added. Ignore the error because the code is not complete. We know that we'll get an error. So you can go to edit configurations and here you will see environment variables. Now, if you don't see this for any reason, you can select environment variables from here. Modify options, environment variables. You can check this. Okay. Come over here. What you need to do is you need to like paste this Gemini API URL. You can see the syntax over here. Separate variables with a semicolon. Right. So you can add the URL here. Okay. And then you can add a semicolon. And then you can basically add API Gemini key over here. Something like this. And you can assign that over here. Something like this. Okay. And you can head over to browser first of all. And here you'll see this URL. Okay. This is a URL. Right. So just get the URL. Now from the URL, what you can do is we don't need the entire URL actually. So from the URL, just remove this Gemini API key part. Okay. Just remove this Gemini API key and here just add your key. Now, after you add your key over here, just say apply and say OK. Don't miss pressing apply. Otherwise, these changes won't be applied. So what we are doing over here is with this, we are setting the environment variables here this way. And these environment variables will be injected over here when the application runs using this run configuration. Okay, so we are saying during the execution of this application, this is the configuration that is supposed to be used. Now, if you are not a fan of adding environment variables this way, you can click over here. You can see this button and here you have an option to add it using a graphical user interface. So you can like add Gemini API key and all of that over here. Okay, something like that. You can like add using plus and remove it. But I prefer this approach. Okay, so I'll add my API key and I'll say apply and I'll say OK over here. So I've added my API key and here what will happen is when you run the application, the API key and the URL will be injected here. And you will also get the URL and the key over here in these variables. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to do an API call using this URL and the key along with the prompt and get the response and return it as a part of this method. Now here for making an API call, we are going to make use of web client. Okay. It's a way to do a API request. Okay, it's built on top of Project Reactor and it enables us to handle asynchronous non-blocking HTTP requests and responses. It makes this thing well suited for modern reactive web applications. And for this, we are going to need a dependency over here, which will be webflux. Okay, so I'll come over here to my browser and I'll head over to start.spring.io over here. And here just say add dependency and say webflux. Okay, so webflux, reactive web. So if you search for reactive web, you will see this. Okay, and go to explore and just get this. Okay, so you have React over here, this one, and the webflux. So just copy this webflux also. Come over here. Okay, and add the dependency over here. And then come over here again and just copy this dependency of reactor and then come over here and paste it in your pom.xml. So after doing this, just reload Maven changes and you will see the dependencies being added into your project. Okay, so we are going to make use of web client. Okay, so what I will do is I will come over here again to my service. Okay, and here we are going to scroll up something like this, and here I'm going to say private final web client, and I'm going to say web client over here, and we need to get this injected, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a constructor. So I'm going to say add a constructor parameter, or you can make use of Lombok as well, but I'll just add a constructor parameter. You can see. So this will be injected during the runtime by Spring, and then we'll scroll down over here. Okay, and here we'll say string response. So we need to get the response. I'm going to say web client dot post, because this is a post request, right? I'm going to say what is the URI? URI is we have Gemini API URL plus the Gemini API key, something like this. Okay, then come over here, add the headers. Okay, so what is a header? Header is content type, and I'll say comma application /JSON. Okay, and then we need to say retrieve over here, and then we'll say body to mono, and I'm going to say convert this to string class. We need to add a string class, and then here if you scroll down, I'll say block over here. So this is what you need to make use of. Okay, and then we need to return the response, right? So returning the response, we will have to extract the content over here and get the response over here, right? Because if you see over here, the response that you get is in this format, right? The response you get in this format, but this is the actual response for the email. This part will have the response for the email, right? So you need to extract this and return this in the API, right? So what I will do is I'll say return extract response content over here, and I'm going to pass in the response over here, something like this. Now this is a method that exists that will help us extract the response. Okay, so here instead of returning the response, I'll say return extract response and return, something like this. Okay, this will be the final step. We actually need to extract the response as well, because response is not in the format that we might desire, right? So what I will do is I'll create this method here. This method is created, right? We have this response. I'm going to say try catch over here, add a try catch block. Oops. So let me see, try. Okay, try, and we have catch over here with exception over here, E, and I'll say E, or I can say return error processing request, and I'm going to say E dot get message. Okay, so I'm going to say plus E dot get message, something like that. Okay, this is done. We're seeing a warning. String can be replaced with a template. So it's giving us this suggestion. You can replace this with a string template. Okay, it's also throwing an error. I'll just do Control Z and I'll stick to this. Okay. So here within try block, we need to create a object of object mapper over here. Object mapper. I'm going to say mapper, and I'm going to say new object mapper. Okay. So this is something that we make use of, and I'm going to say JSON node, because we need to like iterate through JSON, the JSON response, right? So I'm going to say root node over here is equal to mapper dot read tree, and I'm going to say response. Okay. Now we have this object of root node. Now I'm going to say return. So we'll extract the text, right? From this entire thing, we need to extract the text. So I'm going to say root node. Okay. Now from root node, we need to navigate, right? We need to navigate the JSON tree. So understand this. What we are doing is we are making use of object mapper. Now what is object mapper? If you hover on this, it's coming in from Jackson. Okay. So what it does is it's a tool from the Jackson library that helps in working with JSON data. So it can read, write, and convert JSON data to Java objects and Java objects to JSON data. So vice versa, right? And then with this, what we are doing is we are making use of JSON node over here, right? So read tree is a method that turns the response or the JSON response into a tree-like structure. Now this tree-like structure is being represented by JSON node, and it represents the entire JSON tree. And using this root node, that is an object of type JSON node, we can navigate through the entire tree. That's the benefit. Okay, so I'm going to say dot. Here you can see we have path. So first I'm going to get candidates, something like this. Okay, candidates. Okay, it's better you copy from here, candidates, so that there are no typos. Candidates. I'm going to say dot get. I'm going to say 0 over here. Okay, I'm going to say dot path. What is the path? Path is content. Okay, so I'm getting the first thing or the first item of candidates array. Here you can see this is an array. So I got this, and then I'm getting content over here. Okay, so I'm saying path content. Okay, so it looks for content field inside the first candidate, and then from there I'm getting parts. Oops, sorry, path. I have to say path, and then it's parts, something like this. So over here you have parts, right? Now inside parts, what I need to do is I need to get the first item in parts, right? Because you can see it's an array again, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this get 0 and I'm going to add it again over here. Okay, so get 0 again. And then what we need to do is we need to get text, right? You need to get text from this array. So what I will do is I'll copy this, and here I'll say got text, something like this. Okay, so I have text, and then in the end I'll say dot as text, because you can see as text returns a string. So it is converting it into a string, right? And then I'll like just add a semicolon. So this is just returning the text that we have inside the response, right? So you are actually returning this extract response content from the service. And if you come over here, we are not making use of this service class yet that we have defined, right? So what I will do is here, first of all, I'll map this to post, like post mapping. I'll say this relates to generate over here, something like this. And then over here, I'm going to say response. Okay, and I'm going to say string response is equal to email generator service. Okay, so we need a service. The service is not yet auto wired over here, so we'll make use of service first of all. So I'll say private final email generator service, and I'll say email generator service, something like this. And here we need to get this auto injected. So here I'll make use of all args constructor from Lombok, and here I can say email generator service dot generate email reply, and I'll pass in the email request like so. Okay, and over here I'm going to say dot OK, and here instead of empty string I'll return the response. Okay, this is done. So we have this application ready now. Let us test this. So I'll run this application, okay, and make a note. Okay, this is not initialized in the default constructor. It's not initialized, but I've added this Lombok annotation, so it's not picking Lombok annotation. If you face this issue, just head over to preferences first of all. Okay, preferences you'll find in preferences you'll find over here, settings. On Mac it's called preferences. Here it is called settings. Okay, come over here, head over to like collapse this appearances, head over to build compiler and annotation processing. Here you have to make sure that enable annotation processing is there, and if you select this module over here, annotation profile for email writer SB, this is our project, you have to make sure that this is selected. Obtain processors from project class path, and you have to say apply. Okay, and then try running it. Okay, it should run now. So some configuration issue in the ID, that's it. Okay, we get an error. So what is an error? The error says what is the error over here? If you scroll up, okay, so here it says email writer dot email requires this web client that could not be found. All right, so for this we need to tweak our constructor over here. Okay, so this is here what we need to do is we need to say web client dot builder. Okay, so I'll make use of build over here, web client.builder, and I have web client build over here. And then I'll say this dot web client is equal to web client builder dot build. Okay, so we need to change this constructor logic to something like this. So we are making use of web client dot builder, and we are building a object of web client. And then if you run this, let us see if this runs now. It should run ideally. It runs now, right? So what is our endpoint? Our endpoint is, if you come to controller, it's API/email/generate. Okay, so it's API/email/generate. Something like this. So I'm going to cut this over here. Cut this. Go over to Postman. Okay. Create a collection. I'm going to create a blank collection. I'm going to call this email writer. Something like this. And here I'll add a request. It has to be a post request. Okay. I'll paste the URL. Oops. So it has to be localhost. So I'll say localhost http://localhost:8080, and then I'll paste this. Okay. Now inside this you need two things, right? Here I'll say raw. The data should be raw type. Here you need two things. So one is the tone and the other thing is the request body. So I'm going to add a pair of curly braces. I'm going to say email content, something like this. And here I'm going to add the email content. And here I'm going to say tone, the tone over here. Okay. So the tone will be friendly. And the email content is hello. Maybe you can add some email content. Hello. Thank you for reaching out to us, probably. Okay. Just trying this out. Okay. You can add any sort of email content. Tone is friendly. And you can say send over here. Let us see what is the response you get. Okay. Internal server error. Let us see what the error is. If you scroll in over here. Okay. Scroll up. So here you can see, okay, with root cause 400 bad requests. Okay, so some sort of problem over here. Let us see what the problem is. So errors are inevitable. Okay, you will get errors. That's absolutely okay. So come over here. And here, if you take a look at the API call, I realize that we are not sending in the request body. Okay, so here just after the header, we'll say body value. And we'll set in the request body that we have over here. Okay, so that I'm setting, and let us rerun the application and let us see if it works this time. So the API call that was happening to Gemini, Google Gemini, was happening without a request body in the earlier case, and that is why we got an error. Let us test and see if it works fine now. Okay, so you can see, hi sender name, it was pleasure hearing from you. Please let me know how can I help. So this is the output that you're getting, and this output is passed, and basically we have passed the data that we are getting from the Google Gemini. Okay, and we are parsing it using this. We are extracting it, I would say. Okay, I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we are going to begin building the React front end for our application, and for the same we are going to make use of Vite build tool. So you can go to this website vite.dev, and you can come over here to guide over here, and you can read more about Vite. Okay, so it basically helps you do faster development, and it's basically for modern web projects. So I'll come over here, and here you should have some steps for installation. You don't. So let us go to config, plugins, resources. Okay, guide. Ideally, guide should have the installation steps over here. So here on getting started itself, if you scroll down a bit, you will see the kind of framework it supports. Okay, it supports vanilla, JavaScript, Vue, JS, React, and so on. If you scroll down, you will have some configuration steps for configuring Vite over here. So I'm going to make use of this command. I'll copy this command, come over here to your terminal, and navigate to the folder where you wish to create a React project, and just paste in this command over here. Now, the moment you paste in the command, you will be asked for the project name. So I'm going to say email writer React. This is my project name because it's a React project, so I'm appending it with React. Okay. And then you can select the framework. So I'll select React since we are making use of React. I'll select JavaScript over here in case of variant. And then we will be given these set of commands to follow. So I'm going to copy this first command, paste it. And then I'm going to say npm install. So it will install all the dependencies. We'll wait until all the dependencies are installed. And then I'll just run npm run dev as per the instructions at the top. So here I'm going to say npm run dev. Okay, and this will make sure that the application runs. And you have to copy the URL, come over here and paste it. Okay, so you're going to see this web page over here, and this is a pre-built web page with a counter that you can increment on the fly. All right. So yeah, this is how you can set up the React project using Vite. So we are done with this. What we will also do is we will now install Visual Studio Code. So you can search for Visual Studio Code, and you can head over to this website Visual Studio Code and download it for Windows or Mac or whichever operating system you are on. So it's one of the most popular IDEs for web development, and you can see over here this is how the IDE looks like. Okay, so you can go through this website over here. Okay, and we are going to make use of this. Now, installing Visual Studio Code should be fairly simple for you, just like any other software tool that you would install on your operating system. So I already have this installed, and I'm already a user of Visual Studio Code. So I use Visual Studio Code and IntelliJ heavily. So you would see a lot of recent projects over here that I might have opened or worked on. So you can open Visual Studio Code, you will be presented with a welcome screen, and then what you need to do is you need to head over to here at the top. Okay, and you can say open folder. And when you say open folder, just navigate to the folder where you have created the React app and just open it here. So here I've navigated to the folder, and here you can see this is a project that we had created, Email Writer React, and this is a Spring Boot project. So I'll select Email Writer React. I'll say select folder, and it will open up this folder over here. Okay, and what we can do is here I can head over to the terminal. So we don't actually need to make use of an external terminal over here. I can just shut the server by pressing Ctrl C or Command C or whatever. Come over here, and here in this folder, so once you open the terminal, it will open up in the root directory of the project. So you can say npm run dev. And since your application would require a local server running continuously as you work on the application so that you can test the changes live, you would open this, or you would start the server and you would come over here and you would have this application up and running. All right. So congratulations on moving to Visual Studio Code. So now to build the front end, it's time that we begin setting up the required dependencies. So I'm going to add a new instance of a terminal by clicking on this plus icon. Now, what are the dependencies that we would need? So we are going to make use of Material UI. So if you search for Material UI, you are going to see this website or land on this website. And Material UI is an open source React component library that implements Google's material design. So material design is a design philosophy by Google. And Material UI is an open source React component library that we can make use of. Now, the benefit of using this is you have to just run this command, npm install, you'll add these three things. Okay, and then you can make use of all these components that exist. So if you come over here, okay, you can see like under docs, Material UI, you will see under components, you will see autocomplete, you will see the button component. Okay, so here you can see this is combo box. You have button as well. Okay, where is the button? So here you can see button. Okay, this is the button. So you can use all of these styled components out of the box, right? So I'll come over here to the home page, and here you have okay. So here you have material. Okay, 1 second. So I'll just go back. So this material UI is the project. Okay. And here, if you come, you can see this command over here. This you will also find in docs material UI. You'll see this under installation. You can see this. Okay, so just copy this, come over here and just run this in the root of the project. The moment you run this, you will see all these dependencies being added onto your application. In your application package.json. So this will get updated with these dependencies. We'll also need one more dependencies, and that is Axios. So Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for Node.js. Okay, so we'll be making use of this for making API calls, and you can install Axios using this npm install Axios. So we'll be making use of Axios instead of JavaScript's inbuilt fetch API. Okay, so we have added Axios as well. We have all the dependencies that we need now. I don't think we'll need anything else apart from these. So I'll collapse this. All right, now come over here and we'll go to index.css. I'll get rid of all the default CSS, and from app.css I'll get rid of all the default CSS, and in app.jsx. So you have this counter thing created. Okay, the CSS is removed, but this is coming in from src/app.jsx. So come over here, and within this, we will get rid of this entire thing until here. Like this, okay, and we will say p tag hello. And if you come over here, you can see hello appear, right? And we don't need the state as well. So this is pretty much optimized to our needs. We'll get rid of unnecessary stuff from the top, okay? Now we are ready to start building our application, and that is what we are going to do. All right. So first thing, we are going to need a few state variables. So I'll begin setting up the state variables. I'll say const. Okay, we'll need a state variable called email content to keep a track of the email content. And I'll say set email content over here. This is a state variable. I'll say use state over here. We'll make use of use state hook. Now, this application that we are creating is a simple application that will take email content as the input, tone as the input, and it will give you the generated response as the output, right? Or generated reply as the output. So this is done. Okay, we have this email content. I'll also create tone over here, and I'll say set tone over here. Something like this over here. And this is also initialized to empty. I'll have generated reply. And here I'll say generated reply over here. This is also initialized to empty, and this will be loading over here. Okay, and I'll say set loading over here. Something like this. Okay, and this will be a boolean, so I'll set this to false. Okay, then we have error. So we'll also have a state variable for managing the error state. Okay, so I'll say error. Oops, so caps was on error, and you can say set error over here, something like this. This is done. Okay, now what we need to do is we will set up the UI over here. Okay, and we'll come over here. We don't need this hello. Okay, now out of here in the root tag, I'll make use of container, which is coming in from material UI. I'll say maxed width over here. Max width is MD. Oops. So MD, and I'll say SX is equal to, I'll say PY:4. Okay. So now, oops. So this is also a container. Now, if you want to understand what this container is, you can head over to the browser and just head over to material UI and just go under components. You'll see container over here. Okay, so just look out for container. It should be somewhere over here. Layout. So you can see under layout, you have container. Okay, so it's a fluid container bounded by max width prop value. And if you scroll down here, you can see this is how you create a container. Okay, you have, you can see like go through the entire thing. And here you can see the API documentation as well. So open this API documentation for container. And you should see over here, classes, components. So these are all the props that you can pass in. So max width. So it determines the max width of the container, and container will grow with the size of the screen. So you can set any of these values. You have SX over here, which is a system prop that allows defining system overrides as well as additional CSS styles. So we have added this additional CSS style for padding, right? That is what we have done. Okay, so we'll be making use of these components, so it's best you keep this website handy. You can come over here, you can say typography over here. I can say okay, typography. I'll actually end this, and here you can say variant. What is a variant? Variant can be h4. I can say component is h1. Oops, h1. And then I have a gutter bottom. So I'll say gutter bottom over here. Okay. And here I'll say email reply generator, something like this. Now, if you come to the app, you'll see email reply generator, right? And what did we use? We made use of typography. So if you come over here, this is typography. You can see it makes use of Roboto font by default, right? So you don't have to do all those configurations. And this is the component, right? You can see this is how you make use of typography variant h1 component h2, and you're seeing this over here. Okay, so you can also go to the API documentation and learn more about the props. So what are the props we used? We used variant. Now what is variant? If you scroll down, variant, so applies the theme typography style. So these are all the variants that you can make use of, right? You have component. Now what is component? The component used for the root node, either a string to use HTML element or a component. Okay, so we are making use of this, right? And here what we will do is we'll make use of box over here. Now I'll say box, something like this. Okay, let me import box. If you come over here, box is also a thing over here. So here you should see box. So in fact, you can search for box like so. So it's a layout. It's under layout. Okay, you can see it's a container for grouping items. Okay, you can see this is a box and this is how it's being rendered. You can see. So you can see border, like the custom CSS has been used over here, right? So we are going to make use of this box. I'm going to say over here SX. This is like custom thing I'm adding. I'll say MX over here, colon to that of 3, something like this, right? And here I'll make use of text field like so. Okay, now inside a text field, I'm going to close this text field. Oops, close this. And here I'm going to say full width. Okay, full width, and I'll say multi-line. Okay, this is a multi-line text because this is a text field that we are making use to accept the email content. I'm going to say rows. How many rows you want to have? I'll add 6 rows, for example, because email content will be like it will have a lot of text. It can have a lot of text. Okay, variant I'll have outlined over here. I'll say label over here. What is the label? So label can be original email content, something like this. Then I'm going to say value over here. What is the value? Value is email content. I'll add or empty quotes over here. On change. Now what do you want to do on change? So on change, we can update the state over here. So we have this email content state, right? Which we are not using yet, but we have a setter for that. So I'll say E over here, and I'll say set email content over here, and here I'll say E dot target dot value, something like this. Oops, value. Okay, and here then I'm going to say SX. And what is SX? I'm going to say margin bottom colon 2. Save this. Now, if you come over here to our application, you'll see this original email content being added like this. You can see there was no CSS being used, and yet it's looking really presentable because we are making use of material UI components that are already styled, right? Now over here after box, not after box. So with inside the box itself, just after text field, we'll add a form control. Okay, so I'll say form control. Okay, and what I will do is I'll actually get this closed. So we'll add a sort of form over here, and I'll say input. What is the input? Input label. I'll say input label. I'll say tone. Now what is the tone we need? I'll say this is optional in the UI itself. Okay, and we'll have to say select. So this is a form control that we are adding. Select over here from material UI, and I'll get this select closed. And here I'm going to say select value as tone. Now if tone is not present, okay, I'll add a empty item over here. Okay, and oops, so basically I close this. So inside this I'll say label tone optional. Okay, so here you can say tone, I'll say tone, and here I'll say optional, something like this. Okay, and then here you'll say on change. On change you will see, so we have a state keeping track of tone, so you'll say on change set tone, and you'll pass in e dot target dot value, something like this. Okay, this is done. And now inside this input over here or select over here, you are going to say menu item, something like this. And here you'll say none first of all. So here the value will be empty. So this will be empty brace, empty inverted commas. For menu item, you will say professional over here. Professional, and here you will pass in professional, something like this. You'll copy this, and professional, what else menu items you want to have? So you can say over here casual, so I'll have casual, and here you can say casual, and then here you will have friendly, and this will be friendly as well, like so. Okay, I'll save this, and if you come over here you'll see, okay, this is coming in this way. So the width is not good. I'll come over here, and here for form control I'll say full width, and I'll say SX of margin bottom MV of 2. Okay, this should work. Now if you come, you can see this is looking decent, right? So this is a form control that we have added. Now what we need to do is we need to add a button over here. So I'll come over here just outside this form control. I'll say button, like so, and over here I'll say we'll have to add a button, and this will be, the button will have a text of generate reply. Okay, but we'll be showing generate reply conditionally. So if loading state is true, then in that case show a circular progress. Okay, circular progress will self close it. Circular progress can be of size of 24. Okay, and if this is not true, then in that case you can generate reply like this. Okay, this is done. Oops, so this should be outside this, so I'll add it here, like so. Okay, this is done. Now this is taken care of. Now here for button I'll add some props over here. So I'll say variant as contained, like so. Here I'll say on click. So on click over here, you'll have to add handle submit. Now this handle submit function does not exist, but we'll be adding that shortly. I'll say disabled. Is this disabled? So we'll disable this if email content is missing or the state is loading. So these are the two conditions. So I'll say if email content is negative or the state is loading over here. Okay, and I'll say full width over here. Okay, now handle submit does not exist, but what we will do is we'll scroll up here, and I'll say const handle submit over here is equal to async, and I'll say like so, and I'll say over here this is the function. Okay, so we'll work on this function later on, but for now this UI part is done. And if you come over here, you can see this button disabled. Now if you enter anything, this button will get enabled. Why? Because we have added that condition that if there is no email content, just disable this button. It makes sense, right? Rather than dealing with unnecessary validations. Okay, So this is taken care of now. We can also display the error here at the bottom. So we have a state actually that keeps track of errors. So what I can do is here under box error over here, I'll say error, and so for error over here, we need to display the error. So I'll get this typography thing over here. We have made use of typography. I'll copy this typography. We'll come over here and I'll paste it over here. So I'll say here variant. So variant, I don't need variant over here. Okay, I'll get rid of component as well, gutter bottom as well. So I'll get rid of this. I'll say color. I need color over here. Now what is the color? Color is error. I'll say error. I'll say sx is equal to mp colon 2, something like this. Okay, and here instead of saying email reply generator, I'll just say error, something like this. Okay, this is the state that we have. Okay, this is done. Now after typography, what we would be doing is here I will like add the generated reply. So we need to like add the generated reply. So what I will do is I'll say here we can say if generated reply exists, then in that case I'll say and I'll add this over here. Okay, now here I'll have to end this with a semicolon. Now here what we need to do is okay, we don't need a semicolon there. Actually it's showing an error because we don't have anything inside these round braces. So here I can say box. First of all, I'll end this box, and for box I'm going to say sx is equal to here empty margin top of 3. Okay, for box I'm going to have a typography, okay, like so, and here variant of h6 and gutter bottom. Okay, and you will say generated reply, something like this. Okay, now here after typography you will have a text field like so. Okay, and inside text field, okay, text field we can actually self close. So I'll self close this text field, and here you're going to say full width, you're going to say multi-line, you're going to say rows, how many rows you want to display. I'll say 6 for now, and variant is equal to outlined. Okay, these are all the props that we are passing in. Value, what is the value you want to display? So if generated reply exists, you pass in generated reply, or you pass in an empty string. Okay, so this is done. And then you have input props. You'll say read only is true. I'll say read only, oops, true, something like this. Okay, this is done, and we are done with this. Okay, so we are displaying this. Now what you can do is you can add a button here. Okay, let's add a button. So button will be for copying, copying the text generated. So I have this button, and here you can say copy to clipboard. Okay, and here you can say variant is outlined, and you will say sx is equal to margin top colon 2, like so. And here you will say on click. So what should happen on click over here? You'll have a empty function coming in, and you'll say navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and I'll just pass in the generated reply. So this is how you copy text to a clipboard. Okay, and this is done, and here at the bottom here you'll say copy to clipboard. This is done, right? Box is closing, container, and I'll save this. Now if you come over here, okay, you have this UI. You won't see other stuff over here like error and generated reply because those does not exist. Okay, but now since we have the UI, what we can do is we can work on this handle submit function. So if you scroll up at the top, we have added handle submit. Now this is going to do a API request. So first of all, I'm going to set the loading over here, loading state to true. because of course API request is in progress, so loading state is true. Set error. If there are any sort of previous errors, I'll just clear them off, okay, because we need to keep track of fresh errors. I'll just add a try catch block over here, okay. Error is over here, and I'll say set error. So if error is generated, I'm making use of setter for error, and I'm saying failed to generate email reply. Okay, please try again. Something like this. So I'm having a user-friendly error message, and I'm like printing console.error over here onto the console. I'm going to say error over here, something like this. Okay, so this is taken care of, the error part. Okay, I'll have finally. Why finally? Because I need to set loading for false. So irrespective of whether the API call was successful or it generated errors, it was not successful, we'll have finally block executed, setting the loading to false. Now I'm going to say const response, and let's make the API call. So I'm going to say await dot, okay, await Axios. So I'm going to import Axios over here, dot post. Now it's a post request, of course, to the endpoint. Now what is the endpoint? This is our endpoint, right? So I'll copy this, come over here, paste it. Okay, this is the endpoint, and I'll say comma, and I'll add a open and curly brace, and here I'll say email content. Okay, and then I'll say comma, I'll say tone over here. So I'm passing in the email content and the tone as a part of the request body. Okay, and then what we will do is we'll close this. We'll add a semicolon, and I'll say set generated reply. So I need to update the update the state over here, generated reply. So I'm calling set generated reply. What should I set it to? I'll say type of over here. Okay, if type of response dot data is equal to string. Okay, if the type of response dot data is string, then in that case, assign response dot data to set generated reply. Otherwise, what you can do is you can basically say, JSON dot, so we'll say JSON dot stringify. Okay, and I'll say response dot data. So we are actually returning string only from the backend, but I'm just adding an additional check to see if the response dot data is string. If it is a string, then I'm assigning the response dot data. Otherwise, I'm converting it to a string and returning. So that's one sort of step that I've added. Okay. Now, if you come over here, let us test the application. Okay. If I say hello, how are you? Okay. Now, of course, this is not going to work because we don't have the course set. So if you don't know what course is, if you send this generate a reply, you'll get this error saying has been blocked by course policy. So basically, the request to the backend to this URL has been blocked from this URL. Why? Because you are doing a cross origin request from localhost 5173 to localhost 8080. So whenever you try to do an API request from one domain to another, modern browsers will usually be blocking it unless you are setting the course policy in your backend and explicitly mentioning that you want to allow the API request coming in from this front end. Okay. So for that, what we need to do is we need to head over to the backend and we need to do some sort of little configuration that will enable the course request. So I'll come over here to our backend, and here in the controller, I will say cross origin. So I'm enabling cross origin request, and I'm going to say origins. Okay, which origins I want to allow it from? All. Okay, and I'll simply run this. Okay, simply run this so that we have these configurations applied. So for this entire controller, we are accepting requests from any origin. Come over here and try to generate a reply again. So I'll clear this, generate the reply. So you could also see the error state working. Did you see the error state working? Right? So we saw the error in red, and here you can see generated replies. Hi, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you? So this is coming in from AI, right? And here at the bottom, you have a button to copy this response to the clipboard as well. So if you say this, it will be copied to clipboard and you can see it's copied, right? So it's working fine. Okay, you can generate the response based on professional, or I hope this email finds you well. Thank you for your email. How may I assist you today? Okay, so it's professional. You can make it friendly. Hi, I hope you are doing well. How can I help you today? So you can basically make use of this application. Now we have a front end, right? And it's working fine. Now, one thing I would like to highlight here, we added cross origin star. So we are accepting requests from all the origins, because today we have a React app. Tomorrow we could add a Chrome extension or something like that. We can have requests from coming in from different places, right? So I've enabled it for all the origins. Okay. You can choose not to do or specify the host as well, right? In the place of star. So yeah, this application is working fine, and you can also see the state and all is working fine as well, right? So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. Hey there. So now it's time that we begin thinking about the Chrome extension, and we are going to understand how we can build a Chrome extension and how we can consume the APIs that we have built with Spring Boot. So the best part about APIs is they can be consumed from anywhere, whether it's a front-end application, whether it's a Chrome extension, or whether it's a mobile app. So you can create any sort of application, even desktop applications. So you can create any sort of applications and consume APIs that are hosted on the internet. All right. So here on Google, I have incognito mode open, and here on Google, just search for how to create extension in Google Chrome. Now you will see tons of articles over here, and I'm going to take a look at the official ones from Chrome and Google. Okay. So here there are two links. Okay. This is like extensions getting started. Okay. And I'll open this in a new tab, and I have this another link, create and publish Chrome apps and extensions. Okay. So I'll open this. All right. Now over here, if you see, you can see like this is how you can build an app or an extension for Google Chrome. All right. So here they've given some steps, and you have the link to get started tutorial with Chrome extensions building. All right. And if you click on this link, this get started tutorial, you will actually land on this page itself. Okay, developer.chrome.com, which is the first link over here. All right. So here you will find an overview of how you can create, like first step is create a folder where you will have all the extension files. You will create a manifest. Then you will save the file as manifest.json. You'll add a logo. You'll test it. So it's a very high level step. Okay. You can follow this if you're familiar with how you can create extensions, but we are going to go a little bit deep and understand nitty-gritties of extensions, right? Now over here, you will see this link. Okay, this is from Chrome for developers. And here you will see everything in detail. Okay, so build your first extension. Now, one thing I forgot to talk about is what is an extension first of all. All right. Now here in browser, basically you have extensions that you can add. Now, every browser supports extension. For example, Firefox and Chrome are two most popular browsers out there, and they both supports extension, which help you enhance the ability of the browsers. So there are some inbuilt features that browser has, and if you want to enhance or extend those abilities or features, or you want to add some extra features into your browser, you can make use of extensions. So extensions are like plugin that you have to install onto your browser, and you can make use of it. That is what extensions are, just in case if you are not aware. Okay, so if you come over here, you have this get started. Okay, now you can see over here what are extensions. So Chrome extensions enhance the browsing experience by customizing user interface, observing browser event, and modifying the web. Okay, they help you add additional features. How are they built? You can build using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And what can they do? They can do a lot of things. Okay, you can read more about the guide. Now, there are some terminologies that are mentioned over here. Okay, and like I'll talk about a few terminologies like manifest. Now, what is a manifest file? So it's a file, and this is the only required file. So rest all the files are optional. But if you're building a Chrome extensions, this is the only required file that must have the specific name as manifest.json. So when you load the extension into Google Chrome is going to look for a file with this name, and it is going to load the extension. And this is a file that has all the configuration for that particular extension. Okay. Now, one more thing I would want to mention, that I'm talking about Chrome extension here. If you want to build an extension for Firefox, you can refer to the appropriate documentation. Okay. Because see, I'm teaching you how to build an extension using Chrome. Okay. And I'm taking you through each and every step. Like I'm Googling, I'm going through the documentation. I'm showing you how you can even read the docs. So this knowledge is very essential, because tomorrow if some other browser comes into market, you should be aware of how you can crack, like how you can build an extension for the same browser as well. Okay, how you can crack the development for the same. So that is really important, and that's what software engineering is. You need to figure things out, right? So you can see over here manifest. So this is an important file when it comes to Chrome extension building. It also has to be located in the extension root directory, and the manifest records important metadata, like I said, configuration. Okay, it defines resources, permissions, everything around the extension. It also has the extension name. So all of this is defined in manifest. All right. Service worker. So it says it's a worker that runs in the background and handles browser events like removing a bookmark and all. Content script. So this is like JavaScript. Okay, it runs in the context of web page. We have toolbar action, side panel, and declarative net request. So we are not going to use this, but we are going to mainly use manifest, and we are going to use a few scripts to build our extension. Okay, and you can publish it to Chrome Web Store as well, so that people can search and download your extension. That is something you can do. Okay, now if you scroll down, you have very good tutorials that have been provided by Chrome team over here. Okay, so a huge applaud for them. They've made extension building so easy. So here you can see you can build your first extension by following this tutorial. Okay, and you can see there are quite a few tutorials over here. You can debug your extension, handle service work, create a tab manager, inject scripts into the active tab, run scripts on every page. So all of this can be done. Okay, and here there are a few tabs at the top that can help you also explore the extension building. You can also take a look at the AI tab over here, and here there is a get inspired tab. You can go over here and you can get inspired with what World has built. How Spotify is using picture-in-picture API to build a Spotify mini player. Scroll driven animation case studies. So all of these are case studies, okay, from people across the globe. All right, now if you come over here, what we are going to do is we are going to like start this first tutorial, our first extension. Okay, and this is a very simple extension, and as per the convention, whenever you're learning something new, you first make hello world in that particular language or technology. So here also we'll be making hello world extension. We'll be following this step-by-step guide. Okay, it's not a rocket science. We'll follow it step by step, and we'll basically simulate this onto our local machine. Okay, now the IDE that I'll be making use of is like Visual Studio Code. All right, because this is the best IDE when it comes to web development. It's free and open source, so be sure to have Visual Studio Code installed onto your system, and we'll go through it. So okay, so what does this extension do? It will help us create a hello world example and load the extension locally, right? So this is what the extension look like. It has this logo and it shows this pop-up over here, right? Hello extensions. Okay, now here it's guiding us like what we need to do. So first we need to create a new directory for all our extension files. So as directed, I'll head over to my Explorer, and here in this particular folder on my local machine, I'm creating all the files related to this project. So I have this email writer SB, which is a Spring Boot project, which is the backend API. Then I have the React application folder, and this folder has the React app. I'll create one more folder over here, which will have the hello world extension. So I'll say hello world. Okay, and I'll say ext, something like this. Okay, so I've added this, and I'll keep this folder over here. Now what you can do is you can actually open this folder. I'll just copy this. Okay, you can actually open this folder in Visual Studio Code. So I'll just say open folder over here, and I'll just navigate to this folder here, something like this, and I'll just say select folder. So this is just going to open this folder, and I'll just close this because we are going to create all the files over here. All right, now if you come over here, okay, it's telling us if you prefer, you can download the full source code from GitHub. So here they have a GitHub URL as well, which is very generous of them. And here you can see tutorial.hello world. They have these 4 files that we are going to create. One is an HTML file, hello extensions.png, which is likely the logo of the extension. manifest.json, which I already spoke about, and we have popup.js, which is a JavaScript file. Manifest.json is holding all the configuration related to the extension, and hello.html is loading the JavaScript. All right. So I'll come over here. I'll just close this case study tab. Okay. I'll close all the unwanted tabs. Come over here and we'll see. Okay. We'll follow this tutorial. So create a new file called manifest.json. And like we know, this JSON file describes the capabilities and configuration, right? So it is helping us define all the configuration, like what sort of version this extension is having. So take a look at this file. This is a sample file over here that we are going to create. So it has a name, you can see. It has a description, which is the description of the extension, the version, the manifest version, action. So this is so you can see over here. Okay. For example, most manifests contain action key, which declares the image Chrome should use as an extension action icon. So you can see this is the default icon, hello extensions.png. So this icon that you see over here, hi, that is what it's being shown over here, default icon, right? And the HTML page to show in the pop-up when the extensions icon is clicked. So if the user clicks on this extension, what should happen? So that is being defined by this HTML. Okay. So that's what action is doing over here, right? So this is what we are going to do. So I'll copy this file name. Okay. Be sure not to have any sort of spelling mistake over here. And that's the sole reason why I'm copying it. I'll just create this JSON in the root of the extension directory. I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay. So this manifest.json is created. All right. Now scroll down. Okay. They are also giving us the icon. So I'll just open this icon.png and I'll save it over here. So what I will do is I'll copy this image, copy image. I'll come over here. Let me paste it. Are you sure you want to paste? Yes, of course. So you can see the image is over here now, image.png. Okay. And it's called hello extensions.png, right? So I'll close this actually, and we need to name the image as hello extensions.png. Okay. So be sure to change its name to match what's there in the default icon. So if you're mentioning hello extensions.png, be sure to change the name of the image to hello extensions.png. So I'll right click, I'll say rename, and I'll update the image name over here, something like this. Okay. So this is done. All right. Now what we need to do is for the pop-up, we need to create an HTML file. So I'll copy this. We need to say hello.html, and hello.html because we have mentioned the HTML file name as hello.html over here. If you're changing this name, be sure to create a file with that name. Okay. So I'll say hello.html, something like this. Okay. And then come over here, scroll down. Okay. And we are going to, the extension now displays a pop-up when the extensions action icon bar is clicked, and you can test it in Chrome by loading it locally. All right. So now is the time. We have a very simple extension, which is just loading this pop-up, right? Which is loading this UI, hello extensions. So we need to now test it, and to test it, we need to load this extension into our browser. Now, what does loading mean? Now, loading is a process wherein we are actually telling Chrome to load this extension or load all the files of this extension and show us the output so that we can test it. Okay. So you can see over here, they've also given steps as to how you can load the extension. All right. So to load an unpacked extension in developer mode, go to extension page by entering this into your browser. Okay. So you can enter this into your browser. So I'll copy this and you can enter over here. But one thing, I'm in incognito mode. In incognito, it won't load extensions. Okay. So to load this, you need to go to actual browser mode and you can just paste this URL over here. So you'll see this open up. Okay. Now, if you're not interested in pasting this, you can also go from here. You can click on options. Okay. Scroll down and you should see extensions over here, and you have this option to manage extensions. So if you click on that, you will come over here, the same page. So you can do that way as well, or you can directly paste the URL. Okay. Whichever way you prefer. So go over here. Now what you need to do is alternatively, you can click on the extension puzzle menu. Okay. So this is they are saying what I just showed you. Okay. And you need to enable the developer mode. So you need to enable the developer mode before you load the extension, and then you need to click on load unpacked button and select the extension directory. Okay. So come over here. I'll just show you what needs to be done. Now on the right hand side here in Google Chrome, you will see developer mode. What this means is you can enable developer mode over here, and you are telling Google Chrome that give me options so that I can use all the features that are there in Google Chrome for building extensions. So if you say enable developer mode, you will see this option pane appear, and here you have an option to like load unpacked extension, pack extension, and update. So I'll say load unpacked. Okay, now when you say load unpacked, it will show a explorer, and you need to navigate to the directory where you have created all the files for extension. Okay, for example, this is the directory where we have created all the files for extension. So we need to navigate over there, and we need to select that directory, and we need to say okay. So let me show that to you. So I just navigated to the folder where my project is created and all the file related to this project is. Now in this folder, there is a folder that I've created hello world extension, ext. So I'll select this, and the moment you select this, you will see extension loaded at the bottom left. And here you will see hello extensions 1.0 base level extension. Now, where is this coming in from? So if you come over here, hello extensions is the name, and base level extensions is the description that you have given to it. Okay. You can see the ID and version also being shown over here. So version is coming in over here. It's being picked up from here. Okay. So if you are launching extension onto Chrome App Store or Chrome Web Store, you can basically update the version for every new release over here. Okay. You have the manifest version as well. All right. Now this is done. Okay. The extension is loaded. Now what you can do over here is if you come here, let us take a look at the guide. You have to pin the extension. Okay. What does this mean? So if you come here, you can see there is no extension icon that is being shown over here. So for the extension icon to be shown over here, you need to pin it so that you can see it all the time. So I'll click on this icon, which is the extensions icon, and you can come over here. You can see your extension, right? And you can see these extensions do need to see and change information on this side because we have not taken any permission. So that is why it's showing you this, right? You can pin it. Now you can see the icon. This is the icon that we have actually added over here. This is the icon, right? And you're seeing that icon appear over here. Okay. When you said pin, you're seeing this icon appear over here now, right? And when you click on this, you can see hello extensions. And where is this coming from, right? This is coming in from the HTML file that is being loaded, h1 extensions, right? You can see this. Okay. How great is this? You can see hello extensions, right? So you can see now how this worked, and this is the output that we are getting as well. All right. Now what we would do is we would make a small change, and we'll see how we can refresh the change. So here you can see it's asking us to update the copy. So I'll just copy this hello extensions of the world. I'll just paste it over here. Hello extensions of the world. I saved it and come over here, and let us like see over here. You can see this did not require us to reload the extension. Okay. What does this mean is reloading is a process wherein you click on this icon. You can see this reload icon here, this reload icon. Okay. So you can reload if you have made some change onto your extension, you should reload. And there are kinds of changes that require reload. So if you come over here, okay. So here you can see they've demonstrated as to how you can reload the extension. And you can see if you change the manifest, you need to reload the extension. If you change the service worker, content script, pop-up. So pop-up options page and HTML pages do not require reload like we just saw. We made a change to HTML and we did not require reload. But changes like manifest, service worker, all of these and content script require reload. Okay, so it's important that you understand how you can do reloads. Okay, let's talk about console logs and errors over here. Okay, so we will add a script over here. We'll say script.src. Okay, let us add this. We'll add this link, and then we'll create a popup.js and we'll add this file. Okay, so I'll say popup.js and we'll add this. This is a popup over here. Okay, now to see this message in the console, open the popup, right click the popup and say inspect, and then you will see this in the DevTools. Okay, so we'll come over here in the browser, we'll open this, we'll say right click, inspect. And you can see here, you'll see console, and you can see this is a pop-up. I'll just zoom in. Can you see this? This is a pop-up, right? So this is how it would work. And I hope this has given you some good clarity as to how things are working. Okay. Now, if you like here, they've purposely broken the code. Okay. So you can copy this. Okay. And let me break the code. I'll paste this. And if you save this, okay, if you save this and if you say reload, okay, it will reload. And you can see it, there is an error that it has got. And you can see this error tab over here that has appeared. So you can click on errors and you will see this error over here. So you can debug things this way, right? So I hope these things are useful, and I hope this tutorial is actually helpful, or pretty straightforward and to the point. Okay. And yeah, they have also given you the structure of an extension project. So whenever you create a extension project, you need to have manifest.json in the root. Then this is how you can structure things. You can have pop-up related files in the pop-up folder, script related files in the script folder, images in the image folder. You have background.js, which is a worker, service worker. And then you have a manifest.json, which is a manifest file, right? So this is a tentative structure that is being recommended by Chrome team for an extension project. Okay. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along this simple tutorial of how you can build extensions with Google Chrome. Now it's time that we begin creating the extension which will work with our backend API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder in this particular project. So here I'm in this folder. And I'm going to create a new folder over here. I'm going to say email writer extension, something like this. Okay, you can call the folder whatever you want to, but this is a folder that is going to have all the extension related files. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to close whatever is open in Visual Studio Code. We'll be making use of Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to say open folder. And here I'm going to navigate to the folder which I just created. So here in this folder, I just created email writer ext. I'm going to select this and we'll open this folder over here. I'm going to knock off this welcome screen or welcome tab over here. Okay, we don't need that. So here under this folder, now I'm going to create all the files that I'm going to need for this extension. So first I'm going to have manifest, okay, manifest.json over here. Okay, I'm going to have, let's say content.js. Now what is content.js? Content.js is the JavaScript file that is going to help us inject the button onto Gmail Compose screen and even Gmail's user interface. And it is going to help us do the API call and everything else we need to do for this particular extension to function. We're going to need some sort of CSS as well. So I'm going to say content, okay, content.css. So this is our CSS file that is going to have some sort of styling for our project, okay, for our extension. Now let us begin defining the manifest.json. Now manifest.json is the main configuration file that is needed for every extension that exists. So what we are going to do is we are going to define all the configuration that we need for our extension over here, like extension name, version, description, even permissions, and we are going to have all of that defined so that when we load this extension into Google Chrome knows what this extension needs. So let us begin defining our manifest.json file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a pair of curly braces. I'm going to say manifest underscore version colon. Okay, I'll just close this and I'll say colon, and over here I'll say 3. Okay, so this will be 3. Okay, and in fact what you can do is you can come over here and you can actually copy paste a boilerplate code over here. So you can simply copy this rather than just typing in everything. Okay, you can simply copy this, copy all of this, and this is a starting point, and you can change the values. So I'll say email writer assistant. So you can actually name your application whatever, or name your extension whatever you wish to. And over here you can add the description. I'll say AI powered email reply generator, something like this. Okay, So this is something that I'm saying. Extension version is 1.0. I have manifest version as 3. And action is something that, so instead of default pop-up, I'll say default title over here. Okay, so default title is something that I'll add, and here we'll add a title to the extension. I'll say email writer assistant, something like this, and I'll get rid of this one. We don't need the second one. So icon you can add, but I'm not bothering to add that right now. Okay, you know how you can add the icon. If you want to add, you can add it later on. Okay, but I'm just going to focus on the functionality. So we have this setup now. We are going to add a few more tags over here. Okay, now if you're not clear of what tag I'm adding or what key value pair I'm adding, then what you can do is you can come over here onto the documentation. I'll give you a reference guide. So you can click over here on this homepage, Chrome for Developers, and you will come on this page. Okay, so developer.chrome.com. Now over here, just head over to this navigation bar. Okay, and find reference over here. So where is reference? Okay, so reference I don't see over here. Okay, so what we will do is we'll scroll down. Okay, and we'll go to docs, see all the documentation, and inside here we are not seeing yet. Okay, so one second. So go back over here. We'll go to the tutorial again. Okay, so here scroll up. We'll say okay, so this is not the right place to be in my opinion. Go to extensions over here. Okay, I got it. So I clicked on extensions from the docs. Okay, now here you'll go to reference and you'll select manifest over here. Okay, so select manifest, and manifest is basically all about this manifest file. Okay, so you can see it's talking what manifest file is. Some examples of manifest over here. Okay, you can see it is used. This thing is used to inject a content script, register a content script, and so on. Okay, if you scroll down, you will see the definition of all the keys that are required by extension platform. So you can see description. So what does this do? Icon, what does this do? Action, what does this do? All of this, you can add an author as well. Okay, so this is the documentation or the master doc that you can think of. Okay, and you can refer to this if there is something that you wish to use or enhance in this application. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'm going to add some things over here. Okay, so here just under manifest version, I'm going to add permissions, something like this. Okay, and here I'm going to come in, I'm going to add a comma, and I'm going to say I need a couple of permissions over here. So permissions, if you come, let's see. Okay, is there permissions being used anywhere? Okay, this you can see this is how the permissions is being used. So you can even copy this from here if you want to use something. I'll copy this and you'll see an error if you don't add a comma in the end. Okay, now I need couple of permissions. One is active tab, you can see active tab, and I need storage. Okay, so these are the two permissions I need. And if you want to know what the meaning of this permission is, so you can scroll down over here. Okay, and you can see you can search for permission, something like this. Okay, it won't come over here. Let me search for this. Okay, permissions, you can see over here. See, so you can see this is the permission that extension has. Okay, it's simple, and there are a couple of things that I've added as permissions, and as you can see, active tab. Now what does active tab mean? Active tab allows the extension to access the currently active tab when the user clicks on the extension icon. So whatever is active right now in the browser, the extension will have the permission to access it. All right. What is storage? Storage lets the extension store and retrieve data like saving settings or any sort of user preferences that your extension might need. All right. So that is what it is. We also need host permissions. So if you scroll up over here, okay, if you scroll up, let us see, register a content script, pop up with permissions. So you can see this host permission over here. This is an array. So I'll just copy this again. I'll add that as well. Now, what is host permissions? Okay, so I need to add tab over here so that it indents. All right. So with the help of host permission, what you can do is you can tell Google Chrome that these are the specific websites that the extension is allowed to interact with. Now, which are the websites that we want extension to allow interacting with? Okay, first is our backend. Okay, so I'm going to like get rid of this entire thing over here. I'm going to say http /localhost : 8080 over here. Okay, and I'll say /star. So all the APIs I should be able to access. And since this is an array, I'll add one more value over here. What is the another value? I want my extension to interact with mail.google.com because this is going to work on Gmail. Okay, so this URL is something that I should be able to access with. Okay, so two things. One is our local server, and this is useful during development. If you host your backend server elsewhere, be sure to add that URL over here. Second thing is we are allowing our extension to work on Gmail pages. All right. So this is done. The next thing we need is we need to specify things about content scripts. Okay. So I'll come over here, and here you can see inject a content script. Okay. Now this is okay. Where is the content script tag here? Here there is no content script tag as I can see. Register a content script. Okay, this is a content script tag that we should be making use of. Okay, and this allows us to register a content script. Now, what is a content script in our application? So it's content.js, and we also have one more script which is content.css. So we need to register both of them, and we need to tell the extension that hey, or we need to tell the Google Chrome browser that hey, we want these two scripts to be working on these pages. Okay, how are we going to specify? I'll show you that. So I'll select this entire array over here. I'll copy this. I'll come over here. Just under this, I'll add this, and here something like this over here. I'll add a comma in the end. Okay, so that the error goes away. Now over here, you'll see content scripts is the tag. Okay. First thing I'm saying is JS. I'm also specifying matches. Now, what does matches do? First of all, I'll start with matches. Matches specifies which web pages the script should run on. All right. Now, where do we want our scripts to run? We want our scripts to run on Gmail, right? So I'll copy this Gmail URL and I'll add it over here, something like this. So we want the scripts that we are specifying to run on Gmail, right? JS tag will mention the JavaScript file that will run on the matched pages. So which is our file, JavaScript file? It's content.js. So I'll just remove this content script.js. Okay, it's content.js over here. So this is something we have specified. I can just take this on a single line over here so that it looks a bit tidy. Okay, I have matches also that can be taken onto a single line. Okay, so that it does not look too long. This is done. All right. What I would do is I would also add a couple of more scripts. I'll say CSS. We'll make use of this similar format over here. And here I'll add an array like we have. I'll say content.css. So this is going to run the CSS files that will style the pages when the script runs. Okay. You can add more CSS files if you have, like specifying comma over here. Okay. But we have only one. After CSS, I'll say run underscore at, and I'll add a colon over here, and run underscore at, I'll say document underscore end. Now what does this do? So this is actually ensuring the script runs after the web page is fully loaded. We are saying run at document end. Okay. Now if you want to learn more and understand or explore what all values you can add, what we will do is we'll copy this content scripts. We'll come over here. We'll say Control F and search for content scripts. So you will see this on the left hand pane, content scripts. I'll select this. Okay. So you'll be taken to this particular page, and here you have everything about content scripts. So you can see a content scripts key specifies a statically loaded JavaScript or CSS file to be used on every time the page is opened or match a certain URL pattern. Okay. So here you can see this is how you can specify. This is exactly how we have specified, but this thing has more properties over here mentioned. Okay. So you can see you can specify CSS and JS in the form of array over here. All right. You can specify the paths, matched URL. So matched property is required only if you want to basically run or load the scripts when the URL is matched. Okay. You can also make use of exclude matches, include globs, exclude globs, and so on. Right. If you scroll down, you'll see the format in which these are supposed to be used. Okay. Now you can see over here, https star.example.com/star. So it will match this. even the subdomains it will match, because you are mentioning star over here in case of subdomains, right? But it won't match this. You can see my.example.com over here. You can see it is not matching this. It is not even matching this. It is not even matching this. Okay. Now, if you scroll down, you have another version of this. You can see how it's matching and not matching. So the documentation is very comprehensive. You can see over here. Okay. So this is what we are doing, and you can also specify runtime and execution environment. So by default, content scripts are injected when the document and all the resources are finished loading. So this is the default behavior. Okay. But you can specify run at, you can specify document start, document end, document idle. Okay. Document start is when the document is still loading. Document end is the page resources are still loading. Okay. And the DOM basically is loaded. Okay. By this time, document end. And DOM and resources have finished loading. This is the default. Okay. So you can change based on what you wish to do. Okay. So we have specified this. All right. And what we need to do is we will specify one more tag over here. Okay. So we'll come back to our original example over here. Okay. And here, if you go, okay, we don't have an example that is making use of web accessible resources. Now, this property or this key, web accessible resources, defines files within the extension that can be accessed by web pages or other extensions. Okay, so that is what you can specify. So if you go to web accessible, so this is the complete page of this particular key over here. Okay, so this is how you can make use of, right? So you can see over here, there are two sub keys within this main key. So you can see this is the first one, resources. So it's an array of string, okay? And it is a basically path that is given resource from the extension's root directory. Okay, so you are giving access to all of this. So test1.png, test2.png. Okay, and then you have matches as well. So matches simply specifies the condition or a pattern as to which sites can access this set of resources. So resources will specify the resources and matches will tell which sites can access these resources. Okay, so what I will do is I'll copy this entire thing. Okay, so that we can avoid typos over here. I'll come over here, I'll paste this, and instead of having like couple of objects over here, so this is an array, there are two objects. This is the first one, this is the second one. I'll get rid of one object. We don't need this over here. Okay, and what you can do is you can specify resources over here by adding, icons. Okay, so you can say something like this. You can say icons dot star over here. Okay, and over here you can add mail.google.com, something like that. So here you can have the path matching. So this entire thing over here you can add over here. Okay, so if you have an icons directory, you can basically enable the access of icons to this particular website. So tomorrow, if you are adding icon, you will be adding button, right? Generate an AI reply. So you can create an icons directory and you can expose these icons to this particular site, basically, right? And then what we have done is we have actions key over here, which is defining the default title that appears when you hover over the extension icon in the browser toolbar. So that is what this is defining, like default title. All right. So this is our manifest.json, and we are done defining manifest file. Now what we can do is we can actually test this much of code, and here in content.js, okay, we'll add a console.log statement over here. We'll say email writer extension. So I'll say content script loaded over here. Okay. So what we will do is we will head over to Google Chrome. Okay. And we'll try loading this extension. And if we see this being printed onto the console, it means like everything is working fine and these scripts are being loaded in the right way. Okay. So here you can come over here. All right. And so here you can come over here and you can say load unpacked, and we'll head over to the directory like email writer ext. Okay, so this is our extension. I'll say select folder, and you can see the extension is loaded now. You can come over here. You'll see this email writer assistant. I'll just pin this. Okay, and here if you say let me inspect, we'll go to inspect. Okay, and we'll go to console. So actually I'm not seeing console log here because this is an extensions page, right? So extension won't load on this page. Why? Because if you remember here in manifest.json, we have mentioned that it should only load the content.js when the URL matches this, right? So we need to head over to this URL, mail.google.com. So here I have a dummy email open. Okay, this is a dummy email. I can right click and I can say inspect over here. Okay, so go to inspect. And here under console, if you refresh, okay, you will see email writer extension content script loaded. So this is actually loading on Gmail only and not on any other tab. So if you go to any other page, it won't load because of this thing over here, right? This thing. So it validates that our extension is loading in the correct way. And now we can begin writing the code and we can develop this extension further. Now, to begin developing the extension, the first thing we would need is something called as a mutation observer. Okay, so what is a mutation observer? So if you come over here to Google, search for mutation observer this way, and you'll see this link from developer.mozilla.org. So come over here, okay, and you can see over here, mutation observer is an interface that provides the ability to watch for changes being made to the DOM tree. Okay, so understand this Gmail thing over here that you are seeing, okay, it's a DOM that is being loaded into the browser. Now, when the user clicks on the compose button, I should be able to see this button over here, which is specific to my application, my extension, and it should be the generate email reply using or create an email using, using AI. Or if a user clicks on reply, and if this pop-up comes in, this compose, then basically you should have this generate email reply button over here, right? So what I want to do is I want to dynamically inject the button over here based on the DOM changes. And for this, I need to make use of mutation observer, right? So I need to first watch for the changes that are being made to the DOM tree. And then basically I need to do whatever I want to do. Like for example, inject the button. Right. So if you scroll down over here, there is a nice example as well as to how you can, make use of it. So here you can mention the target node. Okay. This is a node that will be observed for mutations. Okay. And then you specify some sort of configuration over here. You mention like child list is equal to child list is equal to true, subtree is equal to true, attributes also true. Okay, now whatever things you want to observe, you specify true for them. So for example, I need to observe child list, subtree, attributes. So under this root, everything is being observed. And then you specify the callback function that you want to execute when mutations are observed. So if there is any change in the DOM, then based on your configuration, the callback function is essentially executed. So you can see this is a callback that is being defined. And then you are making use of mutation observer. And you are basically creating an observer instance, okay, that is linked to the callback function, and then you are starting observing the changes. You can see over here, okay, and you can even disconnect this when you want to stop observing. Okay, so this is an example that is there. Okay, so we are going to need two mutation observers. One mutation observer will watch the changes in the DOM to detect when the compose window is added. Okay, so whenever the compose window is added, we need to know that event, right? So that we can inject our button. And the second mutation observer will watch for the URL changes. Okay, now if there is any sort of URL changes that are happening, like compose. So if you click over here, you will see the URL changes over here. URL change to compose equal to new, right? So this is a URL change as well. So if these kind of URL changes happens, right? And if there are situations where Gmail uses dynamic navigation without full page reloads, then you need to watch for these events, because page reload did not happen over here when I clicked on compose, right? Page reload did not happen. The URL got updated, but page reload did not happen. So all these things we need to observe for, and we need to inject the buttons based on our application. So that is what we are going to do. So what we will do is we will begin defining our own mutation observer, and I'm here in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so I'm going to say const, I'm going to say observer over here. I'm going to say is equal to new mutation observer. You can see this mutation observer. I'm going to make use of this. Okay, and I'm going to accept mutations over here, something like this. And I'm going to say, I'm going to have this kind of a syntax, and I'm going to define the code inside these two pair of curly braces. Okay. So what we are doing is we are creating a new instance of mutation observer over here, which is like we just saw, it's a browser API that watches for changes in the DOM. And if you hover on it, it is going to give you some sort of documentation as well over here. It's giving me, you can see, and it accepts a callback over here. You can see it takes a callback function which receives the list of mutations. So we are accepting the list of mutations. Now what are mutations? Mutations are nothing but the list of changes that have occurred in the browser. Okay. Now we have the list of changes that have occurred in the browser. So what are we going to do? Okay. We are going to loop through each mutation in the mutation array, and basically we are going to do the processing further. So here I'm going to end this with a semicolon first, and I'm going to say for, okay, I'm going to create a for loop. Okay, not a for, I'll say for each. Okay, so it says, okay, not this one. So I'll just type in for const mutations. So I'll say mutation of mutations. Okay, and here I'm going to define things inside this. So I'm iterating through this mutations that we have using this particular mutation, and a single mutation, like the single mutation, will represent a change in the DOM. Okay, because this is an array and this is representing a change in the DOM because we are looping in through. Right now, what we need to do is we need to say const over here. I'll say added nodes over here. Sorry, added nodes is equal to array dot from, and I'm going to say here mutation dot added nodes over here. Okay. Now understand this. For every mutation, you will have a added node property. Okay, added nodes property. Okay, this is added nodes property that I'm accessing over here. So I have this property for every mutation. Okay, and what does added nodes property have? Added nodes property of each mutation array contains the nodes that were added to the DOM. Okay, so what we are doing is we are taking this added nodes and we are converting this into an array. Now what we need to do is we have the list of we have the list of nodes basically that were added to the DOM in this particular array. And what we can do is we can check if any of the added nodes match a certain selector that indicates the Gmail Compose window. All right. Now, how is Gmail Compose window identified? So if you come over here, okay, if you say reply over here, okay, and if you come over here to the bottom toolbar, this bottom toolbar has appeared, or this window has appeared, right? So I'll consider this bottom toolbar. If you say inspect over here, you will see the HTML, okay, and you can see the class being associated with this HTML as BTC. So one is you can look for this class BTC, and if you go scroll up a little bit, okay, if you scroll up a little bit, okay, somewhere over here, you will see this class as ADH. Okay, this is the entire panel over here. You can see hover on this, so it will just highlight it. Okay, and inside this you also had you also had BTC. So this BTC is nothing but this inner row. Okay, it's a table. Basically, it's making use of table layout over here. Okay, you have ADH as well. Okay, and let's say for example, if you open this in a new window over here. So for example, the compose window is opened over here, or if you open this in a window itself. Okay, then in that case, you will also have something called as a role, right? So you will have role as dialog over here. So if you scroll up over here, okay, if you scroll up, you should see role as dialog for this pop-up. Let me oops. So let me just inspect this thing. Okay. And if you come over here, if you scroll up, something like this, at the parent layout, at this outer layout, you should see role as dialog. Okay, so you can see role as presentation. This is not the one that we want. Okay, this is not what we want. Something over here. Okay, so I found the div. You can see over here, this entire div over here at the top. You can see. Okay, this is saying role is equal to dialog. Okay, so if it opens in the form of a dialog over here like this, you will see this role is equal to dialog. So we need to look for these selectors that I just showed you. Okay, and what we are going to do is we are going to come over here. Okay, so we have this added nodes, right? So whenever these changes occur, so whenever you open this as a pop-up, the DOM is modified and the nodes are added, and we have a mutation observer that watches for these changes, right? So we are making use of mutation observers. We get the changes, and then we need to compare these changes with these selectors. And if we find like if we find these changes happen, okay, what you can do is you can inject the button over here. So either on this panel you can inject the button because you know the change has occurred, right? Or on this panel. So whether it's inline compose or it's a compose in a pop-up. So that is something that you can do. Okay, so coming back to our code, since we have got the selectors, what we are going to do is over here, we have got the nodes over here. I'm going to say const over here has compose elements. So I'm creating this boolean over here. Okay, and I'm going to say added nodes dot sum over here. And within sum, I'm going to have my condition. So I'm going to say node for every node over here. Okay, we need to like add certain conditions. Okay, so I'm going to say like, okay, I'll remove these round braces. I'll say node dot node type over here. Node dot node type is equal to node dot element node. Okay, now what does this mean? Okay, you can see, okay, so this is the documentation for sum over here. It's a function that accepts up to 3 arguments, and it calls a predicate function for each element in the array until predicate returns a value that is coercible to Boolean value. Okay, so sum is basically a thing that you can make use on array. Okay, and we are making use of that. So I'm saying if this node is equal to element node. Now what is this doing? This part of the code is actually checking if node is an element node, and it should be an actual HTML node, right? Not a text or a comment. So this is the line that is checking for that. Okay, and sum is basically a JavaScript based method that checks if at least one node in the array meets a specific condition. Okay, now what is a condition? Condition is the condition that we are defining it right now. Okay, so we are saying if this is true, and what we need is we also need node dot matches. Okay, it should match. What should it match? It should match dot adh. So this was a class name. I'll say comma. Okay, I'll say comma, and it should match dot b t and capital C. Okay, this was the another class that we saw, and we also saw role is equal to, I saw dialog. Okay, and we need to close this. We need to close this as well. Okay, oops, we need to close it this way. Okay, so don't make any mistakes when writing the selectors. It has to be exact as to what you saw. Okay, now after this, okay, after this we're going to say, or I'm going to say node dot query selector. Okay, and I'm also going to make use of query selector over here. Okay, now why are we making use of query selector over here? First of all, so query selector is helping us check if any of the children matches these selectors. So we are checking if the node itself matches this selector, or we need to see if any of the children matches these selectors. So what we will do is we'll copy these selectors. I'll say query selector, and I'll paste it over here, something like this, right? And this is done, and then this is closed, and we have this closing over here as well. Okay, and this is something we need to add semicolon for. Okay, this is closing the sum part over here. Okay, this is done. Now has compose elements will give us the Boolean value whether the compose elements are found in the DOM. Okay, if the compose elements are found, what are we going to do? We're going to say if. I'm going to write if. I'll say has compose elements. Okay, and if this is done, okay, what we need to do is I'll say a log over here. Let's add a log. I'll say compose window detected, something like this. Okay, and then what we will do is we'll set a timeout. I'll say set timeout over here, timeout like this, and we'll have two things over here. So I'll mention a function that I want to call. So I'll say inject button. Now this inject button is a function that does not exist yet. We need to define this, and I'll mention call this function after 500 milliseconds. Okay, why am I adding this? So I'm just adding this timeout so that I wish to inject the button after 500 milliseconds, which is half a second. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm introducing a small delay to ensure that the Gmail Compose elements are fully loaded before you are trying to add the AI button. Okay, now this inject button does not exist yet in our code. Okay, we might get errors over here. So to avoid the errors, what I'll do is I'll copy this inject button and I'll come over here. I'll say function statement. I'll say inject button over here. Okay, and we don't need any sort of params over here, and we'll just keep it as is. Okay, so this inject button is being called, and it's being called if we are finding any of the elements that indicate that the compose button is added onto the UI over here. Okay, now what we need to do is we will start observing. So I'll say observer dot observe. Okay, I'll say observer dot observe. I'll say document dot body over here. Okay, and I'll say comma. We need to observe the document body, and I'll say child list. I'll say true over here, comma, subtree colon true. So you can see the documentation up here. What is child list? If you hover on this, set to true if mutations to target children are to be observed. Okay, so we need to observe, of course, observe the children's as well. Okay, it's a complex DOM structure that as you can see. We are setting this to true if mutations to not just target but also target's descendants are to be observed. Okay, so we need to look at child and also the descendant. So that is what we are mentioning over here. Okay, so this is something that we have added now. Now let us test our changes, and what we should be able to do is we should be able to see this console log if a compose window is added to the interface. Okay, if this is working fine, then basically everything will work fine, right? So I'll save this. I'll save all the file. I'll come over here. I'll come to extensions. I'll just reload this for safety. Okay, make sure you also reload Gmail so that the extension is loaded. You can see the email writer extension is loaded, script is loaded. I'll just clear this. Okay, now what I will do is I'll say reply over here. The moment you say reply, you will see compose windows detected, right? This is done. So this is working fine. Okay, if I pop out the reply, you will see there are now 3 events of compose window being detected, which means this is also detected. That is good. I'll just delete this. Let me add a new compose window from here. If you add this, you will see again this was added, right? So you can even clear this and see whether this is working fine. You can see it's working fine, right? So this is working absolutely okay now, and you are able to see the compose window event being triggered over here. So let's just go through whatever we have written. We are first creating a new instance of mutation observer. What is mutation observer? If you hover on this, it's a browser API that watches for changes in the DOM. Why are we doing this? Because we want to see if compose button or the compose window is being added onto the UI. And whenever the compose window is added, we need to create or inject our own AI button, right? So for that, we need to observe the changes. And that is why we are making use of mutation observer. Now, what it's doing is it is helping us with a callback, which is giving us a list of mutations. And we are iterating through this list of mutations, which are nothing but the changes. Now, mutations that we get, every mutation in this mutations has a property called added nodes. Now, added nodes is a property that contains the nodes that were added to the DOM. Okay, so we are looping in through every mutation that we have, and we are getting the added nodes over here into the form of array. And then we are checking if this added node has is basically a main node type. Okay, first of all, then we are checking if it matches any of these selectors over here. Now, these are the selectors that we just saw. These are all Gmail compose window selectors. If this condition is true, then what we are doing is we are calling inject button at the delay of 500 milliseconds, which means it's a half a second. And this allows Gmail interface to load completely. Okay. And then we are saying observer dot observe over here. Okay. What is this doing is it is starting to observe the document body. So document body, the entire body it's observing. Okay. And then we are passing in a set of options over here. What are these options? Child list for true, meaning it watches for addition or removal of child items, and subtree true tells tells the observer that it should watch for changes in all the descendants and not just the direct children. Okay, so with these, the observer is working fine. And if you come over here, okay, I'll just end this with a semicolon. If you load the extension over here, you would see the console.log happening. Now, nothing else will happen apart from console.log, of course, because you have not done anything yet, right? You have not defined the inject function yet. Okay. So what are we going to do is we need to define all the steps over here. First is you need to create a button that looks similar to the Gmail's interface. You need to inject that button into the Gmail interface. And then on click of that button, you need to also query the backend API. And the backend API should get the email content along with the tone, and the generated reply should be shown to the user. So all that you need to do over here in the inject button. Now, what will this function have? So the first thing is it will remove any sort of existing button that we have. So here in the interface, we'll be making use of this toolbar. So this bottom part that you're seeing here in Gmail, this is the toolbar where you'll see all the buttons, okay, related to compose email. Okay, so whether this toolbar exists or not, and if this toolbar exists, is there an already injected button that exists? If it exists, then we need to remove that so that we can have, we should not have multiple buttons, right? So what I'll do is I'll come over here, okay, and I'll say, I'll first start by saying const existing button over here, and I'm going to say document dot query selector. So I'm going to make use of query selector, and I'm going to get this existing button, and this button will have a class of AI, reply, and button. So this is something that you need to decide on. What is the class that you wish to have? So if I get this button, okay, if I say I have this button, if existing button, then what you do is existing button dot remove, something like this. Okay, so we'll get rid of this button first of all if there exists a button. Okay, then we'll get a toolbar. So I'll say toolbar. Now what is this toolbar? This toolbar is the toolbar like I showed you here at the bottom. Okay, we need to get this toolbar because this is a toolbar where we are going to inject the button. So I'm going to say find compose toolbar over here. Okay, now this is a function that we need to add, find compose toolbar. Okay, this function does not exist yet. Okay, so what I will do is I will scroll up here. I'm already scrolled up. Okay, I'm going to add function find toolbar. I don't need any sort of params over here. Okay, and this function is going to help us find the toolbar. Okay, so it will just return a boolean value whether the toolbar exists or not. All right, we'll define this shortly. But if toolbar exists, if let's say toolbar exists, then I'm going to say log over here. Log is just for debugging. You can get rid of them if you don't want. Okay, I'm going to say toolbar not found, something like this. And here I'm going to say return. Okay, so this condition should be reversed. If not equal to toolbar, if toolbar does not exist. Okay, then we are saying toolbar not found and we return. Okay, if we find the toolbar, then I'll copy this. I'll say toolbar found over here. Okay, and I'll say creating AI button. Now we need to create an AI button, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, I'll say button over here is equal to create AI button over here. Okay, I'll just have I as caps. It looks good. Okay, and for creating AI button, I again have a function. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll add this over here, something like this, create AI button, like so. Okay, so this is done. You come over here, this button is created. Okay, what you will do is you will say button dot class list over here. We need to add a class list to this particular button. What is the class that you wish to have? Okay, you wish to have AI button reply. So this is a class we'll add. I'll copy this and I'll paste it. AI button reply, something like this, right? And now you will add a listener to this button as well. So I'll say button dot, you can say add event listener. Okay, this is a event listener that we are adding, and we are adding a click event over here. And will add a async callback. Okay, so this is a function that we are adding over here. Okay, so this is now being taken care of. This add event listener will have the entire code basically to do the backend API call and basically get the response and inject it into the document object model. We'll do all of this. All right. Now over here, just outside, we will also add the button to the toolbar, right? We need to add the button. So I'll say toolbar dot, we have the toolbar, right? I'll say insert before, like so, insert before, and I'll say button, comma, toolbar dot first child, something like this. So this will be added in the beginning. Okay. And then I think we are done. Okay. So this is how the function will flow. Okay. This add event listener will be a little bit longer function. Okay. Longer definition wherein we'll be making a call to the backend and we'll be getting the response. Okay. First of all, we'll start defining these functions. So find compose toolbar. Now how will you find compose toolbar, right? So if you come to Gmail UI, this is a toolbar at the bottom. You can say right click, inspect. Okay, you can expand this. Here you are going to see this class BTC. If you scroll up a bit, you should see class ADH, right? So we'll get all these selectors over here. Okay, you can see these are all the selectors that we have. Okay, not these ones, the one that are representing the toolbar only. Okay, so what I will do is I'll create an array of selectors. So I'm going to say const selectors and I'll say these are the selectors. So I'll say dot pt and C in caps. Okay, because that is how it's there on Gmail interface. I'll create dot a capital D and H. If you're not sure of the capitalization, just copy it from the Gmail interface. I'll also add a couple of selectors over here. I'll say role is equal to toolbar. Now these also can be present. So I'm adding these as well. Okay, this is one. I'll say one more. I'll say dot G and capital U dot U up. Okay. So these are all, this is a generic toolbar selector and this is a alternative toolbar class that Gmail might use. So I'm adding this as well. Okay. Now I'm going to run a for loop. And I'm going to say, oops, so not this one. I'm going to run a for loop for, okay, for I'm going to say selector. Okay, come over here. Oops, selector, and I'll say in selectors, like so. Okay, for selector of selectors, something like this. And I'll get rid of this. We don't need this actually. Here I'll say const toolbar is equal to document dot query selector and I'll say selector. I'll pass in the selector. So whichever code is matching the selector, it will return that div over here and we'll check if toolbar exists. Then what we do is return toolbar. Okay. If toolbar exists, we return the toolbar, else we return null over here, something like this, right? So this is basically helping us. Oh, so we defined this in create AI button. We actually should be defining this not in create AI button, but I'll cut this. Okay, wrong place. We need to define this in find compose toolbar. So I moved the code over there. So we got the compose toolbar, right? Now what you need to do is we have this function. You also need to have create AI button, right? So this is something that you need to add. Now for this, you need to know the button should look like this, right? It should look like Gmail button. So I'll say inspect. Okay. And here you can see these button classes that Gmail uses. TI, JJ, JI. These are all the button classes. So what I will do is I will come over here. Okay. And I'll say const button over here. I'll create a button first of all. I'll say document dot create element. Okay. And I'll create a div first of all. Now, why am I creating a div? Because you can see this button. Oops. So this button over here is being represented as a div. You can see it's being represented as a div. So I'll just replicate it. I'll say div over here, something like this. Okay. And then I'm going to say button dot class name over here. What should be the classes? So I'll come over here. I'll just double click on this. I'll copy all the classes over here. Come over here. These are all the Gmail's button classes, right? So I'll just copy this and I'll assign these classes to this button. Done. Add a semicolon. Next, I'll say button dot style and dot margin right over here. Okay. Margin right. What is margin right? I'll say 8 pixels. Okay. And then say button dot inner HTML. What is the inner HTML that we are adding? AI reply. So this is the button text, AI reply. Okay. So this is what the user will see. Okay. And then we can say button dot set role over here, or sorry, set attribute. Now what is the role of this? Role is button over here. Now why are we adding this role as button? Because if you come over here to this div for the button, you will see role is button over here. You can see, right? Role is button. It also has something called as data tooltip. Okay. And you can see tooltip is also there. So send control enter. That is what it displays. So I'll be adding that also. Okay. You can copy this attribute and we'll say instead of role, we'll add data underscore tooltip. Okay. And here I'll say generate AI reply. So with this, what will happen is we have a button that is exactly resembling the Gmail's interface, right? So I'll return the button. Okay. So this button we have created is resembling the exact Gmail's inbuilt button. Okay. So user will think like, oh, this is actually looking like a Gmail button, and we are doing this with minimal effort, right? So yeah, this is done. Okay. We have this create AI button also being defined now. All right. Now this is done over here. Okay. Inject button is done. Now within inject button or create AI button is done. Class list is added over here. Within inject button over here, we need to start working on the event listener. But I hope this is looking good and I hope you are able to follow along so far. It's time that we start defining this event listener over here. And on click of button, what all should happen? What all actions should happen? We should do a backend API call. We should send the email content that the user is replying to. And then we should basically have the reply or the response from the backend come in and we should inject that into the UI. So all that functionality we'll do within this function. Okay. So to begin with, we'll first have a try catch. Why are we having try catch? Because this involves a lot of things. This block will involve a lot of things like doing API call and all. So there is a chance that an exception might occur, right? So first thing, I'm going to update the button over here. So when the user clicks on generate an email reply, I'm going to say button dot inner HTML. What should be the inner HTML? Inner HTML should be generating. So there will be a little bit of delay in getting the response from the backend. So we'll show this text to the user that we are generating the email reply. And to avoid multiple button clicks, I'm going to say button disabled is equal to true, something like this. Okay. And I'll add a semicolon over here. Okay. I'll add space over here just from the formatting perspective. Okay. This is done. Now to generate an email reply, I need to get the email content. Now this is a variable that will hold the email content. And I'm not going to get the email content in this function, but instead I'm going to say get email content. Now, of course, this does not exist yet, but I'll be defining a separate function that will help us get the email content. This function does not exist. So I'll come over here and let me actually copy this particular thing here. Okay, let me actually copy this function. So the get email function will look similar, or get email content function will look similar to this function over here, find compose toolbar. So I'll just paste this and instead of this, I'll say get email content over here. Okay. Now what is get email content? So here we need to make use of certain selectors. We need to get the email content and we need to trim it and send it back over here, right? We need to return it. Now, how do we get the email content? So here, this is the email content. This is a dummy email. So I'll say right click, inspect. Okay. You can see these selectors over here, LTR. Okay. And if you go inside, okay, this selector has, okay, this is not a class over here. This is a class. A3SAIL, right? So we'll make use of all these selectors over here, and I'll come over here. Okay, I'll say instead of .btc, I'll say H7. First of all, this is one of the selectors as well. Okay, email, this is actually the email body in the reply mode. I'll show this to you shortly. Okay, but this is one selector. Then I have A3S.EIL, something like this. Okay, this is another selector. I have Gmail underscore quote over here. Okay, so I'll have Gmail. This is for quoted email. Okay, Gmail underscore quote. Okay, you can add as many selectors as you wish to. Okay, and I'll say role is equal to presentation as well. Okay, so here we're not seeing role is equal to presentation, but if you have a reply over here, okay, reply 1, let's say, if I send this as a reply, and if I check for this content over here, so this reply node is also showing this A3S and AIL selector over here. So that is what we are using. Okay, but I've added few more selectors just for the safe side over here. Okay, so this is done, and we'll come over here. I'll just add manually role is equal to presentation. Okay, so here we had added role is equal to toolbar. I'll just add role is equal to presentation, something like this. Okay, so these are all the selectors that we would need. Okay, now I have added this for loop const selector of selectors. Okay, and inside this we will say content. We'll get the content instead of toolbar. Okay, so I'll say content like so. I'll say document.query selector as selector, and I'll say if content over here. If content, what do we do? If, okay, this should be content. If content is found, then what do we do is we return the content after trimming it. So I'll say content dot inner text, and I'll say dot trim over here, and I'll return this. Okay, otherwise I'll return an empty string. So that is what I'm doing over here. Okay, so I'll remove null over here, and this is done. Okay, so we have this email content working now. Okay, and we are making use of email content over here. If you scroll down here, we are making use of email content. Okay, so we have access to the email content now. All right, if you want, you can do a console log for the email content. Okay, but now what we can do is we can make use of await. I can say fetch. We can make use of JavaScript's fetch API, and we can actually query the API, right? So I'll query the API. I'll say I'll specify the backend URL, and then I'll specify additional parameters over here. Okay, so here in Postman, you'll see this is how our backend is functioning. So this is the URL. I'll copy and I'll paste this URL here. Okay, and then over here I'll say method colon. This will be post method. Okay, and then I'll say headers. What is the header? So I'll say content type, so content hyphen type over here, and I'll say colon, and I'll say application / JSON over here. Okay, this is done. I'll add a comma, and then after header I'll add a comma again. I'll say in the body I need to send a few things. Now what do I need to send? So I'll say JSON dot stringify. Okay, and here then you'll say email content, right? So we need to pass in the email content over here. So if you come over here, okay, this is how it's passed in, right? So I'll copy this, you come over here, and I'll replace this entire thing with this. Okay, now this is the email content, so I'll get rid of this over here, and instead of that we have a variable, right? So I'll say email content. Okay, and I'll get rid of these quotes over here. We don't need quotes. Even for tone, I'll just get rid of quotes over here, and instead of friendly I'll have professional over here, professional, like this. Okay, so this is the default that I'm setting. If you want, you can give user an option to select this thing over here, whether he wants professional, friendly, or whatever. You can enhance this plugin, right? I'll add a semicolon here. Okay, so this entire thing of fetch is done until here, right? And once we get the response, what are we going to do is we are going to hold the response over here like this in the response object. Okay, now let me go down over here. Okay, after this I'm going to say if response dot okay, if response is not equal to okay. we'll check for not equal to okay. So if it's not equal to okay, I'll say throw new error, and I'll say API request failed. API request failed. Something like this. Okay, like this. And then over here, we will get the generated reply. Now, how can we get the generated reply? I'll say await and a response dot text over here. I'll get the text from the response, and here I'm going to say const generated reply over here. Oops, reply, something like this. Okay, so this is being taken care of. We have the generated reply. Now, what do we need to do is we need to find the compose box over here. Okay, so if you say reply, and if you say right click inspect over here, you need to find the compose box, right? Now, if you come over here and if you open this by right clicking on the compose box, you will get this div, right? Now, this div is basically the compose box, and you have certain properties that you can look up for using query selector. So first property is geditable is set to true. Second is role is a text box, right? So we'll get these two properties, and we'll make use of query selector over here. So I'm going to say const compose box over here, and I'm going to say document dot query selector over here, like so. And then over here, I'm going to come over here, and we have this geditable to true, right? And role to that of text box. So I'll copy role to that of text box over here. I'll have this added like this, okay, and I'll add one more over here. I'll say geditable is true, right? So I'll copy this entire thing. I'll come over here and I'll paste it. Okay, so this is being taken care of. Now we have the compose box being added here, right? So now over here, I'm going to, okay, so let me go and add a semicolon here. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if compose box. So if compose box, then what do we do? So I'm going to first say compose box dot focus over here. We're going to add the focus over here, and then we are going to make use of an internal command from Gmail to insert the text. So I'm going to run this command. Okay, so first of all, we did focus because whatever like we are inserting text, it should be added in this compose box. And then I'll say document dot, oops, not query selector. Sorry, I'm going to say execute exec execute command over here, and I'm going to say insert text over here. Okay, and then I'm going to say false over here, and the next parameter I'm going to pass in is the generated reply over here. Okay, now what does this do? So execute command is a method over here. Okay, this is a method. If you see, okay, it allows you to perform various actions on the document like formatting text, inserting content, and so on. It's a programmatic way to mimic actions, user actions like typing or applying styles without directly manipulating the DOM. Okay, insert text tells the browser to insert the text, and then we have this false over here. This parameter is typically used for showing the UI prompt. So we don't have, this is often ignored in modern browsers. So we are passing false here, and we are passing in the generated reply. This is the actual text that we want to insert, right? So if this is done, okay, this is done, then I'm going to say else over here. After else, I'm going to add error. Okay, we can add an error. We can say compose box was not found. Okay, compose box was not found over here. Okay, was not found over here. Okay, so this is making sense now. Okay, this is done. I'll get rid of this extra line, and then we can even catch the error over here. So I'll just copy this console.error over here. I'll say failed to generate the reply. Okay, generate reply, something like this, and I'll also log the error over here. Okay, and I'll say error over here. Okay, or instead of logging the error, instead of putting in this message in the error or in the console, we can simply use alert as well. Okay, so I'll make use of alert to display this message and log basically like the console to basically log the error. Okay, and then we need finally over here. Why are we doing finally? So that we can remove the loading state. Okay, so I'll say button dot inner HTML. Now what was the inner HTML set for the button? So we'll scroll up. So here we have set generating and we have disabled the button to true, right? So I'll come over here and here. Okay, so here when we generate the button, where is generate? Okay, this is email content. This is the button over here. So I'll copy this. I'll come over here to finally. So this is the actual text that we had initially. And I'll also say button dot disabled, okay, to that of true. Sorry, false. It should not be disabled now, right? So that should be removed over here. So this is added, button is injected now, and I'll save this. Okay, let me save this and I'll come over here, close this. We'll reload the extension. Okay, I'll say reload. Okay, I'll delete this. I'll refresh this entire interface. Also make sure that your backend application is up and running. So I'll just start the backend. The backend was not started. If it started for you, that's absolutely well and good, but it was not started for me. So I'm just starting the backend. The backend is up and running. Okay, now we'll have console open over here. Okay, console. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say reply. You'll see this AI reply. You can see this looks exactly similar to this Gmail's button. You can see. So compose window is detected, toolbar has been found, and the AI button has been created. So if I say create and generate an AI reply, you can see generating, and then you can see thank you for your email. Please let me know how can I assist you. Okay. So because the text is reply one, right? So that is why it's giving you this kind of a response. But let me create one more email over here. Okay, I'll add one more email. Okay, hey John here. I'll say send. Okay, so this reply is done. Okay, I'll say reply, and let me generate an AI based reply. So you can see the response over here. Okay, hey John, it was pleasure connecting with you at AWS Summit last week. My startup is progressing well. Okay. You can see it has added a placeholder here, briefly describe the current progress and so on. Okay, here you can add that. How are things with you? I'll be happy to catch up properly when you have a moment. Sincerely, Faisal. You can see how like the kind of response that it gave you. You can see how useful this is, right? So with this, what we have done is we have basically, or I should say successfully created a functionality or an extension over here that is helping us consume the APIs, and it has basically helped us build a AI related functionality into the browser itself. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. Hey there, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to explore how you can make use of AI to work with audio files. So we are going to make use of OpenAI's audio model. All right, now there will be scenarios wherein if you are working on your production grade project in your office or at your work, and there will be use cases wherein you might want or you might have audio files that you are dealing with. Right now, how do you make use of audio files with AI, right? And there could be n number of use cases that you could be implementing with that. We are going to take a look at a very simple use case, which is audio to text transcriber. Yes. So this application, we are going to make this entire application with the help of Spring AI, and we're going to do it hands-on. We are going to cover both backend as well as the front end. Okay, so I'm going to show you each and everything as to how things work in backend. We'll test the APIs, and then we'll come over to the front end to build it in React, and we'll connect the same to the backend. All right. So basically how it will work is here I have this React application. You can see it is asking me to upload a file over here. So I need to choose a audio file which has someone talking in it. All right. And I can then upload and transcribe. So let me click over here on choose file and let me show you how this works. So I've now chosen the file. If you hover on this, okay, you will see test.mp3 coming in as the tooltip, which means that the file is like added over here. I can say upload and transcribe. So I can say upload and transcribe, and you'll see, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Now this text is what I'm speaking in this particular audio file that I just uploaded, and I'm doing a transcription over here with the help of AI. So what is happening is from this React application, I'm taking this file I'm sending it to the Spring Boot backend. Spring Boot backend is receiving this file and sending it to OpenAI's audio model, right? And OpenAI is like performing some sort of operations in the backend, and it is returning us the transcribed version, which backend is sending to frontend, and then frontend is displaying here this way. Okay, so like I said, you could be dealing with audio files at your work, right, in your project, and AI is everywhere, right? So why not you get AI to work with the audio files, right? So that is what this tutorial is going to teach you about. If you're not dealing with audio files right now at work, you can create portfolio projects and you can host it somewhere. And like AI is hot these days, so you can have a project using audio model, okay, audio model of OpenAI, and you can leverage that to create a use case and implement that with the help of Spring Boot and React, right? And it could be as simple as audio to text transcriber. Then this could be your portfolio project, which you can pitch to your interviewer or to the person who is interviewing you. And this way you can crack decent, good jobs, right? So this could also help you in job hunting is what I mean to say over here, right? Because knowing how you can work with OpenAI models, okay, is really important, because I said AI is everywhere and you know that, right? Every other thing that you're using today has AI integrated in some form, and companies who have not moved to AI yet are willing to move. So yes, companies want to hire more and more developers that know how to work with AI and understand the importance of AI. So this could be a great edge for you if you are actively interviewing. So be sure to follow this till the very end and follow each and every step and understand what is happening, where it's happening. And then you can take the knowledge you have gained to implement over to your own projects as well. All right. So that's about the project overview. And yes, goes without saying, if you have not liked, subscribed, be sure to do so, because that helps me with the algorithm. And if you're following this course and if you're enjoying this course, be sure to comment below and let me know who you are, where you're joining in from, and what sort of videos you wish to see on the channel. All right. I would be willing to see your replies. And yes, comments also help me with the algorithm and help me reach more viewers. So be sure to show support in that way, because this tutorial is anyways free. So that's the only fee that I ask you for, right? So without further ado, let's jump right in. So now it's time that we get started with our Spring Boot project. So here I'm on our favorite website, start.spring.io, and I'll choose the right settings over here. So I want to make use of Maven. I will select this version of Spring Boot. Okay, you can select any other version. That's completely fine, and it's likely that you'll see a new version when you're watching this. Okay, but don't worry, things won't change over here. And I'll add the group as com dot, I'll say audio, and here I'll have the artifact as audio transcribe, something like this. And over here I'll have a custom name to my package. I'll have com dot audio dot transcribe. Okay, I'll make sure that I have selected jar over here. Okay, and it's time for dependencies. So I'll say web, the first dependency, because it's a web-based project that we are creating. And then I'll say AI over here. Okay, so here you can see there are like tons of options over here. Okay, when you put in AI, but we'll be making use of OpenAI. Okay, so you can also search for OpenAI over here. Okay, you can see. So I'll just select OpenAI. And then what we need to do is you can explore the project, the dependencies as to what all is added over here. So this is a dependency which is for OpenAI. All right. And what we will do is we'll generate the project over here. Now click on generate and save it to your desired folder location on your machine, wherever you want to have or work on this project. All right. So just do that. So I do have the zip file downloaded and added to my working directory. I'll just unzip it over here. Okay, just extract everything over here and you'll see the folder over here. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to head over to IntelliJ. Okay, and we need to open this as a project. Now I'm here in IntelliJ. All right, I'll just click open. Now when you click open, you will be presented with this kind of a UI where you need to navigate to the zip file that you have extracted. Okay, so the folder location is over here, and I'll just select this pom.xml. So it's audio transcribe, you can see over here, and I've selected pom.xml, and then I'll say okay. All right, because we want to open this as a project. So you will see over here, pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the project? So yes, I wish to open the project, and I would want IntelliJ to trust all the projects within this folder. All right, because these are all the projects that I'm creating and downloading. So yeah, we have this open now in IntelliJ, and you'll see it's resolving the dependencies for you from Maven. All right, and you'll see all the dependencies being added over here in the external libraries on the left hand side after the processing is done. All right, so you'll see like a bunch of libraries being added here. Now if I expand this a bit, all right, you'll see this library over here, or the dependency that is under like external libraries over here. You'll see these are the AI related dependencies that have been added. You can see. All right. So yeah, we'll be working with these. Okay, we don't need to have the expanded version of external libraries. This is just for reference. But yeah, we are ready with the project, and we are ready to head over to the next step. Now, as a next step, what I would simply do is I would head over to my main application file, and I'll try running the application over here. Let us see what happens if you try to just run the application by adding the AI related dependencies. All right, so I expected this, it will crash. All right, and now let us diagnose the error message. Okay, so if you come over here, you'll see like exception occurred during the context initialization. Okay, so it tried to initialize the context, and it tried to create a bean over here called OpenAI chat model. All right, now what happens is it needs to create this bean on the application startup. Why is it creating the bean? Because you have added this dependency. Okay, so if you scroll down over here, you added this dependency called OpenAI. Okay, for Spring AI OpenAI. Okay, and as a part of the auto configuration process, it will create this bean. Okay, and to create this bean, it needs, you can see over here, it needs the OpenAI key. Okay, because it is not able to establish or get the key over here. Okay, and that is why it is not able to create the bean. All right, so we need to add a key over here, and that is something that we will learn about. So you can see over here it clearly says that OpenAI key must be set. Now you can make use of connection property, and this is the property that you need to add into your application properties. All right, so what we need to do is here we'll come. Okay, and in the application properties over here, you need to set this property over here. Okay, we don't have the key, so first we'll create the key. All right, so now it's time that we get the key for our project. So for that, I'm on openai.com over here, you can see, and this is the home page. This might change depending on when you're watching this video, because they just keep updating the home page, but that's absolutely fine. What I would do is I would hover on this products. Okay, and you can go to platform overview. All right, so here the platform is open over here. Okay, so I'll just go to, okay, so yeah, it's the same link over here that was open. So you can head over to this link over here, and you'll see this homepage. Okay, so here you can see two buttons. One is start building, and the other one is view API pricing. Now you can open API pricing. Okay, so I'll just open this in a new tab. Okay, and this API or the models that you're using for OpenAI, okay, they are priced depending on your usage. All right, so what happens is whenever you're making use of AI models or any sort of artificial intelligence, there are models in the hindsight that you're making use of. Right now over here they have some explanation on how the pricing works for OpenAI. All right, so if you scroll down, you'll see like there are different models. Like this is the latest model. As I'm recording this video, there will be latest models again and again. All right, or depending on when you're watching this. All right, so it's possible that you might see GPT-5 or any sort of latest model over here. Okay, but you can see the current pricing over here. Okay, so the pricing will be similar. They might change the rates, but it will be similar. So I have over here in front of me GPT 4o, and you can see the cost is $5 for 1 million input tokens. Okay, so yeah, this is the pricing you can go for. So here you have different models over here with different pricing. You can even check from the drop down, okay, what is the pricing for any other model over here. Okay, so yeah, this is about pricing. Remember, over here you can also check over here, show pricing per 1k token. Okay, you can see it's now updated to 1k input tokens, all right, rather than a million it was early on, right? So this is about pricing. Now what you can do is you can click on start building. The moment you click on start building, you will be taken to a page where you will be asked for sign in or sign up. Now I already have an account, so if I click on start building, I'll head over to this particular dashboard over here. Okay, so this is the home page once you log into your project over here. Sorry, not the project, but the dashboard or the account. All right, so you can see this is the dashboard, and at the top here you'll see like default project. So you can create a new project. So if you're working professionally and you have multiple AI related projects, so what you can do is you can create multiple projects and have things under that project related to that. Okay, so it's just a way of organizing things over here. All right, but I'll just stick to default projects which exist for me. All right, this is a documentation on the left hand side. You can go through if you wish to. Here at the top you will have something called as playground. Okay, so here you can play around with the models over here. Okay, you have different models you can see over here, but where we need to go is we need to head over to the dashboard. Okay, now over here in the dashboard you should come over to API keys. You will see API key option over here. So here there are multiple options like usage, API keys and all. So we'll come over to API keys. Okay, and one more thing I want to highlight, like if you want to add credits to your OpenAI account, like I mentioned, okay, the APIs are priced, and if you want to add some credits, you can come over here. You can go to settings. Now under settings you will have a tab called billing and credits. So you can add these things over there, like these details. All right, now under API keys you will be able to create API keys from here. Now one thing I would want to mention is you can create multiple API keys, and these API keys are secret to you. Like you are not supposed to share it with someone else. Okay, because if you share it with someone else and if someone else gains access to it, then he will be able to do API calls to your API account or to OpenAI via your API key, and you will be billed for that in your account. All right, so your credit card will be charged, or your debit card, whatever you are using, that will be charged, right? So what you need to do is you need to come over here on the top right. Okay, you need to say create a new secret key. You can give this a name over here. So you can call it audio transcribe, for example, depending on your preference. You can select the project, like you want this to be under which project, and then you can say create secret key. Now the moment you create secret key, a secret key will be displayed to you. I would recommend that you copy that and store it somewhere at the safe place that is only accessible to you. All right, because once the API key is created, you won't be able to access it again. Okay, so it's only displayed once. So I would encourage you to, once you create, you copy it and save it at a save it at a safe place. That is what I mean. All right, so save it at a safe place, and then you can make use of it whenever you need. All right, and if by chance you happen to lose your API key, or if you're not sure if it got leaked or something, you can even delete it. Okay, so you can delete it from this delete button over here. Okay, so yeah, here you also have an option for permissions. So I'll just say all over here. Okay, and I'll get my secret key created over here. So just get your secret key, and that will give you the ability to make use of OpenAI models in your projects. So now it's time that we configure the API key into our Spring Boot project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the application.properties, and over here we are going to add the property which will let Spring Boot or a Spring AI framework know that this is the API key that we want to work with. Okay, so I'll say Spring AI OpenAI API hyphen key over here. This is the property name. I'll say dollar and I'll mention API key over here. Okay, so this is the API key that we will be mentioning. Okay, so over here you can straight away replace the key that you got from the OpenAI dashboard over here. Okay, just paste it over here. Okay, so I'll be pasting mine over here. Now once the key is added, press the run button. So let us run the app project over here and let us see whether we are able to run it successfully. So you should see like the application is running properly, which means the API key is being configured and picked up by Spring Boot in a proper way. All right. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along so far. So now it's time that we begin working on the API. All right. So what I would do is I would come over here. I would create a new controller over here. Okay. And I can call this controller as transcription controller, something like this. Okay. You can call whatever you wish to. Okay. Depending on your name choice. All right. But first thing first, I'm going to mark this as a REST controller. Okay. And I can even have a request mapping annotation over here, and all the endpoints would be API/transcribe, something like this. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Now what I'm going to do is we need to start building the functionality, right? So we need to make use of the OpenAI audio transcription model. So what I would encourage you all to do is come over to spring.io. Okay. Head over to the list of all the projects. Okay, find out Spring AI over here. Okay, and go to learn and click on the reference document over here. Okay, so this is a reference document for Spring AI, and go to Spring AI API over here on the left hand side. Then you will find the option to audio model API. Now under that you will have transcription API. Okay, so click on that and you have two options over here: Azure OpenAI or just OpenAI. So I'll choose OpenAI over here because that is what I'm using. I'll zoom in a bit so that it's much more visible to you all. All right. Now over here, you will have some clarity as to how you can make use of OpenAI transcriptions to do transcriptions in your application. Okay. So you can see over here, the prerequisite is you will need to create an OpenAI key with OpenAI to access ChatGPT models. Of course, this is something that we have done. Okay. So this is done. We need to add this dependency, right, for auto configuration purpose. This is done. Now, if you come over here, there are some properties that they are talking about. These are the connection properties over here. Okay. So base URL. So this is something that we'll have to configure. API key. We have already configured the API key, right? You can specify the organization ID, project ID, and so on. All right. If you scroll down over here, okay, you will see the base URL, transcription API key. These are all the parameters in case if you wish to customize anything for you. Okay, so here you can see this thing: Spring AI OpenAI audio transcription options.model. Okay, so this will help you customize the model that you wish to use. So right now, you can see only Whisper 1, which is powered by OP Whisper 1 over here. So I think it's saying that we'll make use of Whisper 1 only for now. Okay. So yeah, this is how you can customize the models just in case in future if you have more models. And here you have two ways of configuring the model over here. This is runtime and this is the manual configuration. So for runtime, this is the code over here. Okay. And then over here for manual, this is the code over here. So we'll go ahead with the manual approach. Okay. You have runtime configuration also over here. Okay. But for manual, you will need to add the dependency and you need to create a OpenAI transcription model. For that, you'll need to get the API key. Okay. And then create this object and then basically do these steps. Okay. So we'll do this over here. All right. So I'll switch over to my ID over here. All right, and what we would do is I would create an object over here. So here it's making use of var. I won't make use of var. So we are creating object of OpenAI audio API, right? So I'll come over here. I'll say OpenAI audio API. I'll press Control space and you'll see this auto suggest. Okay. So I'll select this. All right. And I'll say OpenAI audio API is equal to, okay. So we need to initialize this with the OpenAI API key. All right. So that is something we need to do. All right. So we'll move this to a constructor. Okay. We won't have it this way. We'll move it to a constructor. Okay. But what we need is one thing we need to declare as a class variable or a class member. It will be OpenAI audio transcription model. So we'll declare an object of this over here. Okay. So I'll say private final OpenAI audio transcription model. Just get it imported and OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay. And I'll just shorten its name over here just for readability purpose. Okay. I'll just make it transcription model, something like this. Okay. Well, this is what we are using. All right. Okay. So I'm getting an error because it's not initialized, which is absolutely okay. All right. Now what I'll do is I will generate a constructor over here. Okay. Constructor, and I'll say okay. All right. So here I got a constructor with this parameter. I'll get rid of this parameter and I'll add my own parameter. So we need API key over here. Okay. So I'm accepting API key. Now I'll say this dot transcription model is equal to, okay. So you have the code over here. Transcription model is equal to new OpenAI audio API. Okay, so I'll copy this over here. Okay, and over here I'll paste this. Okay, OpenAI audio API. All right. Now OpenAI audio API needs to be created over here. So we need to create this, right? So actually, I have an object of this over here, which I created outside. So I'll move this inside over here. Okay, something like this. But we need to initialize this. Now, how is this initialized over here? It is actually accepting the OpenAI key over here. Okay, so I'll copy that code. I'll come over here. I'll add it something like this. Okay, so OpenAI key. Now, what is your key name over here? Okay, so my key name is, spring.ai.openai.api key. Okay, this is my key name. This is a value actually. So I'll add it over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, I'll move this to next line so that it's clear for you all to see as to what is happening. All right. Now I have this parameter. You can get rid of this parameter and use it this way. Okay, this is one approach. Or you can have a value annotation. Okay, so you can make use of @value over here, and you can say $ over here, and you can add this over here. This is also doable. This is also correct. Okay, so what will happen is this value annotation will fetch the value of this key from the application.properties and it will inject it over here, and then you can straight away make use of API key over here. Okay, so you can say API key over here. That is also doable. Okay, so there are two approaches of doing this. Okay, I showed you the both approaches. You can select one. Right now we have OpenAI audio API initialized. Okay, and then we have transcription model also initialized. Right, you can see this. Okay, so this is done. Now initialization part is done. We have the model in place. Okay, so you need model in place. This is a model. Okay, this is done. Now we need to actually do this part. Okay, so what we need to do is here what's happening is it is getting the file that you need to transcribe. It is constructing the transcription options. Okay, first it's constructing the transcription options and then it's getting the file, and then it is like creating the audio transcription prompt. Okay, and then it is generating the response. These are the steps. Okay, so we'll be doing these steps over here, but what here the example is shown as if this is getting the file from local machine. we won't be doing that. You can of course do that if you wish to, but I would be actually sending the file, and I'll be actually uploading the file right onto the API. So I'm going to say public response entity over here. Okay, and this is going to be string like so. Okay, I'll say transcribe audio, something like this. Okay, and I'll add request parameter here. I'll say file. Okay, and this type is multi-part file over here. Okay, multi-part file, something like this. Okay, this is done. All right, and now I will have a opening curly brace. Okay, and this is actually a post mapping. Okay, so we need to mark this as mapping as well. All right, now this is done. What we need to do is, once we have the file over here, once the user uploads the file from the Postman or client, wherever, or from React, what we need to do is we need to get the file object, right? So I'll say temp file over here. This is my file object. I'll import this class java.io. Okay, and I'll say file.create temp file over here. Okay, and I'll have a prefix of audio over here. So prefix is audio. Okay, and suffix is dot .wav. Okay, sorry, something like this. Okay, so this will be done. Now I'm getting an error over here, so I'll add exception to method signature. All right, this is done, and so after this we need to transfer the content of the file that is uploaded by user to this temporary file that we have created. Okay, so this is a temporary file like the name says. Okay, so what I would do is I would say file over here. Okay, and I'll say transfer to, and I'll say temp file over here. Okay, something like this. I'll add a space over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so this will transfer the content of the uploaded file to a newly created temporary file, and this effectively saves the uploaded audio to the local file system for us to then later on work on. All right, now what we can do over here is I can copy this over here. Okay, we need to set the transcription options. Okay, so I'll paste it over here. Okay, and we need to import all of this. Okay, so I'll just import this. Okay, let us see what all options we are setting over here. Okay, so this is var. I'll change this to OpenAI audio transcription options over here. Okay, and you can see like it's saying it's making use of builder over here. Okay, and it's saying it's setting the response format. So the response format is text. What is the language? Okay, there's no language set, but there's an option to set a language over here. Okay, with language over here. Okay, you can say EN over here. Now if you're curious as to how I got to know the with language option, answer is here under runtime option. You'll see one more version of audio transcription option over here. Okay, and it has with language over here. Okay, and if you search for with language over here, okay, you'll find this option over here. Okay, or just search for language and you'll see. So you can also specify this in you can also specify in the application properties. Okay, so it says the language of the, it is used to specify the language of the input audio. Okay, we are specifying English. Now if you don't want to specify this, or you want to make use of any other language, you can definitely do that. Temperature 0F. Okay, and I'm saying dot build over here. Okay, so this is going to set the audio transcription options for the transcription that we want to perform. Now as a next step, what we need to do is we will copy these 3 lines. Okay, because this is what we want to do. All right, so over here, okay, so you'll see the first line that we copied. It is creating an object of file system resource, audio file. Okay, object name is called audio file. Then this audio file is given as an input to audio transcription prompt, and then this prompt is used further. So what this means is this is making use of file system resource object. So we we are not getting the file this way, right? We are accepting it through an API, and we have a file object over here, right, called temp file. So what we need to do is, instead of this path, I'll say temp file over here. Okay, I'll get this imported as well. Okay, this class, I'm getting a red mark. I'll copy this and I'll add it over here. Okay, so this is done. All right, and then I'll create a audio transcription prompt over here. Okay, and this will create this object of audio transcription prompt, which combines the audio resource over here, which is the audio file, and the transcription option. So it's combining both of them together into a single request object to be sent to the AI model, right? Because the object of this, okay, the options and the file, this is what is sent to the AI model over here, if you see on the next line. Okay, so here what is happening is we are creating a response object. We are collecting the response after the call is being done to the AI model, right? So AI model will then unbundle this object. It will see the options and it will see what all transcriptions we wish to do and the file as well on the model's end. This is what will happen. Okay, now OpenAI transcription model. So our OpenAI transcription model object is called transcription model over here. So I'll copy this. You come over here and you say transcription model, right? So this is done. All right. Response, we have the response also. Okay. And then what we can do is, right, we have created this file, right? It's a temporary file. So you can delete this file, okay, because our job is done, right? So what I would do is I would come over here. I would say temp file dot delete. Okay. And then I'll create a return over here. Okay, I'll say new response entity because we need to send the response. So I'll say response dot get result, and I'll say dot get output over here. Okay, and I'll have HTTP status okay over here, something like this. All right, this is done. Okay, and yeah, I'm getting result of file delete is of delete file is ignored. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. We don't want the response of that. All right, so this is done. I believe there should not be any sort of issues. Okay, we have followed things step by step over here. All right, now I'll just take you through what we are doing is we are actually creating an object of audio OpenAI audio transcription model. Okay, and we are initializing it over here in the constructor. Okay, you can see how we are initializing it. So we are getting the OpenAI key. OpenAI key we are getting because we need to create an object of OpenAI audio API as per the documentation. Okay, so we need a key for that, and then we are making use of OpenAI audio API to initialize the OpenAI audio transcription model, right? And then I'm creating the endpoint where I'm allowing user to upload a file over here and send it to me. Then I'm getting that file. I'm creating a temporary file object with the prefix of audio.wav. This is the extension. And I'm transferring the contents of the file that is being sent or uploaded by the user to this temporary file that I created over here, right? And then we need to prepare for the transcription part. So I'm creating an object of OpenAI audio transcription options because this is what OpenAI understands, and this is this class object it is using to get the options, right? So I'm specifying like the response format, the language, the temperature, and the build. Okay, this is done. Then I'm creating an object of file system resource and wrapping the temp file that I've created into it. And then I'm creating a transcription request over here, audio transcription prompt, which is combining the audio file and the options that I wish to pursue. And then I'm getting the response by doing a call to the model with the audio transcription prompt. And then I'm deleting the file and getting the response and displaying it to the user. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And I hope you have been able to follow along as to what is happening. All right. We would be doing a couple of configuration over here in the application.properties. All right. So what I would do is I would say spring.ai.openai.audio dot transcription dot options, or I'll say base URL. Okay, so one second, let me check this property that I typed in is correct or not. Okay, so I'll come over here and I'll search for base URL over here. Okay, so Spring AI. So this is the, okay, so this is the base URL. I'll get this. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, and the value for this is I'll copy this. Okay, this is the default value. Okay, so okay, and I'll also specify the model over here. Okay, and which is our model. So this is the model. Okay, options dot model. So I'll specify that thing over here as well. Okay, it's whisper -1 over here, and then response format. So what is the response format? Okay, so I need response in JSON, right? So I'll say JSON over here. Okay, so these are some settings that you can do here in the application properties. There are more settings, language as well, including language, temperature, a lot of settings you can do. Okay, these settings you can even manage from transcription options object. Okay, but once you're done, you should be good to go. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along and understood what we are doing and why we are doing. So now it's time that we need to test our API. So what I would do is I would restart the project, all right, and we'll check for any errors if we get any. All right, so the application startup is successful. So there are no errors, at least on the startup. All right, what we need to do is we need to get a API client like Postman, because we need to now test the API, right? So here in Postman, I'm already into a workspace. Okay, I'll create a new collection over here by clicking on this plus button, and I'll name my collection as audio transcriber, and I'll call this Spring AI because this is Spring AI project. Okay, I'll add a request to get going. All right, and I'll call this as transcribe API. I'll copy the endpoint over here. Okay, and I'll say over here. Okay, so I'll add this. Okay, so this is added, and I'll change this to post. Don't forget to change this to post. Now we need to pass in the parameter. So if you see our API, okay, if you scroll down, you need to pass in a parameter which is of type file. So in order to do that, I'll head over to headers, not headers, body in fact, and I'll say form data. Over here, I'll say file, because the name over here of the parameter is file. Okay, so I'll add file over here, and I'll change this to file, and I'll get an option to select a new file. Okay, now over here we need to upload the audio file that you want to transcribe with OpenAI. All right, so to get the audio file, what you can do is you can actually get a audio file or an MP3 file which has a little bit of audio. Okay, don't get the audio file very long, okay, because you will be charged those many tokens on the OpenAI account. So you can get a short audio file with just 1 or 2 sentences. So I'll show you how you can get an MP3, all right, for demo purposes. So I'll search for text to speech over here, and I'll say audio MP3. Okay, the moment I search, I'll see a lot of options, and you have this TTS MP3. Okay, there are a lot of options. You have free TTS also. Okay, so I'll just select the first one. You can choose any one, and you can add a text over here. Hello, how are you finding Spring AI? Okay, something like this, and you can say download as MP3. Now the moment you say download as MP3, it will save this as a file onto your system. So be sure to save it at your desired location of your choice. Okay, so I'll just click download as MP3, and I'll get this file to save onto my system. All right, so I've saved the file onto my system. Now I'll come back to Postman, and now you need to go over here and you need to select this option and you need to navigate to wherever you have saved that particular file and select the file. So I've selected the file. You can see test.mp3. This was my file name with which I had saved the mp3 file from that website. All right. Now what I would do is I would say send over here. Okay. The moment you say send, okay, I get an error 500 internal server error. So we'll now check what this error is onto our server logs. Okay. I'll scroll up. Okay. The moment you scroll up, okay, you see some message over here. Okay. So what is the message? It says non-transient AI exception 429. All right. And it is saying you have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. All right. So it's likely that I don't have any sort of credits in my account. All right. And it is also giving me this link wherein I can check all the API related errors. So I'll simply copy this over here. Okay. And you can see the entire message is being sent this way. All right. You can see. Okay. Insufficient quota. All right. So what I would do is I would come over here. Okay, I'll just close this and I'll open this link basically. Okay, so you can see this is the API error code and the error code we got is 429. This is the error code. Okay, and you can see the cause of this error code. You have run out of credits or hit your maximum monthly spend. So you need to buy more credits or increase your limits. Okay, so now how would you do this? So in order to do this, what you need to do is I need to go to OpenAI. Okay. So I'm on openai.com/API. You need to go to like start building. I'll go to start building. You'll be taken to the dashboard. Okay. Now from here, you need to click on this setting. All right. Now keep in mind, they keep on changing this UI. I've seen this UI change a lot. Okay. So I've been doing OpenAI development for a while now, and I've seen this dashboard evolve. All right. But right now the billing option is in setting. All right. But it might happen when you're watching this video, they might have moved the option or changed the interface. So don't stress about it. Just figure out where you can see the credits and the settings option. Now, if you click on settings, okay, you'll see this billing over here overview. Okay. This is a setting option. You need to head over to billing option over here. Okay. Now under billing, you'll see my credit balance is 0. Of course, it's 0. Now I need to, so you can see when your credit balance reaches 0, your API will stop working. So I need to add some credits and then ideally my API should work. So I'll just add credits. You can see billing, like payment methods, billing history, preferences. Okay. So you can add a few payment methods as well. All right. So I'll do this process. I'll add some credits into my account. So I have done the payment and I've added $5 over here as my credit balance. All right. Now we'll go back to Postman. All right. So I'll switch over to Postman over here. Okay. And let us trigger our API again. So here I'll resend the request. I'll press the send button. Okay, I'm getting the internal server error again. Okay, what is the issue now? Okay, so let me restart and try again. All right. So application is started. Let me resend. Oh, so it worked. The application restart actually fixed the issue. Okay, so after I updated my credit balance, I added balance to my OpenAI account. I restarted the application and it worked over here. You can see. So hello, how are you finding Spring AI? This is completely transcribed by AI. All right. And you can see how it's working fine. All right. So you can have audio to text transcribers this way with the help of OpenAI models. All right. And you can do wonders with this. So this I'm just displaying to the users. Okay. You can additionally process it. Okay. To your depending on your needs, whatever your use case is. Right. And then you can give the experience to your users. Okay, that will be AI based. All right, so our application is working fine. Okay, did we get anything on console? Nothing. Okay, so it was processed successfully. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we move to the front end part. And for the front end, we are going to make use of React.js. And here I am on the terminal, okay, on my Windows machine. So you can open PowerShell, or if you are on a Mac, you can open the inbuilt OS terminal, okay. Now I'll be creating project here from the terminal, and then we'll switch over to Visual Studio Code. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm first going to navigate to my working directory. So I'm going to say cd, and I'm going to paste this long path over here where I wish to like navigate. Okay. Now over here, if I do ls, okay, I have 2 folders already. Now this is my backend over here. Okay, and this is the zip file that I downloaded from start.spring.io. Okay. So here itself, I'll be creating the front-end React project. Now, like I said, I'm going to be making use of Vite for this. Okay, so over here, this is the website. So you can search for Vite React. Vite means this is a spelling VITE. Okay, and as you can see, it is used to create a React project quickly. Okay, French word for quick. Okay. So just come over, like just Google, and you should land on this website. Okay, so it's a front-end tooling thing using which you can create projects. Okay, so I'll head over to guide. Okay, you can see this guide tab. Okay, and over here, if you scroll down, you can see all these projects, like these all templates are supported over here. Okay, so we'll make use of React. You can make use of React with TypeScript as well over here. There are quite a few options, vanilla, JavaScript as well. Okay, so I'll scroll down, and here you can see like you have this command over here, npm create Vite@latest. Okay, now you should be able to run npm commands onto your system. Okay, so just make sure you have Node.js installed. All right, because we'll be making use of npm over here. So I'll just copy this. Okay, copy this command. Okay, you can even directly copy this. Okay, so this is for Vue.js, but I would be just following this. Okay, so just copy this command, npm create Vite@latest. If you don't want to copy this or come to this website, that's completely fine. You can take a look at this video and type this command. That's completely fine. Okay, now over here, I'll just paste this. Okay, I'll say enter. Now, the moment I say enter, it will say you need to install the following packages. All right. So I don't have probably this package. So I'll say yes over here. It's okay to proceed. Now it's asking me for the project name. So I'll say audio transcribe, and I'll say front end over here. Okay. So this is the project name. I'll say enter. It will present you with a few options like what is the template that you wish to select. So vanilla, JS, Vue.js, React. Okay, so I'll say React since we are working on it. And what do you want over here? TypeScript. Okay, so I'll just say vanilla JavaScript over here. Okay, and you can see the project is created pretty quickly. The project name is this, the framework is this, and the variant is over here. Okay. Oops, so I'll just expand this a bit. Okay, all right, so this is done. Okay, so I just prefer having this command line at the top a little bit, because here normally captions are displayed and people are normally not able to see commands that I'm writing at the bottom. Okay, so I've just resized my window, but you can keep full screen on your machine. So now it's giving you a few commands over here which you can do initially. So I can say cd over here. I can just navigate to this directory. Okay, then it's saying npm install, so we'll install the dependencies, which is absolutely okay. We'll also copy this command npm run dev. This is actually a command to run the server. Okay, so once the dependencies are installed, you can see the dependencies are installed, you get the success, and just start the server. So I'll press enter, and you'll have the server up and running on this URL over here. Okay, so I'll just copy this URL. All right, I'll come over to the browser, and I should be able to access it. You can see Vite plus React. This is the home page, and you have an option to like quickly increase the count. There's a count over here, and some instructions. you can head over to srcapp.jsx and you can like edit this particular page over here. Okay, so project creation is done. All right, what I would request you all now is we need Visual Studio Code, so you can search for Visual Studio Code over here. Okay, and you should see this link. If you don't have it already, I would recommend you download this from here. Installation steps are pretty straightforward, like just like you install any other software onto your system. So I'm seeing an option to download for Windows, but if you're on Mac or any other platform, you should see the option over there. Alternatively, you can like click on other platforms and download it this way as well. All right. Once you're done downloading Visual Studio Code, what you need to do is you need to open Visual Studio Code onto your system. So I already had Visual Studio Code open over here. All right. So you'll see this kind of a screen, okay, like a typical ID. And I have dark mode enabled. All right. You might see light mode, which you can change in the settings, right? And what you need to do is you need to come over here. Okay. Also, I would want to mention, like, if you have freshly installed, you might also see a welcome screen over here, which I'm not seeing, of course. So you can come over here, file, and you can say open folder. Now, when you say open folder, you will see a pop-up appear, or it will be a explorer, which will help you navigate, okay, through the file system. And you should head over to the folder where you just created the project. So you created a project over here. So this is my location, right? So you need to open this folder in Visual Studio Code, and I'll do that. So you can see I've navigated to this folder where we created our project. So this is our project, audio transcribe frontend. I'll select this and I'll say select the folder. You'll see the project open up. Okay. So I will just go full screen now. Or before going full screen, what you can actually do is here I'm running npm run dev. I'll just copy this command. Okay. I don't need to use an external terminal. Okay. So I'll just terminate this using Control C on Windows or Command C on Mac. All right. So I don't need an external terminal. I'll close this and I'll expand this. And over here, you have a terminal inbuilt where you can run commands. And this will by default open, by the way, in the root of the project. You can see this is the root of my project. Okay. Now I'll run this command npm run dev and I'll have my server up and running. All right. So yeah, this is the setup that you need to do. Okay. And I hope you have been able to follow until here so far. If you are enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com. And I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we begin building our front end. So I'll head over to SRC. Now, first of all, this thing that you're seeing over here in the browser, it's coming in from app.jsx under SRC. You can see. Now, if you go to app.jsx, this is the code that is being rendered onto the browser. And you can see the code for like the counter over here as well. You can see count is count. Now I can, if I add full stops and if I save this, you'll see it appears over here. So this is a file. All right. And this is where it's coming in from. Now what I would do is I just don't need this boilerplate code. All right. So what I would do is I would simply get rid of this. Okay. All right. Now this is done. Okay. We don't have anything over here right now. Right. Now what I need to do is I will create my own component which will help me upload the audio onto my application, and it will trigger an API call with the file that I have uploaded to the backend, and backend will communicate with OpenAI. It will get the transcription and it will return it to the front end, and then front end would display the transcription to the user. That is how the entire flow is going to work. All right. So I would quickly create a file over here. I'll call this as audio uploader.jsx over here. All right, this is done. Now over here, we need to have the component definition, right? So I'm going to say const audio uploader. All right, and I'm going to make use of arrow functions over here, okay, to create the component. Okay, now within this component we are going to have a little bit of JSX, and we will also return we'll also have the JavaScript, right, that will work and it will perform some actions, right? So first we'll do the JSX part. So I'm going to say return. I'm going to return JSX over here, okay, and I'll add a semicolon. Okay, now within return I'm going to have let's say div over here, okay, something like this. Okay, and I can say h1, okay, and I'll say audio to text transcriber here, something like this. Okay, and I'll have to export this. Okay, so I'll say export default, and I'll say audio uploader over here. Okay, and I'll add the audio uploader into this particular component. Okay, audio uploader over here. All right, this is done. Now the moment you come over here, you'll see audio to text transcriber is appearing, right? Which means that now whatever I add into this particular file will be rendered onto the UI. So I'll begin working over here. Okay, I'll set the class names as well. Okay, so I'll set the class name over here to container, like so. Okay, I have the h1 tag. Okay, now I need to add a div over here. Okay, this div is going to help me accept the file. Okay, so I'm going to say input type, and this will be file over here, accept, and I'll say audio. Okay, and then I'll simply close this. Okay, now if you come over here, you can see choose file, no file chosen. So this is the file chooser that we have added over here. Okay, input type file. I'll add class name. Oops, so it has to be class name over here, and I'll call this as file input, something like this. Okay, so this div is done. Later on, what we can do is we can make use of these classes or the class names in CSS to enhance the look of our application. Okay, I'm going to say button over here. Okay, and I'll add a class name over here. Okay, something like this, and I'll say upload button, something like this. Okay, and I'll close this. I'll say upload and transcribe. All right, if you come over here, you can see this button, upload and transcribe. Oh, of course, ignore the UI. Don't worry about it right now. Okay, because we'll be dealing with the UI stuff shortly. Okay, but yeah, this is what our application is looking like right now. Now over here, what we need to do is we need to display the transcription result. All right, so I'll say class name over here, transcription result, something like this, and over here I can say h2 transcription result. Okay, and I'll be displaying the result over here within the p tag. Okay, so we'll be doing that with the help of states, but we don't have any states created yet. All right, so I'm leaving that empty for now. All right, now coming over here at the top, let's talk about the states. So we have UI done. Okay, UI of course is done, but there's no CSS right now. We'll be dealing with CSS part as well. Don't worry about that right now. Let's focus on the functionality. Now let's talk about the states that we will need. First state we'll need is I'll need a file. Okay, because I'm accepting the file from the user, so I need to add it to the state. So I'll create that first. Okay, I'll say file, and this will be set file over here. Okay, and I need to say use state. Okay, and file will be initially null. Okay, I need const, and it has to be transcription, and it will be set transcription, like so. Okay, and here I'll say use state, and I'll initialize it to an empty string. So we need two states, file and transcription. What is this transcription? this transcription is the output or the result that we get. Okay, so I'll just copy this. I'll come over here and I'll be displaying that thing over here. Okay, so right now it's not displaying anything, of course, because it's initialized to empty string. It does not have anything right now. Okay, but once we hit the API, what we can do is we will be displaying the result here. Okay, after updating the state. Now, what I need to do is I need to create a function over here. Now, the function that we are going to create is going to help us update this file state. Okay, so that we have whatever user is selecting, we have it in this state over here. Okay, so I'm going to say const over here. I'll say handle file change. Okay, so what we are going to say is whenever user updates or selects a file, okay, update the state. That is what we are going to do. And this function needs to be triggered whenever user changes the file or updates the file. So what I would do is I would scroll down over here. Okay, so we have this file button, right? Input type file. So I'll add on handle. Sorry, it's not handle. It will be on change over here. That is what the name of the property, and then I need to say handle file change. Okay, now this is done. So here what I would do is I would say set file over here. Okay, so that's the method that we are calling over here. Okay, to update the state, and over here I'm going to say I'll say e dot target dot files, and I'll say 0. So this code is going to give me the file that user has selected, right? Now, once the user has selected the file, what we need to do is we need to upload the file, okay? And we need to trigger the API, right? So basically, uploading means we are triggering the backend API, right? So what we need to do is I will make use of Axios over here, right? So I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. Okay, I don't think this is added right now. Okay, so you can either head over to package.json. I'm not sure if this dependency is added. It's not added. You can see clearly over here. So what I would recommend is you head over to your terminal and you can see, you can say npm install Axios if this is not installed. I'm sorry. So here if you scroll down now, okay, or here if you see, you can see Axios over here. Okay, so it has added these packages to my project, right? So this is done. Just make sure you have Axios in your project, okay, before you start using it. Okay, now this is done. So what I would do is I would come over here, I would create one more function here. Okay, so I'll say, okay, const, sorry, not const. So this is a function. Yeah, so I'll go by const keyword. I'll say audio. Not audio uploader, it will be handle upload. Okay, and it will be an async function. Okay, and then I'll have this. Okay, now within this particular function, what I need to do is I need to do an API call. Okay, so I'll first create an object of form data over here. Okay, new form data, like so. Then I'll say form data dot append. Okay, and I'll say file, comma, file that we have. Okay, so this is being appended, and then okay, I accidentally came outside the function. So within this function, we need to make use of try catch for error handling. Okay, something like this, and here I'll say constant. Okay, response. So we are doing an API call, so I'll make use of await keyword and I'll say Axios dot post over here. Okay, and we need to make use of the backend endpoint along with the form data. So I'll say form data over here. Okay, and I'll say comma over here, and we need to add the headers over here. Okay, so I'll say here I can say headers, something like this. Okay, and I'll add content type, something like this, and I'll say multipart, because we are sending in the file over here, right? So we need to say this. I'll add a comma over here, okay, and I'll come over here. If there is an error, any sort of error, so I can say console.error over here, and I can say error transcribing audio over here, okay, and then I can say error. All right, and yeah, I think this is it. We need to now work with the response over here. Okay, so once we have the response, I can say set transcription dot, sorry, not dot, it will be response dot data. Okay, now what is set transcription? In case you're wondering, okay, we do have a state transcription which is capturing the result of the transcription, right, after transcription. So I'm updating that state with whatever response I get. All right, so this is the handle upload. Now what is happening over here is we are first creating and a form data over here, right, a new object of form data type, okay, and this is used to construct a set of key value pairs that is representing the form fields and their values, right. Now this approach is ideal for sending files via HTTP request. And on the next line, like after creating form data, I am actually appending the file over here, okay, because I want the file to be sent via HTTP request, and then I'm doing in post request. Now over here we missed adding the API endpoint. So I'll say localhost :8080 /API/transcribe. This is our endpoint, right? So this is a post request, okay, and we are sending the form data along with the headers, and in headers we are specifying the content type over here. You can see content type is multipart form data, okay. And we need to, once we get the response, so this is a asynchronous like call over here, and we are making use of await over here. Once we get the response, we are getting response.data and updating the transcription, okay. That is how this entire thing is working over here, okay. Now this function, this async function, needs to be triggered, okay. When should it be triggered? It should be triggered when you click on the upload button, right? So I'll say on click over here, I'm going to say handle upload, something like this, right? And I'll save this, okay. Now if you come over here, okay, we have this project ready. We should test it, right? So what I would do is I would actually come over here. We have our MP3 file, right? So what I would do is I would click over here and I would just select the MP3 file that we had created. Or if you have any other MP3 file, you can select that, but it should have some person speaking a little bit. Now I do have selected the MP3 file by clicking on the choose file. You need to navigate to your file wherever it's saved, the MP3 file, and add it over here. Okay. Now this is done. So I'll say upload and transcribe. I'll say upload and transcribe. Okay. We'll wait for a while. We'll see if any sort of thing happens. Anything we can see on the console. Okay. We get an issue, which is expected. All right. So this issue is around course policy, right? So what we need to do is we need to fix the course policy as well in the backend. Now for this, I'll head over to my backend, which is IntelliJ over here. Okay. And here we need to add a configuration file, which will be the configuration for the course policy. Okay. So I'm going to call this as webconfig over here. Okay. Because it's configuration file. The first thing I'll do is I'll add configuration annotation over here. Okay. I'll say implements web MVC configure over here. Okay. Now I'll override the add course mappings over here. Okay. So you can either go to generate. Okay. You can say override method. You have add course mapping over here. Okay. So I'll select that. Okay. It's been added course registry, and you can see this code being added. Okay. But what I'll do is I'll just get rid of this code over here. Okay. And I'll say registry dot add mapping over here. Now I'm adding this for which endpoint? So I'm adding this configuration for all the endpoints. Okay, I'll say allowed origins. Okay, so I'm allowing the origins, which origins I wish to allow. So I have my front end running on this particular URL. So I'll copy this, okay, and I'll paste it over here. Okay, this is the endpoint. All right. Now I'll say dot allowed methods over here, and I'll say get over here. Okay, I'll say post. I'll say put. Okay, which all methods you want to allow, you can add that. Okay, and I'll say options as well, something like this. Okay, so this is the configuration, and then I can say allowed headers. What sort of headers you want to allow? I'll say all headers. All right, so just allow all, and then I'll say allowed credentials, true, and I think we are done. All right, so with this, the front end should be able to send the request to the backend. So just restart the server, and yeah, we are ready to test the application. So after adding the configuration, we are now set to test the application. So I'll just refresh this because early on we got an error. All right. And what I'll do is I'll again choose the MP3 file over here. So MP3 is chosen. I can say upload and transcribe. We'll wait for a while, and you can see, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So that is what is the audio in this test.mp3. Okay, so yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. And if you head over to inspect over here into the network tab, okay, so if you say upload and transcribe again, okay, you will see like there will be a request. Okay, so I'm not seeing any sort of request. Okay, here, so you can see this transcribe endpoint is being called over here. Okay, this is the backend endpoint, and here what we are doing is, if you see the payload, this is a file that is being sent to the server. Okay, we're getting this as a response. Okay, you can see this is a response. All right, so you can just take a look at the endpoint over here. All right, now be sure to remember, like if you're uploading a file, upload a file with very less text or very less of audio, a small file. Because if you have a very long file that you're uploading, like songs and all, okay, remember this is hitting OpenAI, right? You have your keys configured, so you might be charged for that, right? So if the files are large and OpenAI is doing a lot of work, a lot of processing for you, okay, it is you consuming the model, it is using the models in the hindsight, and it is going to build that in your account. So for small files, it is good and it won't cost much, okay, but keep this in mind. All right, for larger files. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you are able to understand and follow everything. So now it's time that we spend some time beautifying the application and making it look a bit decent, right? So application is working fine, okay, but it would be good if we could, add some CSS over here. So I'll come over here, and we will create, we already have a file called app.css. All right, what we can do is I'll start adding the CSS over here. Okay, so I'll start adding the CSS for container. Okay, over here I'll say max width is equal to 600 pixels over here. Okay, all right, you can see okay, 600 pixels. I'll say margin over here is 50 pixels, and auto over here. Okay, all right, and we'll add some CSS, and then we'll see how it's reflecting over here to the UI. I'll say 20 pixels padding, okay, around the container. I can say border over here is 1 pixels solid, and the color code is #DD. Okay, it's white sort of a UI. I'll say border radius over here is 10 pixel. Let me save this and let us see. Okay, so border is being added. Okay, and then I can say box or not box shadow. I'll say background color over here. Background color is again #TD. Let us see. Okay, so I'll change this to okay. something like this. And I'll say text align is center. Font family is sans serif. Okay, so everything is white right now because we need to change the font of everything to font color of everything to like black or so. Okay, so I'll say font size is 24 over here. I'll keep this to 24. You can switch to your choice. Okay, margin bottom, I can say 20 pixels over here, and I can say color over here. I'll add the color to that of black. Okay, let us save, and you can see audio to text transcriber. All right, now what we need to do is I'll come down. Okay, and I'll say file input. Okay, and I'll say margin of 20 pixels. Okay, so yeah, this is our file input over here. Okay, and then here again I'll say file input, and I'll say input over here. Okay, padding of 10 pixels, border of 1 pixels solid, and I'll say color as this. I'll say border radius of 5 pixels. Cursor could be pointer. Okay, so you can see. Okay, so you can click on this entire thing over here. Okay, so it's looking decent for now. Okay, we'll move forward. All right, I'll add some CSS for the upload pattern. Okay, so this is the class, right? So let me check the class as well. So audio uploader. Okay, upload pattern is the class. All right, so I'll come over here, upload pattern. I'll say background color. Okay, and background color can be blue, sort of. Okay, and I'll say color white. I'll say padding 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Okay, border is none here. Okay, and I can say border radius as 5 pixels. Okay, and I'll say cursor pointer. I'll keep cursor to pointer. Okay, and font size to that of 16 over here, and a margin top to 10 pixels. This is done. You can see it's looking decent. Okay, we can add an hover effect also. So I'll just copy this hover. Okay, so colon hover. All right, and I'll say background color to dark blue. Oops, dark blue, something like this. And if you come here, you can see. All right, so this is done. All right, and I'll come over here. Here we need to manage the transcription part. So I'll get this class over here, transcription result. Okay, and over here I can say for transcription result I can say margin top 30 pixels. I'll say text align to center, and I'll add the color. Color we can, oops, not column. Color can be black, something like this. And then I can have transcription result and H2. Okay, font size of 20 pixels. Okay, and margin bottom 10 pixels, and color to that of, let's say, light blue. I can say light blue. And I can say transcription result. I'll add there is a p tag also where we are displaying the results. So I can say background color to that of I have a color code. Okay, so I'll say F8, F9, FA. All right. Then over here I can say padding to that of 15 pixels. Okay,
border radius. I'll add border radius of 5 pixels over here. Okay, and border I'll add of 1 pixels solid. Okay, and yeah, this is how it will be. If you come over here, you can see, okay, hello, how are you finding Spring AI? So this is the output. Okay, now transcription result over here, light blue is not looking good. Okay, so I can keep this as dark blue. Okay, this is looking decent over here. So this is not yet centered, as we can see. So I would like to move this to center. Okay, so what I would do is over here, okay, app.jsx, we have a main.jsx. Now within main.jsx, we have this root element. Okay, what I would do is I would come over here, I would add a CSS. So this is the CSS for root, okay, element with ID root. All right, and I'm adding the CSS. I'll save this and we'll have everything in the center. You can see, okay, so it's working absolutely fine, and you can see what sort of output we are getting over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been super useful. Now you can customize this page as per your requirements. Okay, and I've shown you the way as to how you can make use of AI into this project, but you can figure out a use case to your real projects, and you can use a similar thing and make your users' life easier. So I hope this was useful.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video, and in this particular video we are going to talk about Spring AI. So I don't need to tell you why learning about AI should be important and why you should integrate AI into your production grade applications. Because in past few years, you must have already noticed the rapid advancements that are happening in this field of artificial intelligence. We are seeing a lot of implementations around us, a lot of chatbots, and there is a lot going on, all right? So I believe it's the right time that you should know or learn how you can integrate AI into your Spring Boot based applications. Now, in this particular course, I'm not just going to talk about the backend part, but I'm actually going to also show you how it will work with the front end. So we are going to build a complete full stack application with a front end as well as the back end, and this is going to give you a complete picture as to how you can make use of AI into your applications. We will also talk about this amazing project by Spring, which is Spring AI, and how it makes our life easier. The models that we are going to talk about is the OpenAI models. Okay, we are going to explore different use cases. So our application is going to have 3-4 functionalities. Okay, the number one functionality is of course going to be around chat. So the chat interface, we'll have an interface wherein you can ask question to the AI and AI is going to respond with the answer. Okay, that is going to be number one functionality. Second functionality we are going to build is around the image generation. Now there will be use cases wherein you might want to have image generation abilities into your application, right? And of course today you can make use of generative AI for the same. So I'm going to show you how you can integrate image generation abilities, how you can integrate the model, and how you can send the queries and get the responses. So all of that we are going to cover. We are also going to cover different options. If you need to customize your image, or if you want to have a better control on your image, how can you do that? So all of that is going to be covered under this image creation module. And then the third functionality I have is around recipe creation. So this is a use case that I want to show you. So let's say, for example, if you're building a health application, an application that is focused on users' health. So you might want to have an ability wherein user can share his preferences and the application can respond with the recipe based on those preferences that he has shared. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm going to show you. Now, let me tell you, like, this use case is not just limited to recipe generation. You can of course take this use case to different domains, like apart from health, you can take it to finance, customer service, any sort of domain. You can take this functionality and use case and implement it in that particular domain. So if you are having a application that you're building in finance domain, so you can take this recipe use case and you can have a similar use case in your finance domain as well.
Okay, so it is going to give you a complete hand holding as to how you can build such a use case with the help of AI, right? And it is going to broaden your horizons. So yeah, that's what this is going to be about, and it's going to be a React front end, like I said. Okay, so you're going to have a complete picture of how the entire application is going to function, right? I'm not just going to show you the backend part, and it's just not going to be raw APIs that I'll discuss with you. Okay, of course, this course is also going to give you a experience on how you can build in just the APIs, but I wanted to complete the loop, and I want to show you the front end part as well. Okay, so that's what it's going to be about. All right, and do watch the next. I have a video on application demo where I showcase the application that we are building. The application would look decent, and it would be decent enough for you to learn and take this knowledge and implement it in your production grade applications over there. So goes without saying, if you are enjoying my videos, you should hit like button, subscribe, and share it as much as possible, because this is a free course, and of course that's the help you can do if you are liking the content that I'm providing for free. All right, and yeah, in the comment section, do introduce yourself, because that also helps with the YouTube algorithm. So let me know who you are, where you are joining in from, and what sort of videos you wish to see on the channel. All right, without a further ado, let's jump right in. All right, so now it's time that we begin talking about and understanding what is Spring AI. Now, here I'm on the official website of Spring, which is spring.io. Okay, you can just Google Spring Framework and you should see this website, or you can directly type in this URL to come over here. Okay, I do have the dark mode enabled over here from this. Okay, so here we have Spring Framework. Okay, now what happens is, under Spring there is an umbrella of projects. Okay, there are quite a few projects that you can make use of these projects with Spring, and you can build your applications. Okay, so these projects give your application some enhanced functionality over here. So here, if you scroll down, you can read more about Spring, what it is, and all of that. Okay, but here at the top you'll see this link for projects. Okay, you can see Spring Boot, Spring Framework, Cloud, and everything over here. But I'll just click on View All Projects, and I'll open this in new tabs. Okay, so you can see over here, you can just configure these projects, and it will give you some additional functionality into your Spring application. Okay, so Spring Boot is also a project over here. Spring Security is another project. Okay, Spring Data we have, Spring Framework, Spring Session. A lot of projects are there, and one of the project that we see in the list over here is Spring AI. Okay, now in past few years, AI has seen a lot of advancements. Okay, and if you're building applications or having the knowledge of how to integrate AI into your application is a must today. So Spring AI is a project by Spring Framework that enables you to integrate AI capabilities into your Spring based applications. Okay, so either it's a Spring Boot project or Spring Framework based project, you can integrate Spring AI into it. Okay, now if you go over here, if you open this, I'll open this in a new tab. Okay, on the left hand side, this UI will change. On the left hand side, it will all be the project list, and on the right hand side, it's the description about the project. So you can see over here, Spring AI is an application framework for AI engineering. Okay, so you can make use of AI over here into your projects, and you can see what all chat models this particular project supports. So you have a list of models. Okay, there are a lot of models that it supports. You can just scroll down and you can see. Okay, you can see over here, these are also the supported models. Okay, now if you're new to this AI world, and if you're not aware of what chat model is, so you can think of model as a representation or an algorithm, okay, that exists in the world of AI. And this mathematical representation or an algorithm, this is trained to make predictions or decisions and to answer your queries based on the input data. That is what model is. Okay, so if you have been following this world of AI, you must have heard of GPT-3, GPT 3.5, GPT-4, and now you have GPT-4o. So these numbers are nothing but models. Okay, ChatGPT is a thing, but ChatGPT has a lot of models like GPT 3.5, GPT-4, GPT-4o, GPT-4o 4 Mini, I guess, is the name of one mini model that they have released. Okay, so there are quite a few models that exist. Okay, and there's a list of models. Now, ChatGPT that is quite popular is a product by OpenAI. OpenAI is the company behind ChatGPT. Okay, so the Spring AI also supports OpenAI. You can also integrate a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff from Amazon. You can integrate the Google-based models over here, like Palm 2, Gemini. You can make use of Hugging Face over here. So a lot of things over here. Okay, and if you click on, so you can read about this. Okay, it's a long list. Okay, there's a quick start guide too. And if you click on learn over here, you will see this reference doc, which I'll open in the new tab, and you will have the API doc. Now, API doc is just the list of all the APIs or the classes that exist within this particular project. Okay. But what we are going to talk about is the reference doc over here. So here, if you click on this reference doc, you'll see this reference doc open up like this. Okay. So here you will see all the details around Spring AI. So you will see like Spring AI project aims to streamline the development of applications that incorporate AI or artificial intelligence functionality without unnecessary complexity. That is what it says. I'm sorry. Yeah. So what it does is, if you want to make use of AI into your web applications or any sort of applications, APIs that you're building, then adding the ability of artificial intelligence was a little bit complex, and this project aims to simplify that. Okay, and you can read what all it does. So that's the baseline of this project. Okay, and you can see the features of this. It supports major model providers like OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Hugging Face. All of these are popular in the market, and if you want to build any sort of AI based applications, it's likely that you will use a model from any of these companies. Okay, so it supports all of them. It supports a lot of capabilities like chat. You can do text to image, audio transcription, text to speech, and a lot more is on the way. Okay, so you can read about this over here, and over here on the left hand side you will see this navigation bar. Now there are some AI concepts that you should also be aware of. Okay, so the number one concept is around model. So if you're new to this world of AI and if you don't know what model is nothing but the algorithm that exists, like I said, and it is trained on a particular set of information to make predictions, decisions based on whatever input is provided. Okay, and basically it learns pattern. It becomes smarter with time with a lot of inputs that you give to it. Okay, and it helps you make your life easy. So you can see over here there are many different types of AI model suited for different use case. You have ChatGPT. Okay, it gives you, it's a text input output model. It also has an image model. OpenAI also has an image model called DALL-E. Then there are some companies like Midjourney. You have Midjourney, your model which generates text to image. You have stable diffusion and so on. Okay, so that's what it talks about. Then the next concept it talks about is the concept of prompts. So if you don't know what prompt is, so prompt, to put it simply, okay, in very simple terms, prompt is nothing but the input that you give to the model. Okay, so let me switch my screen over here. So here I am on ChatGPT interface. So this is my ChatGPT account. Okay, and here you can see at the top there are different models that I can choose from. So GPT 4o, okay, or 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about the white theme. I just switched to the dark theme. Okay, so I'll continue where I was. So I was talking about GPT 4o. This is one of the models that exists, GPT 4o mini. Then you have GPT 4, which is the legacy model now. There was GPT 3.5 as well that existed. Okay, so this is nothing but the model that exists. And if you click on the about icon, you can see like these are the different models. You can see GPT 3.5 over here as well. Okay, so these are models that you can choose from. And I'm right now on the paid plan with ChatGPT or OpenAI. Okay, so that's why I have access. I'm not seeing any upgrade option over here. Okay, now over here you can message ChatGPT. Okay, and you can see there are some messages over here. Now the message or the input or any question that you ask over here is known as a prompt. Okay, so you can say plan a relaxing day over here. So can you help me plan a relaxing day? This is a prompt that went to this particular model and it helped me of course, it's asking me a question. What do you enjoy and all? Okay, so I can like have a conversation with this particular model over here. Okay, and it's going to like get back to me based on my preferences with like my day plan, or like I asked it to plan a relaxing day, right? So it's going to get back to me with that, right? So this is model, and this is what prompt means. So these inputs that I'm giving to the to this particular model is known as prompt over here, and that is what this entire thing says. Okay, so basically you can see over here, prompts serve as a foundation for language based inputs that guide an AI model to produce specific outputs. Okay, so it's actually, you can see over here, for those who are familiar with ChatGPT, a prompt might seem like merely a text entered into the API. Okay, so that's what the starting point is. But when you start building the applications, okay, there is a lot of stuff that goes into. Okay, so here in the interface, it's user friendly. So you just saw that I just entered the text and I got the output. Okay, but when you're building the application, you can pass in a lot of parameters along with just the input. For example, if you want to generate an image, you can specify which models you want to use. You can specify, you can do a lot of other configurations. Okay, so that's about prompt templates. Okay, so you can have a template like this created, okay, with the variables over here. Okay, so for example, tell me a, here this will be replaced with an adjective. So tell me a adjective can be funny, joke about a particular content. Okay, so these are nothing but prompt templates. And if you're building a model, or if you're building an application wherein you need a specific set of information repeatedly, you can have a template inside your application, and then based on the user input, you can update this template and get the output. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. There is something called as tokens. Okay, now token is how these models work. Okay, so whenever you are making use of models, and basically this is true for OpenAI. Okay, so if you're making use of any of the OpenAI models, you're basically being charged for the tokens used. Okay, now a token is essentially, you can see over here, whenever you do input output with any sort of models over there, so the input and output that you receive is going to be converted into tokens over here. So you can see LL is one token, MS is another token, the space and like is another token, and so on. Okay, so it's basically a representation of how you would be charged. So the number of tokens that you use essentially in input and output, that's how you are going to be, that is what is going to determine your charges. Okay, so how much input you are giving in and how much output you are getting from the AI model, that is how you are going to be charged, and that is what it says over here. Okay, so basically a lot of models that exist out there are not free. Okay, for example, I have been using open models from OpenAI, and they charge you based on the number of tokens used. Of course, it's not that expensive, but there is a cost associated to it. Okay, so that is something that you should be aware of, and you'll see these terms tokens frequently being used whenever you visit their dashboard. All right, so yeah, that's about some of the important concepts. Here you have a link to get started. Okay, and you can see some steps outlined and an overview of all the APIs that exist in this project and how you can make use of them. Okay, so this reference doc is very handy and very useful. I found this to be really well written. Okay, so yeah, I hope you have some good clarity about what is Spring AI and why does it exist and how it makes your life easier. So let's talk about the application we are going to build. So the application we are building would be a full stack application, and this would have different sections, like a section to generate images, section to talk to AI, and a section to generate recipes depending on certain user preferences. So this recipe generator is a use case that I wish to showcase as an implementation of what AI can do. So you can learn from this use case and integrate AI into your applications as well. All right. So what we are doing over here is, before I jump over to demo, This is the front end that has been built using React. It's a very simple interface, nothing complex and no jazz at all. Okay, I've kept things really simple. So this front end will interact with the back end. Now, first thing first, we'll be creating the backend APIs. So you will see these APIs, 4 APIs is what we'll be creating, and these APIs will be there in the backend that will interact with OpenAI. So you can see like it will interact with OpenAI, and you can replace essentially OpenAI with any other chat model as well. Okay. So we'll be making use of Spring AI, which is a project or by Spring. Okay, and it provides a smoother and easy integration with AI models out there. A lot of AI models. We'll be discussing about different AI models, but we'll be integrating OpenAI. All right. Now let's see how this application functions. So I'll enter a prompt over here for an image. This is kind of a stock photo generator for you. Okay. You can have this and it can generate at most 4 images. You can customize this depending on your requirements. All right. So I can enter the prompt like, let's say an umbrella or a scenic place or whatever. You can click on generate image. Okay. And the image should appear over here. Now there will be only one image that will appear. Okay. But like I said, you can customize this to your needs, and depending on your needs, you can have different options over here, like ask the user as to how many images he wants. Okay, so you can see this is the image that we got from the AI model. Okay, you can say a cute bunny over here. Okay, and if you say generate image, so I have not added progress bar or like loader over here while the image is being generated. All right, because I just wanted to show the integration, but the application works smooth. You can enhance it and take it to any level you want. All right, you can see this bunny appear over here. All right, now the API that we are building, it will have lots of parameters. Okay, you can have parameters like the quality, the total number of images, the width of the image. Like you can customize the images and you can ask for user preferences here on the front end. You can have more options and you can get those options and send it to the backend API. Okay, all of that sort of things you can do. All right, so this is about the image generator. You can ask AI anything. Okay, so I'll ask what is the capital of Australia. A very simple question. Okay, and you'll see this is the answer over here. You can ask literally anything and you should get the right response. All right, recipe generator. So using the AI models, you can have implementations like this, wherein you can implement it to a specific use case. So let's say if you are building a health application and you want to have a AI based recipe generator, you can build something like this. If you have let's say a stock market application, an application that helps users to trade on stock market, you can have predictions, AI generated predictions. All of that you can do. All right, and this one use case will teach you how you can do that for your respective domain. All right, if you're working on a cab sharing application, like a cab booking application, you can have AI for a certain thing or for a certain use case in your application. Right, now here you can enter the ingredients, so you can say olives, potatoes, and you can like enter a lot of stuff like I'm out of thoughts. Okay, tomatoes, and let's add chicken, or let's add some curd. Okay, and you can add any dietary restrictions like I'm vegan or something like that. Okay, you can create a recipe. Okay, and what this will do is this will work with the AI and this will get you a recipe along with the instructions. So you can see title of the recipe, the name of the recipe, the ingredients, and the instructions. So this is what you get from the backend. All right, so you can customize this to your requirements. Like if you have a holiday app, you can have a AI based holiday planner and you can make use of this logic to implement that into your application. So yeah, this is the app that we are building. It's working on React. We are making use of React front end. So I'm not just teaching you about APIs. All right, we are learning the entire picture over here. Along with APIs, how can this information be consumed on the front end? How does this information work on the front end, and how you can build a full-fledged application. Okay, you can even deploy this if you wish to. But yeah, that is what we will be building, and that's the demo that I had for you. All right. So I hope you like the demo, and I hope you are excited to learn this. So now it's time that we create a Spring Boot project, and we should configure it with the required dependencies. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm on Spring Initializer, start.spring.io. I'm going to select Maven over here as the build tool over here. Okay, and you can select any latest version of Spring Boot. Okay, don't select snapshot M1. Okay, just select the normal version. And here you can add the group. So I'm going to say com.spring. Or you can say com.ai, and I can keep the artifact as demo. Okay, or I can say Spring AI demo, something like this. Okay, and yeah, package name I have auto generated, and you can rename the description or change the description if you want to. Packaging is jar. Select the Java version and come over here, and we'll add the dependencies. So first of all, we'll add web as a dependency because it's a web project that we are building. And then just click on add dependencies and enter AI over here. You're going to see a lot of options here when you select AI. Okay, so these are all the dependencies that have been added now. Okay, and you can select OpenAI because we are going to make use of OpenAI. And we are going to make use of language models or the image models that exist with OpenAI. Okay, so you can add any of the, so when you search for AI, you can add anything you want. Okay, you can even make use of Azure over here, Azure AI search, Vertex AI. Okay, Vertex AI Gemini. You can see there are quite a few options. All right. So you can choose the one you want. You can go to explore and check out how your project is being rendered over here, or you can alternatively download. So I'm going to download this and open this with IntelliJ. So one thing I would like to highlight over here, if you click download over here on the screen, only pom.xml is going to get downloaded. Okay, so I'll urge you to close this and click over here, generate. Okay, so this is going to generate the entire project and give you a zip file that you can save onto your desired location of your choice on your machine. Okay, now I've downloaded the project and I have unzipped it over here. If you see, this is the zip that I downloaded from the website, and this is the extracted version of this project. I've unzipped this. Okay, now once you have unzipped, what you need to do is you need to go to IntelliJ and you need to say open over here. Now after you say open, you'll see this file chooser open something like this. All right, and here you will have options, or you can navigate to the desired folder. So you'll have options to navigate to the folder of your choice. Now wherever you have extracted this project, go to that folder and select pom.xml from the folder. So within this folder, Spring AI demo, there will be a pom.xml. To select that and say OK over here. Now the moment you say OK, it will tell you that, hey, this pom.xml is a project file. Would you like to open the entire project? So yes, I want to open the entire project, right? And pom.xml has the entire structure. So I'll say open as a project, and you'll see the entire project open, and you can go full screen then with this. This will resolve some dependencies here at the bottom, and you'll see some sort of processing happening here. Okay, so don't worry about that. Just hold on and it will do some processing and it will set the project for you. So what it's actually doing is, if you go to pom.xml, you have added a couple of dependencies. So it's fetching all the required jar files and everything, and it's getting you here in the external libraries folder for you to use locally. Okay, so you can see like indexing, and the download is complete and the indexing is also complete. So the project is ready for use. Now our project is created, and what we can do over here is we can come into the project and head over to the main application file and try running the project. Okay, your application would crash. Okay, this is something that I already know, but I wish to show you as to why it's crashing. Okay, so over here, if you scroll up at the top, okay, you'll see like everything completed, but there was an exception that was thrown. Okay, so it tried to create a bean with the name OpenAI chat model. All right, and this is because if you come over here, why try to create a bean with that model? Because if you come over here to pom.xml, what you have done is you have added the dependency for OpenAI, right? So it's trying to create the OpenAI chat model, which is a bean, okay, and it's trying to initialize it. And it crashed because to create the bean over there, it needs a key from OpenAI, right? So you need to set the key, and only then you will be able to run the application, because this bean would be able to initialize itself. All right, and that is why our application crashed without even having a single line of code written. So what we would do is we need this key. So I would head over here to my browser, and here you'll see this website openai.com. So just come over here to openai.com. This is what you'll see. This is the company behind ChatGPT, and we don't want to access ChatGPT right now, but you can head over to products over here, and under API you'll see this platform overview. Okay, you can also view the API pricing. So if you click on pricing, you'll see this pricing for the API, and you can see here the pricing is being defined in terms of tokens. So tokens is how the input. So depending on what input you give and what output you get, okay, that output and input is being categorized into something called as token. And based on what tokens you're using, so for 1 million tokens, the pricing is $5. Okay. So what I would recommend is you can sign up for the account over here. Okay. Normally what happens is you get a $5 free credit when you sign up to the OpenAI API account. All right. And depending on when you're signing up, there might be a possibility that OpenAI is not giving that $5 credit. Okay. So it is giving as of now, but there is a possibility that you might not get in future. So I'm just saying that this is the case now, and they might discontinue it. Okay. So if you get credit, well and good. Otherwise, you can just add a few dollars if you wish to use the OpenAI API. But if you come over here, okay, here I would say start building. And I already have an account. Okay, if you don't have an account, what you can do is you can actually sign in or sign up over here. So if you click on start building, you'll be asked to sign up or sign in, right? Now here you are being taken to chat playground over here. Okay, now over here you can play with the interface and play with different models and see how things work. But what I want to highlight over here is something called as projects over here. So you can see this default project appear over here. So right now I'm in the default project. You can create a new project if you wish to. Okay, so if there are several projects that you're working on AI related, you can create projects and organize your projects that way. All right. So this is a playground, but we don't want to go to the playground. You can go to dashboard over here. Okay, under dashboard you will see things like usage. So how is your usage been? Okay, you'll see storage. You have something called as API keys. So go to API keys, and here you will be able to create your own API keys. All right. So here you can see I already have one key created. Okay, and you can create your own API key. So you can click on over here, create a new secret key. Okay, and you can enter the name of the key. Okay, so you can say key test or Spring AI demo. I'll say. Okay, so that you remember later on. And you can select the projects. If you have multiple projects that you created from here, you can select which project this key belongs to. And you can say create. Now, when you say create, this secret key will be displayed, which is for your private personal use. You are not supposed to share it with anyone, right? So create this key, and also once the key, it's displayed only once. You cannot see the key again. So when you see it for the first time, just copy it and save it on a secure location. Okay. So they do this from security purpose, because anyone having your key can make use of the key and you will be charged in your account for the usage. Okay, so that's why key is important. So I won't be creating the secret key yet, but what I would do is I'll show you how you can add the key into your application. So just head over to application properties of your application over here, and add a property over here, spring.ai.openai.api-key over here. Okay, and you should enter your key value over here. So whatever your key value is, you can specify over here. Okay, so I I'll make use of something like this, okay, and I'll make use of a variable over here, my app key, something like this, okay. But you don't need to make use of this, you can just paste in your key over here, okay. And after you try to run in your application, it should work. So I'll just add my key over here. So I have added my keys, all right, and what I would do is I'll try to run the application now, okay. So if you run the application, you'll see like it's successfully running, which means that it is able to pick up that key, and that key is valid now, all right. And remember that key is private to you. You're not supposed to share it with anyone, all right. So be sure to use it properly, all right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up your key and add it to your application, all right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin setting up the service that will help us get the output for the prompt that it receives. All right, so here we'll begin with the reference guide. So here if you come, okay, you can click on Spring AI API over here and expand this and click on Chat Model API. So Chat Model API is the API that we are going to use. So you can see over here the Chat Model API offers developers the ability to integrate AI powered chat completion abilities into the applications, okay. So here you can see this this is the model interface that exists. This is inbuilt, okay, and you can see it has methods like call, and you can pass in the prompt over here, okay. Now if you scroll down, you have prompt as well. So this is the class that that represents the prompt, okay. And then if you scroll down over here, you have chat options that you can add, okay. So you can set the temperature, you can set different parameters over here, you can even set the model over here, okay. So if you want to use a particular model like GPT 3.5, GPT 4 or something like that, you can configure that as well. And then you have this chat response class, which is the class that represents the output that you get from the AI model, okay. So let us see how we can make use of this. So here if you scroll down, you will see like there are different implementations of this, okay, depending on which model you are using. Since we are making use of OpenAI, I'll select OpenAI over here. And here if you scroll down, you can see like how we have navigated through this. So you can even like go over here to Spring API, and under Chat Model API, you can select OpenAI. So that is also one way to navigate rather than going through the documentation, okay. You can see like different chat properties over here, okay. One of the property is this one, wherein we set the API key. This is something that we can use over here in our application properties to set the API key. There are different like properties that you can set, like max attempts. You can configure the maximum number of retry attempts if it fails, okay. The default is 10. You can configure it to something custom, okay. So here are the properties, and then if you scroll down after properties, you will see this example over here. So this is how you can make use of chat model over here. You can see chat model dot call, and then you're making use of prompt over here. You're building a prompt with different options. So you're entering the prompt, then you are adding which model should be used, what sort of temperature, and all of that, okay. So I'll come over here to IntelliJ, all right, and here what I can do is I can straight away create a new class. I'll call this class as chat service over here, okay, something like this, okay. And within this class, I'll need an instance of chat model. So I'll say private, I'll say final, I can say chat, and you can see chat model appear over here, Spring Framework AI dot chat dot model. So I'll select this one over here, okay, and I'll create an object of the same. All right, this is done, and yeah, we need to initialize this. So I need to like add this constructor with the initialization for this, okay. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to add a method over here. So I can say public, okay, I'll say string, I'll say query or get response from AI, okay. So this will get us response, and this accepts prompt over here, okay. Now what I can do is I can say chat model over here dot, and you can see there is a method call that we have access to. So we'll make use of this, and you can pass in then the parameter. So I'll pass in the message. Now what is the message? The message is the prompt over here. So I'll add a semicolon and I can say prompt. Now the response of this call is, if you see the response, it is a string over here. Okay. So what I would do is I would simply return the string, right? So it returns a string, right? So this is how you can create a chat service. Okay. And a chat service is set. We're making use of chat model. This is very simple. Okay. We are not doing any sort of additional configurations. So here you can do additional configurations. You can get a chat response and you can fetch the output from it. Okay, but we have kept things really simple. We have said chat model.call and we are getting the string as the output. All right. So yeah, that's about how you can set up the chat service wherein you can set up a chat with our AI model that is configured. So now we have the service set up. What we can do is we need to set up a controller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a controller over here. You can call our controller as Gen AI controller. Okay, because we're working with generative AI. So it's Gen AI controller over here. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this as a REST controller first of all. And then I'm going to have a method which is also going to help us serve our endpoint. I'm going to call this method as get response. Okay, and over here I'm going to accept a parameter as prompt. Okay, and I'm going to say return. Okay, we're going to return, so it has to be chat service. So I'm going to need a chat service instance. So I'm going to say chat service over here, and I can actually have a auto wiring done, or essentially set up a constructor. So let me set up a constructor itself. So I can right click, I can say generate constructor, and this has the parameter. Okay, now for this to be injected over here into the constructor, I need to make sure like this is being marked as service over here, which I have not done yet. Okay, so that is done. I'll come over here, Gen AI over here, chat service dot, and you can see get response over here. Okay, and I'm going to pass in prompt over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we need to mark this as the endpoint. So I'm going to say this is a get mapping. Okay, and I can call this mapping. You can call this mapping as so depending on whatever sort of endpoint you wish to have, you can call it get AI answer, query AI. Okay, but I can simply call this as let's say ask AI. Okay, so I can say ask -AI over here. Okay, and I can get this prompt as request parameter. Okay, so I can say request param over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. I believe this should work fine. There should not be any issues. Now let me rerun this. Okay, so I'll run this and we are going to test this endpoint in Postman. Okay, so it's up and running. I'll come over here to Postman. I'll add a request. Okay, I'll say local. Okay, 1 second. So I'll say HTTP, or we don't even need Postman, I would say. Okay, what you can actually do is you can actually test this from the browser as well. Okay, so you can say localhost colon 30. Sorry, not 30, it's 8080 slash ask AI. Okay, and you can enter the prompt. Okay, so what sort of prompt you want over here? So I can say what's up, something like this. Okay, I'll keep a copy of this. I'll send this. Let us see. So you can see, hello, I'm just here to assist you with anything you need. How can I help you today? Okay, so that's the response of WhatsApp that I got. Okay, this is coming in from AI. You can pass in any other input. Okay, what is the capital of France, for example? I can press enter. The capital of France is Paris. You can see, so this is clearly we are getting the response from our AI model. Okay, you can even run this in Postman. So I can have this set up in Postman over here. Okay, I can say ask AI endpoint over here. And you can see this is automatically populated, the query over here, because that was added in our URL, right? If I say send over here, it's going to give me a response. You can see, how can I help you today? Okay, what's your name? Let me ask, what's your name? What's your name? Okay. I'm a digital assistant and I do not have a personal name. You can simply refer to me as assistant. How can I assist you today? Interesting. So this is working fine, and you can actually have a front end as well for this to consume this endpoint. And basically we are accepting this as request param. Okay. I believe request param is the best way to accept this. And I think it's working fairly well. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful. So now we have a simple API up and running where we get a taste of how we can integrate OpenAI with our application. Okay, so what is happening is whenever you are querying this particular endpoint, this prompt is taken over here and it's being intercepted by the controller. From the controller, it goes to the service. And what service is doing is it is making use of chat model over here. Okay, now this chat model is essentially a object of chat model over here, which is helping us. So this is created using the key that you have injected into application properties. Okay, and since you have mentioned over here that you want to make use of OpenAI, so here you have mentioned that you want to make use of OpenAI. So why would you add this dependency? Because you want to make use of OpenAI based models, right? So what Spring Boot has done is it has auto configured everything for you. So you just have to use this chat model and you just have to query the or you have to get the response from OpenAI using the key that is added in the application.properties. Okay, so you literally aren't doing much over here. It's all a Spring Boot auto configuration into picture based on the dependencies that you have added. Okay, now we have created a simple endpoint, right? I want to add, or I want to control the output. I want to have much more customizations. Okay, so here on the website, if you go, you saw this, you'll see this, this example over here. Now over here, what is happening is chat model.call is being used, but an object of prompt is being inserted over here. And this prompt has two parameters. One is the prompt itself, and other thing is the options that you want with this prompt. This is what is being crafted. It's being given as an input to call. Okay, so if you come over here, and here what we are doing is we are making use of get response, right? So here get response is not being used, call is being used. So what we will do is we'll create one more endpoint. Sorry, I'm in service, I'm in controller. So we are actually making use of call. Okay, so if you say dot call over here, okay, you'll see like it has three variants, right? You can see it has three variants. Okay, one variant is messages over here. You can see this is a variable number of arguments that it's accepting. Then you have message over here, which is a single string, and then you have prompt. Okay, so it's the exact same method that is in use, call. Okay, I'm sorry, ignore my previous thing because I was referring to controller over there, thinking that it's service. Okay, so we are making use of this call itself over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would just duplicate this. All right, and here instead of get response options, I'll call this options. And instead of this call over here, let's make use of this syntax over here. So I'll just copy this over here. Okay, and I'll come over here and I'll paste it over here. Okay, something like this. So I'll get rid of this chat model. Okay, prompt, you can import prompt. Okay, and chat options, you can import this. Okay, so you will see these two imports being added, and these both are coming from the AI. Okay, Spring AI. You can see org.springframework.ai over here. Okay, so if you come over here, we don't need the hard-coded content as well. So you can update this with the prompt variable that you're getting access to or you're having access to. Okay, now over here, you should make a note of this thing. Okay, here you are just simply calling call over here. Right now, this call is overloaded like we saw. Okay, And if you wish to see the overloading, you can either go to the class, okay, and see how it's overloaded. Okay. Now, if by chance, if you're going to this class, you will get a decompiled version. You need to download all the sources. Okay. It will take some time depending on your internet connection, but then you have the entire source code of the class file. Okay. You can see this is called accepting string message. This is variable number of arguments, and this is accepting a prompt. Okay. Now here, what we are doing is, I'll just close this. What we are doing is over here, we are making use of prompt, this prompt object. We're passing in the prompt, okay, and we are specifying some options over here, okay. Now, based on these options, the output will be given, okay. So you can see you have options like with model, you can see with temperature, okay, frequency, penalty, with function. There are so many options that you can use, okay. Seed as well, okay. So there are a number of things to customize the output, okay, but we'll stick to a few over here. With model means the model that you wish to use, okay. So here, if you come to OpenAI, okay, here, and if you, or let me search for OpenAI models, something like this, okay. You can see over here models. So in the documentation, you'll see like these are all the models, okay. And if you go to GPT-4o, you can see like this is the model name, this is the model name, this is the model name, okay. So here GPT-4o is being used. You can see GPT-4-o, okay. So yeah, depending on which model you wish to use, you can pick up the model and you can use it, okay. So there are quite a few models, is what I mean to tell you. You can use a 3.5 model as well. You can change it over here. With temperature, here we are getting an error, so we need to cast this to a float. Okay, so if I select this cast argument to float, it will convert it to F over here, and you can see like everything turning red. The reason it's turning red because we are returning a string, and if you are calling it this way, then the response is of type, you can see over here, chat response. Okay, so chat response is what you will get as the output because you are making use of this particular call over here, where it's accepting the prompt over here. Okay. Now what I would do is I won't be, so if you change this type over here to chat response, the error will go away. Okay, because this is returning chat response over here. But I don't want to do that. I'll keep this to string. Okay. So I'll keep this to string over here. I'll remove this extra semicolon. Okay, I'll get rid of this return statement and I'll add return over here. But here what I'll do is I'll create an instance of chat response. I'll call this response over here. Okay, so we are getting the response and I'm saying response dot. You can see here you get a lot of options. So we'll make use of get result. Okay, I'll say dot, and you have a method called get output. I'll say dot, and you have an option called get content. Okay, so this should work fine. Okay, now what I will do is here options are clear, right? We are making use of with model, we're making use of with temperature. Now if you don't know what temperature is, okay, temperature is a parameter that controls the randomness of the model's output. Okay, so essentially if you want the output to be more creative, then you can make the output a little bit more random. Okay, so you might get some creative responses, or if you want conservative, then you can set it to low temperature. Okay, so high temperature will result in like random responses. Okay, it means it's closer to 1. Lower temperature means it's closer to 0, and it will be much more focused and it won't be random. Okay, so that's what it means. So here we have set to 0.4 F from the example. Okay, now what I will do is I'll come over to controller and I'll create one more endpoint. Okay, over here. So let me duplicate this and I can say ask AI options over here. And instead of get response, I'll call this as response options. So I'll add options everywhere. And instead of get response, I'll say get response options. Okay, so now we are making use of this options thing over here. I can rerun the application. Let us see how it reruns. Okay, and you can come over here. I'll duplicate this Okay, let me duplicate this, and here I can rename this to options, and I can rename this to options as well. Okay, and I can run this. It's sending the request. Am I calling the right? Okay, I got an error. Was I calling the right endpoint? Yes, but I got an error. Let us see what the error is. So if you see the stack trace, you'll get this error message over here. Okay, between the stack trace, you'll see the model GPT-4-O does not exist. Okay, so if you see on the website here, okay, the model, if you select GPT-4o, this is the name of the model. Okay, so I'll copy this, and if you come over here, if you see, we are making use of hyphen and extra hyphen over here. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll run this. Okay, it's surprising that this is what is being used in the documentation. Okay, so you can see this is what is being used in the documentation. Even the float, we got an error for this. Okay, but no problem. That's okay. We are able to fix our own issues, and I'll come over here. Now the endpoint is up and running. I'll just trigger this request again, and I get an output. Okay, you can see I'm AI created by OpenAI. I don't have personal name, but you can call me an assistant. How can I help you today? So this is how you can make use of options over here, and depending on how you configure, you can add some additional configurations depending on your requirement. Okay, so here we have added a couple of them: model and temperature. But if you want to know more about what all options can you add, I would request you all to head over to platform.openai.com/docs/overview. Okay, so this is the documentation of the OpenAI platform. All right, and here you can head over to API reference. This on the right hand side, you can see this API reference. Okay, and then over here you'll see everything. You can select chat. And under chat, you'll see a lot of stuff over here. You can see request body over here. Okay, so you can see here you have messages, model. So model is the model that you want to use. Okay, you have, if you scroll down, you have max tokens. Okay, so you can specify maximum number of tokens. I'm not sure if here we can specify. Okay, so you can see with max tokens, you are able to specify the max tokens. So what this does is, it allows you to specify the maximum number of tokens that can be generated in the chat completion. Okay, so remember that you are being charged on the basis of tokens that you are using, or your API call is using, right? So if you want to limit the number of tokens that are being used for every call, you can set the limit this way, right? Max tokens. You have something called as N over here. Now what is N? So if you come over here and if you say dot N, okay, so you can see with N over here. What is N? So here you can see how many chat completion choices to generate for each input message. So here you will get choice. If you set N as 2, you will get multiple options or multiple outputs, and you can select the output you want. Okay, and default is 1, so we were getting 1 output only. Okay, you have a lot of stuff. You can just scroll. Seed is another thing. Okay, so you can enter your seed. You have temperature, which we spoke about. Okay, sampling temperature between 0 to 2. Higher values like 0.8 will make the output more random. Lower values will make it more focused and deterministic. Okay, so that's how it works. Top P. Okay, so yeah, these are all the parameters. So if you're interested in knowing what all parameters I can use, how can I customize the output that I'm getting from a particular model, so you can refer to this documentation and you can use, so whatever name you see over here, let's say you want to make use of log probs over here, you can read about it. And if you think this is your requirement, you can come over here, you can say, okay, you can come over here and you can say with log, and you can see log props. So you'll get that option over here. Okay, so this way you can play around with the input and output, and yeah, I hope this is pretty clear to you. Now you can search for this documentation. Okay, I'm not sure, you can make a note of this URL over here, platform.openai.com docs overview. Okay, or what you can do is if you come to openai.com, OpenAI. Okay, so if I come to openai.com, you can head over to documentation. Okay, so from there you can enter over here. Okay, so you can select documentation from the products. You can enter over here and select API reference, and you can select chat over here then. Okay, I hope this is clear. And I hope all the information that I have given is useful for you to, I hope it's enough and useful for you to build your own applications with the integration of AI. So now it's time that we begin talking about how can we build a service that will help us generate images using OpenAI. So what we will do is here in the documentation, okay, here we had you can see the chat related information under chat model API and then OpenAI. Yeah, so I'll just collapse this. Okay, and you have one more option over here called image model API. So I'll select that one. Okay, and like chat model, we have image model as well that allows us to work with images. Okay, so you have things like image model over here. Okay, then you have image prompt. Okay, this is a prompt that will encapsulate a list of messages which is used to create images. You have image message. Okay, and then you have image options. So like you had chat options where you could customize the input that you're getting or the output that you're getting from the chat model. You can customize the input or the output that you're getting from the image model over here. You can customize the model, width, height, and so on. Okay. Image message, this encapsulates the text to use and the weight that the text should have influencing the generated image. So you can represent the prompt essentially using this image message. Okay. You have a response which would represent the response over here. Okay. So whatever output you're getting from the image model that can be represented using image response. You have image generation over here. And here if you see, you have a couple of image related models, OpenAI image generation and Stability AI image generation. So you can either select OpenAI from here, from the left sidebar, or you can select it from here itself. Okay. And here you will see some steps over here. So you need to add the starter. I've added the starter already. We have some properties over here. Okay. Retra properties that you have, configuration related properties that you have over here. Okay. If you scroll down, you have this code over here using which you can generate images. Okay. So what I would do is that we would make use of this code over here. Okay. I would switch over here and I would quickly create a service. So instead of chat service, we would have a service called image service. Okay. So I'll say new. Now after doing new, you'll see this option called Java class. So I'll call this particular thing as image service over here. Okay. So this is created. Now what I would do is I would mark this service immediately. Okay. Service. And what we need to do is we will make use of, so here in chat service, we were making use of chat model. Okay. Here we'll make use of image model. Okay. So you can say image model over here. Now you can see there are different options like image model, and you can even make use of image model from OpenAI. So OpenAI image model. So I'll make use of OpenAI image model over here. Okay. And I'll mark this as private final over here. OpenAI image model. This is done. And add a constructor parameter. So we need to initialize this. So this is done using constructor injection. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to have a method that will help us generate the image. So I can say public and I can say image response. So this method will return the image response over here. Okay. And I can say generate image over here. Okay. And for generating the image, you will need prompt over here, which is what we are accepting as the parameter. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say OpenAI image model dot call. Okay. So you have this one call over here, which accepts image prompt over here. Okay. You can see the input that it accepts is image prompt. So I'm going to click enter, go to the next line. And over here, I'm going to say new image prompt. Okay. And I'm going to have prompt defined over here. Now image prompt accepts two options. So we are going to have two options. One is a list of messages and other is the image options. Okay. You can even have one option over here. So first let's let's work with one option. So I'll say prompt, I'll pass in a semicolon, okay, and we need to return something, okay, that's what we are getting error for. So image model dot call, and I'll hand over this to image response over here, okay, something like this, okay. Now over here, after this line, I'm going to return image response, okay. So we are done. I see this warning. So this is redundant. You can inline this variable as well, but I'll just keep this separate for now, okay. So you have the response, image response, which is being returned to the essentially to the calling whoever is calling. Okay, so whoever is calling this method will get response as the output over here. Okay. Now what you can do is, this is done. Okay, so what we did is we are making use of OpenAI image model. Okay, here. So here you can see OpenAI image model is being used. Okay. And this is the exact same prompt that we have written over here. If you see, we just have not added the image options for customization, which we'll be learning about shortly. Okay, but yeah, we are ready with the service that can help us generate the images, and it is returning image response as the output. So now as a next step, once we have the image service set up, so we need a controller for this service. So this service is going to help us generate the image based on the prompt or the input given. But we need a controller which is user facing. So what I would do is I would come over to the same Gen AI controller. We'll make use of same controller over here. Okay. We would just add an endpoint over here. So I'll just copy this, get mapping, and I would come over here. And over here, instead of get response, I'll say generate images. And here I can have this endpoint as generate images, something like this, or generate image over here. Okay. Request parameter can be a prompt itself. Okay. And instead of chat service, we'll have to make use of image service. So what I will do is I'll say image service over here, image service. Okay, and both are private final over here, private final for both. Okay, and I'll add this as a constructor parameter so that it can be initialized or auto-wired automatically. Okay, this is done. Okay, this is never used. That's the warning we are getting. So what I would do is I would get rid of this. I would say image service dot generate image. Okay. So this is now returning image response. So we will need to do a little bit of processing over here. So what I would do is I would cut this. I would add this as a statement dot generate image, and I would add prompt over here. Okay. Now this is done, and I would assign this. So since this is generate image, I would assign this to image response. Okay. Image response over here. All right. So we have the image response. Now what you can do is, if you see over here, 1 second. So I'll say image response dot, you have this method over here, get result. Okay. Get result dot get output. Okay. So you can make use of this, and you have one more method over here, which is get URL. So this is going to give you the URL of the image that is being generated. Okay. And over here, you can accept this as a string. So you can say URL over here, something like this. Okay. And you have image URL. What you can do is here, you can say response. Okay. So we need to redirect this. Okay, so what we can do is we can directly open this URL. So one way is you display the URL onto the browser. Okay, or you can redirect the user to this URL. So what I would do is I would redirect the user to the URL. For that, I'm going to need HTTP servlet response. Okay, so servlet response over here, and I need an object of the same here, and I'm going to say response dot redirect send redirect is what we'll make use of, and I'll say image URL. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting an error over here. What is the error about? Okay, so there might be an exception, so you need to add exception to the method signature. One more error. Okay, so it says required type is string, but it returns nothing. So I'll just change this to void for now. Okay, this is done, and we need to delete the return statement over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. All right, we have this controller being set as well. Now let us test this. I'll just run this and let us see what the output looks like. Okay, so it's up and running, and I'll come over here. Let me duplicate this over here. Duplicate. Generate image. Okay, and over here I have generate image, and prompt can be, we can add whatever prompt we want. So I'll say cute cat. Okay, and I'll copy this. Actually, I'm not going to trigger this in Postman, but what we can do is we can trigger this in the browser, because we are anyways redirecting the user to the image, right? So I'll say localhost 8080, a generate image, prompt is cute cat on a porch. Okay, let me say enter, and let's see what the output looks like, whether we get any sort of errors over here. There's no error on the stack. Okay, all right, we see the image. You can see the image is generated, and this is the URL that we got from OpenAI, and you can see we are being redirected to this image over here. Okay, it's a very cute cat. If you want, you can save this image by right clicking and saving it. I'm just going to do that because this image is not going to last on this URL forever. Okay, these URLs are temporary, so if you want to save these images, you can save it in your application. So I've saved the image. Okay, right click and save. That's how you can save it. So this is done. You can even trigger this right from the Postman as well, and you will see the image being generated over here. Right, so that is also a thing over here. But one thing over here is let us take a look at the entire flow as to what happened. Okay, let us understand. So first thing is, we had a controller that intercepted the request that we sent out to our application. So this controller took the prompt over here. Okay, and we are accepting this as a request parameter, and we called the service over here using the prompt. Now within the service, what we are doing is we're making use of OpenAI image model, and we are making use of call method over here to generate a image prompt, and we are sending the prompt over here this way using the new image prompt option, and we are getting the image response like this. We are returning the image response, and over here in the controller, you're getting the response, you're getting the result, the output, and the URL like this. Okay, so if you take a look at the chat service, okay, you had a chat response. So there you have an image response. Here you have a chat response. Okay, now for chat response, you did response.getResult.getOutput.getAContent, because you were getting content over here. But here, instead of content, after getOutput, you're making use of getURL, because you're getting a URL over here. Now there are two ways or two approaches to deal with this URL. You either return the URL over here. I could have returned this string over here, but what I choose to do is I got this response object over here, which is the HTTP servlet response object, and I made use of redirect over here to redirect the user to this image URL so that the URL is displayed in the browser itself. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So you can even return this URL if you're consuming this image on the front end. All right. So that's our progress so far, and I hope you have some good clarity about the flow and how you can make use of image model to generate images. So now we have the endpoint ready and working for generating an image based on the prompt that we give to the API. Now there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a better control on the image that is generated. Now what I mean by better control is you might want to customize like the dimensions of the image. You might want to customize the number of images that are being generated. So right now we have only one image that is being generated, and we are actually redirecting the user to it, right? But you might want to have a better control, and you might want to specify some options at a granular level. So here, if you come to the documentation of Spring AI, here if you see this image model API, and if you select OpenAI, you see like there are different options that are being passed. Okay, we have not passed these options, so you can pass options like the quality. You can specify the quality here. You can specify the number of images that are generated. You can specify the height and the width as well of the images. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over here, all this option, and this is simply a parameter in the call method. Okay, so what you can do over here is if you come over here, you go to the service, image service, and here in the call you'll see like there are multiple implementations of call over here. So this is one where you are passing in the image prompt. We are just passing in the image prompt. You can, if you scroll up, okay, I'm not seeing one more option where you can also enter. One second, so it's not showing in this class, so I'll just say over here image model, OpenAI image model dot call. Okay, so it's okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So it's not the multiple parameters in the call, but instead it's the multiple parameter in the image prompt. Okay, I'm sorry about that. So the parameter is being passed in the image prompt and not the call. Okay, not the call method. So here if you see image prompt, if you open this, okay, you can see over here, this is what we have made use of. So for image prompt, we have made use of instructions. Okay, here you can even pass in the image options, right? So I'm going to make use of this option now. Okay, so I'm going to say comma over here, and I'm sorry, not over here. So I'm going to put comma over here, enter, and I'm going to pass in the image options. And I'll need to import this OpenAI image option. So I'm going to just import this, something like this. Okay. Now you can see these options like with quality, this is N. Now what does N mean? N meaning the number of images that you want as the output. Height, you can even see width over here that is being defined. Okay. So let me do a thing. I will copy this over here. Okay. And I'll paste it over here. Okay, and I would also have the earlier version of code here. I won't change that. Okay, so I have this earlier version of the code, and this is being done new image prompt, and I'll close this. Okay, so this is the earlier version of the code, earlier version of image response being created. I'll just comment this out. Okay, so this was a simpler one, and here we are now having more granular control wherein we are passing in some options here. We are specifying some options. Okay. Now over here you have multiple options like with height, with model, with N, with quality, width, response format, style, and all of this. Okay. If you want to know more about what each option means, what you can do is you can go to openai.com. Under products, you can go to the documentation here. Okay. And you can here then click on OpenAI reference on the top right. And then you'll see this page being loaded. Then over here you can select images over here. See this? Now if you select images, you'll see the parameters that are being accepted by the API itself. So you can see prompt. A prompt is nothing but the description of the desired image. This is the limit, 1000 characters for DALL-E2. Now it also depends which model you are using, right? So DALL-E2 is one model, DALL-E3 is one model. Model is a parameter that you can use over here to specify the model explicitly. Okay, this option defaults to what? DALL-E2. So if you want to specify a model over here, you can specify with model, you can see, and you can specify the name of the model over here. Okay, it's totally your call. You can customize this. Okay, but default one is DALL-E2. There is one parameter called N. Now if you want multiple images to be generated, so let's say you are building an application where you just don't want single image. You want multiple images to be generated. So if a user enters a picture of a cat sitting on a porch, you might want to show him 3 options and he has an option to choose one. So if that sort of application is what you're building, then you need to set n to 3, right? Because you want 3 images, 3 image options. And you can see the option over here, like the range over here is from 1 to 10, and this defaults to 1 over here. But remember, if you're making use of this doll E3 model, then the n allowed over here is only 1. So if you try to pass in n as greater than 1 for this model, okay, you're going to get an error that this value of n is not supported for this model. It won't execute. Okay. But right now what is happening is the default model is dolly 2 and default n is 1. So if you want, you can increase this. Okay. So since we have not specified model over here, we have the n value over here to 4. Okay. Now keep in mind, the more number of images that you are generating, the higher will be the token utilization in your OpenAI account. Okay, just keep this in mind. Okay, don't underestimate this, because like you can have because this is going to cost you ultimately. Okay, response format, like what sort of response do you want? Do you want URL or base64 JSON? Okay, now keep in mind, URL is only valid for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. If you try to access this URL, this is one of the URLs that we have after 60 minutes, it won't work. All right, so keep that in mind. So now then you have size over here. Now what sort of size you want? So just take a look here. Like you can have a granular control, like you can even specify the size. So you can specify, I want 256 by 256, 512 by 512, 1024 by 1024. Okay, and these are the only sizes available for dolly 2, and these are the sizes available for DAL E3. Okay, so be sure to pass in the right size, otherwise you will get an error again. Style, you can specify the style, what sort of images you want. Do you want vivid, natural? Okay, now vivid causes the model to lean towards generating hyper real and dramatic images, and natural causes the model to produce more natural and less hyper real looking images. Okay, and this parameter is only supported for DAL E3. Okay, user, so you can have a unique identifier representing your end user. Okay, so these are the options, and whatever options you are seeing here on the OpenAI website, you will see all these options appear over here. Okay, so it's totally up to you as to what you want to use, but I'll stick to HD. N is equal to, I'll stick to 3 over here. Width height 1024 and width is 1024. Okay, now the thing over here is, once we switch to multiple image generation, or this thing returning multiple images, what would happen is, if you come over here in AI controller, okay, here which URL should you redirect to? So we should switch over to a different code over here. Instead of returning or redirecting the user to the image URL and opening the image URL, you should essentially just show the list of image URLs. I believe that is what you should do. So what I would do is, I would just comment this out. I'll first copy this, then comment this out over here. Okay, this is done. And then over here, what you can do is, we are passing in, we have image response. Okay, then we will get the image URL over here. Now if you are returning multiple images, okay, from the service, what would happen is, this image response is going to have multiple URLs in it. Okay, so getting or extracting the URL this way won't work, so I'll get rid of this. What we will have to do is, we will have to make use of streams to get URLs, okay, from image response. Okay, and how are we going to do this? So we are going to say over here, I'm going to say image response, and I'm going to say dot get results. Okay, get results. So you can see, instead of doing get result, I'm doing get results. So this is giving me the list of image generations, right? So I'll get this, and I'm going to convert this list to stream. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make use of map over here, and I'm going to apply a transformation. So I'm going to say result over here, and here I'm going to say result dot get output dot get URL, something like this. Okay, so I'm getting the URL for each result, and I'm going to say collect. So let me see, collect to a list. I want to collect this to a list, so I can say collect, and I'll say collectors dot to list. Okay, to list is over here. Okay, so you can see over here what we are doing is we are converting this first of all to stream. Okay, then we are making use of this map transformation where we are saying for every result you need to get the output and get the URL for every result, and then for every result that you are getting you need to collect this for into the list, not for. So for the results that you're getting, you need to collect this into a list. So the result would be the list of URLs. Okay, so you can collect this as list, and I can say list of string over here, and you can say it's image URLs. Okay, something like this. All right, I'm getting a red line over here, so this can be replaced with this to list over here. Okay, that's fine. Now over here I can just return. Now I can say return image URLs. Okay, now this is not the return type expected, so if I hover on this, you'll have an option to make generate images return a list, which I'll happily do. Okay, so this is done. Okay, it's giving me suggestion to inline this, but I just separated these two steps to show you step by step working on this. Okay, now let us test this. Okay, and what I'm also going to do is I'm going to run this in debug mode. All right, I'll run this in debug mode, and I'm going to have a debugger over here. So let me scroll up. So on this line over here, I'm going to have a debugger. Okay, sorry, not a debugger, a breakpoint over here. Okay, and we are going to analyze the result that we get into image response. Okay, that is what we are going to analyze. All right, so this is running, up and running. What we can do is now head over to the browser. Okay, I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to say generate image. Okay, or 1 second. So this is the prompt over here that I have. Okay, it's a prompt for a beautiful sunset over the mountains. Okay, over the mountains on sunny day, something like this I can mention. Okay, now this is the prompt that I'll make use of. Okay, let me call this endpoint and let us see what is the output that we get. Okay, now since we are running this in debug mode, ideally, we get an error over here. What is the error? So let me scroll up over here. Okay, you must provide n is equal to 1 for this model. All right, why is that so? So let me go to image service, which is the model in use. Let me see. So the model in use right now should be DAL E2. 1 second. So for DAL E3, okay, so I believe it defaults to DAL E3 and not DAL E2. Okay, so you can have multiple images being generated using DAL E2, right? So what I will do is I'll copy this DAL E2 over here. I'll come over here. I'll say dot with model and DAL E2 over here. Okay, since I have multiple images. Now I'll rerun this in debug mode. Okay, so let me stop this right now and let me run in debug mode. Okay, let us see how things look like, and it's running. Okay, let me come over here now to the browser and let me refresh this prompt. Okay, you should ideally see this hitting the breakpoint. Okay, we get an error again. Strange. Let me scroll up. Rate limit exceeded. Oh, okay. So there was an error called rate limit exceeded, and we get a response. But here if you see, okay, 1 second. Here if you see the run output, okay, there's no error. The error is gone. Okay, so there was some error that I saw, I think, for rate limit exceeded. Okay, but let us switch over to debug mode, and here you can see this is what happened over here, image response. So I have this prompt over here. Okay, so keep in mind the image service has been called right now. So image service was called with the prompt. The execution happened over here for image service. What happened is this part was executed, okay, wherein the image was being generated with the specifications. All right. And now we have got a list, or I should say now we have got an image response. Now let us analyze the image response. So here if you see, this is image response. Okay. And if you open this, you can see you have image generations over here. The size of this is 3. Now how is this 3? Because here you have specified n as 3 in the image service. Okay. So this has returned 3 over here. Now if you open this, you can see there are 3 image generations. Okay. If you want to know what image generation is, okay, you can come over here. All right. And you can go to, I would say, the API reference over here. Where's the API reference? So image model, API reference, and you should click on image model API over here, and you will have image generations over here. Okay, you can see image generation. Okay, here. Image generation class extends this to represent the output response and related metadata from the result. So whatever image is being generated is being represented by this class. Okay, that is what it means. So here if you see, if you expand this 0, you will see image generation metadata and the image itself. You can see this is the image and this is the image generation metadata. Okay, so the URL, this is the URL of the image. If you expand this, you'll have everything. Okay. And you're getting base64 JSON as null. Okay. So you're getting 3. And what we are doing is, if you see here in the controller, you're seeing image response.getResults.stream. So you're getting this list of responses. Then you're mapping the result to get the URL over here. You're getting the URL, and URL is here in the image itself. You can see. And then you're converting that to the list of URLs, right? And if you say resume, okay, you should see an output over here in the output window. You can see, let me zoom out a bit. You can see like this is the output, and you can see there are 3 image URLs. This is 1. Okay, from here starts the 2nd, and from here starts the 3rd. Okay, I can copy this and paste each image URL in the browser to see the output. So this is the 3rd one. I'll paste in the 2nd one over here. Okay, and I'll also paste in the 1st one. Okay, so you're getting an array of URLs. I hope this is making sense. You can see 3 image URLs. Okay, depending on what input we give over here. Okay, so that's how it is working. Okay, oh, we are again into, this was again being executed. So I'll just run this and I'll remove the breakpoint. I don't need the breakpoint. Okay. So yeah, this is done and we have the response. I hope this is making sense now as to what happened, why it happened, and how it happened. Okay, all these 3 things are important. Okay, so yeah, I hope this is pretty insightful. And with this, like you can have unlimited applications. You can build a stock photo generator. Okay, so for example, you can show user these 4 images. Okay, you can integrate AI into your application. And if you want to generate an image, you can pass in the prompt. You can have 4 images being generated. You can show user these 4 images. Okay, and then user can select one. Okay, if you have an application where you want to auto generate a cover picture, for example, using AI, so you can ask the user to enter the prompt, or you can automatically create the prompt from the profile information, and you can create cover image, show him the options, and user can select. So there are n number of applications as to how you can deal with this. But this is an API, right? This is backend. This is API. Now this can be consumed by the front end, whether it's a mobile app or whether it's the browser-based application or whether it's a client like Postman. This can be consumed, and whoever is consuming this, okay, you can make use of these URLs to display the images. All right. Now keep in mind one thing over here. One thing I want to highlight and stress upon, that the URLs that you're getting over here is temporary. Okay, so you'll see, okay, somewhere I read that the URL is temporary and it is cleared in 1 hour, like almost 60 minutes. You can see over here, URLs are valid only for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. So keep this in mind. If you're building an application where you want to store the images, you should not store the URLs. Okay, because URL is going to be cleared. It's a temporary URL. So you need to save the image or store the image itself into your application. You need to get the image from the URL. Okay, this is something that you need to keep in mind. All right. And yes, you can customize the size as well over here. Right now, we have not done a lot of customization with size. We have kept it 1024, 1024, but you can change it to 512, 512, and so on. Okay, you can play around with the options. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along and understand everything as to what is happening with the image generation and how you can have a better grip on the image that is being generated. And I hope this has been an insightful session. So right now what we are doing is we are having options over here using which we are customizing or having a better control over the images that are being generated. Now what we can do is we can bring these options to the user, right? So user can also provide the model that he can make use of. The user can also give an input on how many number of images he wishes to see. User can also give an input on the height and width. Okay, so you can accept all of these in the controller itself over here. Okay, so here in generate images, we are just accepting one thing as the request parameter, but you can in fact accept all of that. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to parameterize a lot of stuff. So I'm going to add few parameters over here. Okay, so here we have the parameter for prompt. So I'll copy this and I'll paste this over here, and instead of prompt I will have the value over here. Okay, value, and let me put this into a different format over here. Okay, because I want to specify the default value as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say over here value, and what is the value? I can add a quality over here, something like this. Okay, I can add default value over here. Now what is the default value over here? I can have HD as the default value. Okay, so if user does not provide this parameter in the input, that's completely fine. Okay, and I can basically have a default value in place, and I can specify the name over here as quality. Okay, so we have prompt, we have quality over here. What I can do is let me copy this entire thing right now, and we'll duplicate or replicate the same format for everyone. Okay, so I can put comma, I can paste this over here. Okay, I can even skip this value tag over here if you wish to. Okay, it's not mandatory. So here you can have default value, and this can be n over here, n, and you can have a default value for n as 1 over here. Sorry, 1. Okay, so we accepted n, we accepted this. Now I'll add a comma here, comma, and you can add a parameter for width over here. Okay, I'll just width over here, and the default value is 1024. Okay, I can put in a comma, and default value is 1024. Sorry, 24, and instead of width I can add height over here, something like this. Okay, so I have quality now and the value of width, the height as well. Model I'm not accepting over here, that's absolutely fine. Okay, model is something that we can have control over. Now I can pass in all these parameters over here. I can say quality, I can say width, I can say height over here. Okay, and I can add all of these parameters over here. So I can come over here, and let me comment this out now. Okay, let me copy this and let me comment this out, and I'll add over here. Okay, now over here I can add parameters like after prompt I can have quality. Okay, I can have string n over here, or instead of string I can accept this as integer n. Okay, I can have string width. Okay, or you can have integer over here. I don't know why we are accepting string over here, height over here. Okay, let me see if this is okay. These all are strings, so I'll change this to int. Okay, something like this. All right, still it's not matching. Expected 5 but found 4. So let me see what the problem is. prompt quality n width height. Okay, so prompt quality n. Okay, I missed n over here, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have these parameters being passed into the service now. Now over here in the service, what we can do is we can make use of these parameters. Okay, so here instead of quality, I can specify quality over here. Instead of 3 over here, I can specify n. Okay, and here I can have height, and here instead of width I can have like hard-coded width, I can have this. Okay, so yeah, this is done and we have this ready. Let me, okay, I won't run this in debug mode, I'll just run it normally. Okay, and I'll copy this query over here. Okay, I'll come over here to Postman and I'll duplicate this generation of image over here. Okay, and I'll add this prompt. Okay, so actually we should not have duplicated this. Let me delete this. Oops, I duplicated again. Let me delete, and let me delete this as well. Okay, so I have this prompt over here. Okay, now prompt, you can see the prompt here. I can add things like quality over here. Now quality, it has a default value of HD. Okay, but I can add one more parameter. I can say n is 2. I'm adding 2 over here. I have width, I can add 5 and 2. Okay, I have height, I can add height over here as 5 and 2, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, I think we are all set. We can send in the request over here. Ideally we should see 2 images being generated. All right, and this will take some time. I hope we do not get any sort of errors here. Okay, you get the response. You can see this is one response. Okay, and I can like copy the URL over here, this URL. Okay, and I can head over to the browser and paste it. Okay, you can see the image is smaller, 512 by 512. Okay, and yeah, it's done, and we have only 2 images being generated. Okay, so this can be controlled, and this every parameter is optional. If you see, like we have the default values for every parameter, right? We have default values for every parameter except the prompt. So all of these are optional in a way, right? You don't need to compulsorily add these parameters. I can uncheck any of the parameters and I can send in a request with the rest. All right. So yeah, that's how you can parameterize the values over here. Okay. So what we are doing over here with this step over here is we had some granular control, like the ability to do to control the output in a way, right? We had the ability to control the output in a way within the service using OpenAI image options. So what we did is we transferred this control to the user over here via the controller. Of course, there are a set of default values that we have. So if user does not pass this parameter, we have the default value of 1. Okay, for these also we have the default value. For this also we have the default value. So nothing is mandatory except the prompt. All right. But user now has much more granular control on what can be passed in and what cannot be. All right. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this has been useful so far. Now we know how you can generate the images and how you can get response in the form of text from the AI model. Now let us implement a use case wherein you could create a recipe from the list of ingredients, and you can allow user to also specify any sort of cuisine if he has anything in mind, or you can even ask the user to specify any sort of dietary restrictions. So user can specify the list of ingredients, or you can specify the list of ingredients and cuisine, the dietary restrictions, and you get a recipe based on what you have provided as an input. Okay. So this is just an use case that I'm trying to demonstrate to you. And in this process, you will also understand how you can create prompt templates. Okay. So there will be scenarios wherein you might want to have a template in place, and you will have a template
wherein there will be values that are dynamically replaced based on the user input. That is something that we'll explore. All right. So what I will do is I will have a new service over here, or what I can do, or let me have a new service. Okay. Let us keep this thing separate. So I'll call this as recipe service. Okay. Since we are talking about recipe, and I'll immediately mark this as service over here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is if I'll collapse this first of all, and here in the chat service, I'll copy this over here. Okay. So let me copy this, and instead of chat service, I'll have recipe service. Okay. I have chat model over here. Now over here, I'll have a method. So initialization for chat model is done. I can have a method over here called create recipe. Okay. And this particular method will accept few parameters like string ingredients. Okay. I can have string cuisine. Okay. I can have string dietary restrictions. Something like this. Okay. And within the method, so let me take all of this on new line so that it's pretty clear as to what the method is taking in. All right. And within this method, what I'm going to do is I'm going to craft a prompt first of all. Okay. I'm going to have dynamic variables within the prompt, and then based on these inputs, I'm going to have those dynamic variables being replaced, and then I'm going to give in that prompt as an input to the chat model. Okay. So let me create a template first. So I'll create a template over here. Okay. So var template, and I'll create a template over here. Okay. So I'll say I want to create a recipe. Okay. So this is the input that will go to the chat model. Okay. Or OpenAI over here. Okay. I'll say using the following requirements. Okay. Something like this. Oh, sorry, using the following ingredients, I should say. Okay. And you'll have the ingredients being populated over here. Okay. So I can say ingredients over here. Okay. Be sure to have the right spellings. Otherwise, so this should be equal, like be sure to have the right spellings. Okay. Because you're going to map this later on. All right. Now over here, I can say the cuisine type I prefer is, you can have the cuisine specified over here. Okay. I'll have the cuisine. So actually matching with this spelling won't matter, but when we are mapping it, we will have a key to be specified. So that is the spelling that you're supposed to match. Okay. Let me show that to you in the next step over here. Okay. Instead of a comma over here, I should have a full stop, and over here also instead of comma, I should have a full stop. Okay. We are actually giving this as an input. We are going to give this as an input, and I'm going to say, please consider the following dietary restrictions. Okay. And I can have the dietary restrictions over here. Okay. So I'll add the dietary restrictions over here, full stop, and I'll say, please provide me. So I've given the input as, this is the recipe. I want to create a recipe using following ingredients. This is the cuisine I'm looking for, and this is my dietary restrictions. Okay. Now what you need to provide me is, you need to provide me with a detailed recipe, including, so we need to tell what all the output should include. Otherwise it would be random. Okay. Or it would be varying for every API call. So I can say list of ingredients. Okay. So list of ingredients, and you can say cooking instructions. Okay. Something like this. All right. And you have this ending over here. You'll close this with a semicolon. All right. So pretty clear. This is a template we are going to make use of. Okay. Now what you can do is you can make use of prompt template over here. Okay. Now I can come over here, and I can say prompt template. Prompt template is equal to new prompt template. Okay. And I can pass in the template that I've created. Okay. So I have an object of prompt template now. Okay. And this I'm getting from Spring Framework AI chat prompt. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a map, which is going to have a key value pair, and this is going to be string, and this is other thing is going to be an object over here. Okay, I'm going to call this as params. Okay, and here I'm going to say map of. Okay, and let me create a map here. So I'm going to say the first map is ingredients. Okay, and I'm going to say ingredients over here, comma, cuisines, and I can say cuisine over here, dietary restrictions. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll add this, comma, this over here. Okay, so this is done. Now be sure to have a right spelling over here. Okay, because this name over here that you're using, this key over here, is what is being is what is going to be mapped over here. Okay, so ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions, and it's going to be dietary restrictions over here. Okay, this one. Yeah. All right. So this is done. The map is created. What we will do now is we'll create a prompt. Okay. So we need a prompt. I'll say prompt is equal to, we'll make use of prompt template dot, I'll say create over here. And you can see you can pass in the map, and you can insert a map over here and the object over here. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to add the params here. Okay, because template is something that we are already providing over here. Okay, so I'll say create and I'll pass in params, something like this. Okay, this is done. Now what I can do is I can say chat model dot call, and I can pass in the prompt over here. Okay, and I can say get result dot get output dot get content, something like this. Okay, so this will give us the message over here. All right, and you can accept this as a string over here, or you can simply return this. Okay, so I'll return this and we are done. Okay, so this is what this is how we're making use of a template to replace the variables. So this template has dynamic variables in it. We are making use of map over here to replace those with values on runtime. Okay, and then we are creating a prompt, and then we are getting the response using the call method over here. Okay, and we are fetching the result, output, and content over here. Okay, so this is set recipe service. Now what we need to do is we'll go to the controller over here. Okay, now in controller we need to have an endpoint here, right? So I'll straight away copy this. I can in fact copy this entire, or I'll just copy this much. Okay, and I'll paste it over here. Now instead of generate image, this can be recipe creator. Okay, something like this. You can call the endpoint whatever you want to, and you can say over here recipe creator over here as the method name. All right, and you can say request param. I can specify the default value if I want to, but for this one I don't want to. I want to have the list of ingredients compulsorily. Okay, ingredients as compulsory thing, and I'll add a comma here. I'll just scroll down. Okay, I will duplicate this over here, request param, and here I can say cuisine. Okay, something like this, and here I can specify the default parameters over here. So I can say default value is any. Okay, so any is the default value. So cuisine can be any is what we are telling the model if there is nothing provided. Okay, and I'll just copy this over here, paste it again, and here I can have default value for dietary restriction is empty, so there is no dietary restriction, and I can say dietary restrictions here. Okay, so this is done, and now what we can do is I'll have this method body over here. Now this method body is going to be really simple. Okay, what we are going to do is we are going to return recipe service. Okay, we don't have an instance of recipe service, so I'll scroll up. I'll say private final recipe service recipe service here, and I'll add this as the constructor parameter over here. I'll scroll down, and here I'll see recipe service dot create recipe. I can pass in ingredients, I can pass in cuisine, I can pass in dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and now we are set. The problem is with the return type, we are expecting to return list of string, okay, because we copy pasted this from the previous signature. So I'll just get rid of the list part over here. We don't need to return a list, okay. We can return the text. All right, so this is done and it's all set. Let me run the application and let us see if we are getting any sort of errors, okay. Ideally, we should not get any sort of errors, but it should work absolutely okay. All right. Yeah, we are not getting any sort of errors. All right, I'll come over here now, okay, and I'll just duplicate this here, okay, and I'll say this is recipe creator, okay, and this is recipe creator. Okay, and we have the prompt over here. Now what is the prompt? So you can pass in the values over here. So prompt is let's say I want olives, okay, I can pass in potatoes, okay, you can pass in whatever ingredients you want, okay, this will be ingredients. All right, and let us try sending this much. Let us see what is the output we get. Okay, okay, you can see we have an output here. All right, you can see title olive potato salad. Okay, it gave me olive potato salad because I entered only two things. So you can see these are the ingredients: onion, okay, olive oil, vinegar, salt and pepper, and then it has given me instructions. Okay, you can see, right? Now you change the output, you change the input, the output format won't change because you have clearly mentioned here in the template, okay, when creating the service, you have clearly mentioned here in the template, this is what I want, okay, this is the ingredients, this is the cuisine, this is the dietary restrictions, and how I want the output. So this is also important, okay. If I skip this line, the output won't be consistent, right? Sometimes it will provide me detailed cooking instructions. Sometimes it will provide me cooking instructions with title. Sometimes it won't provide me ingredients. Okay, so all of this would happen, but I've clearly mentioned over here, I want title, list of ingredients and cooking instructions. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward now. Okay, you can add over here dietary restrictions over here. Okay, something like this. You can say gluten free, for example, whatever you want to add. What else? What are the parameter we had? We had cuisine. Okay, so cuisine. You can add Chinese. Okay, so I'll just send this. Let us see what the output looks like. What we can make using olives and potatoes in Chinese. Chinese olive and potato stir fry. Interesting. Pretty creative. 2 medium potatoes, peeled ties, okay, olives, garlic. Nice. Okay, and it has given me step by step cooking instructions. Pretty decent, okay, and you can make use of this for different things, okay. Now this is just a use case recipe creator based on the ingredients. All right, you can implement this in the ways you want, okay. If you have any sort of custom requirement, for example, if you want to build a customer support bot, for example, okay, you can have a template like this and you can have formatted it the way you want, and based on what the user provides as the input, you can have the output over there. Okay, so yeah, this is how you can make use of this thing over here to improve your application that you're working on. All right, I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we go ahead with our React development, and we have done a decent amount of progress with our backend APIs, which we are doing in Spring Boot.
What I'm going to do is I am first going to create a React project. And for that, I'm going to navigate to the directory of my choice. So right now over here, if I say pwd, you'll get to see the present working directory wherever you are. Okay. Now what I would do is I would say cd and I would paste the path where I want the application or the React project to be created. Okay, so this is a path where I want my React project to be created, and here if I do ls, you will see this is the Spring Boot project that we have created, and this is the version that we downloaded from the Spring Initializer website. That is what it's called. All right, so I'll do a clear. Okay, I am in the directory of my choice. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command that will help me set up my React application. So I'm going to say npx, and you can see I start to get a suggestion because I've been using this command a lot. All right, so we are going to make use of this create React app, which is a tool which will help us generate our application. So I'm going to say create. Even though I'm getting the suggestion, I would prefer typing in. Okay, I'll say create React app, and I'll add the application name. So I'm going to say Spring AI, and I'll say demo React. Okay, so this is a React project. That is what it means. Okay, or yeah, I'm right over here with respect to the project name. I'll say enter. Now the moment you say enter, you are going to see some processing happening over here, wherein this tool called create React app comes into play, and it starts downloading and getting all the necessary dependencies. Okay, so you'll have to wait for a while until this processing is complete, and the time it takes will depend on your internet connection speed and your computer processing power. So hang on for a while over there. So you can see my React project was created, and of course to run this command over here, if you're familiar with React, you need Node.js. Okay, so this is done, and yeah, everything is done. You can see this entire stack trace over here. Okay, and here in the end, it has given you a success message where our React application was created along with a set of few commands to get started. So you can see npm start stands for development, like starting the development server. Npm run build is to deploy it to the production. Okay, it will bundle the app into static files for production deployment. Okay, then you have a couple of more commands, like one for running the test runner, another one is to npm run eject. Okay, so this is something that you can even run. Here there are a couple of like suggestions it has given. So it is telling you like navigate to this directory over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll navigate to this directory, and it's saying you should npm run start. Okay, so the moment you run this command npm start, okay, what will happen is the server would be started, the local server, which I'll copy over here. Okay, you can copy this local server URL, and I have the browser open, and over here you can see the application up and running. Okay, right, and it's also giving you some tip: edit src/app.js and save to reload. So whatever changes you make in this particular file will be reflected over here. All right, now once we have this thing done over here, the server up and running, what you can do is you can open Visual Studio Code. Okay, if you are using Visual Studio Code for a while, you're going to see all the recent projects over here. So I'll just close this welcome screen. And what you need to do over here in Visual Studio Code is you need to go to File, you need to go to Open Folder, and you need to, once you click on Open Folder, it will open up a file chooser. Okay, and from there you need to navigate to the folder where you created your React application. You need to select the React app and you need to say OK. So let me do that for you. So I do have navigated to the directory where I created this application. You can see this is the application Spring AI Demo React. Okay, so if you go inside, you'll see all the project related folders. But what we need to do is I'll come a step backward and I'll select this React application, the root folder, and I'll say select the folder. Now what this will do is it will open your application into Visual Studio Code with the entire directory structure within this folder onto the left. okay, and this will enable you to get started with your React application. Now over here, if you see under src, you have this app.js, which is something that this landing page was referring to. Okay, now whatever changes I make over here, so this page that you're seeing over here is coming in from this file. Okay, you can see edit src/app.js and save to reload. Okay, if I say save to reload 1, and if I save this, if you see this, you'll see reload 1 over here. Okay, so whatever changes you make over here will be immediately reflected on the browser. Okay, you don't need to restart your server or something like that. It's completely dynamic. Okay, also another part I'll mention is my application is running here in the external terminal. Okay, now the thing is, I don't want to make use of any external terminal to start my React application. So what you can alternatively do is I'll shut the server. You can say Control C or Command C on Mac. Okay, it will shut the server. I'll just close this app now. Now our application is not running. Okay, if you refresh, it's not running. Okay, so you can see. So what you need to do is you can like go to terminal over here like this, and you can run the same command npm start over here. So if you see, this is an inbuilt terminal within Visual Studio Code, and if you run pwd, you're going to see the complete path where your application is residing. Okay, and you are now in the root folder. Okay, so what you can do is you can run npm start and start your server from here itself. Okay, you can see the server is up and running. I'll switch over to that same browser, and you can see it's up and running. And you have an option to like add more terminals if you wish to by clicking on this plus icon. Okay, so you can open multiple terminals and play around with it. All right, so yeah, I'll just remove this one, and we have our application up. So I hope you have been able to follow along. All right, and I would just collapse this for now. Just drag it down, and it collapses, and our server is running without any external terminal over here. We are just making use of the inbuilt terminal that we get within Visual Studio Code. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now we have our React application done. We need to begin writing some custom code for ourselves. So this is the boilerplate code that we have got when we created our new React app, right? And this is something that you'll get with every React project. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, since now we know that app.js is what is the main file that is rendering the application, I'm going to customize this. All right, so within this div section, so you can see over here, this is the app component that is returning this code over here. So I'm going to just get rid of everything over here, including the header over here. And if I say save over here, you'll see the screen turns black. Oh, sorry, not black, white. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to start writing code that we need in our application. Okay. And for that, we are going to need a state. Okay. Now, what is the state we are going to need, and why are we going to need? So we are going to have multiple tabs, right? So in our application, we are going to demonstrate multiple functionalities like image generator, the prompt chat, and the recipe generator. We have multiple APIs in the backend for this, right? So for image generator, we can have the interface set up in the image generator tab. For the prompt chat, wherein you just send a message to the AI and AI responds with the response. Okay, what you can do is you can have another tab saying chat over there, right? And then you can have a third tab called recipe generator. All right, so whatever APIs we have done over here that you see, okay, where is the controller, all these APIs will be consumed from individual tabs, right? And what we would do is we need individual tabs over there, right? And to manage the active state of the tab, we need a state, right? And for that, we're going to make use of state, right? So we need to begin doing that. So here at the top, I'm going to add import. I'm going to say import React, and I'm also going to say use state over here. Okay.
So we need to import it this way over here, and I need to get rid of this. All right. So I've imported React and use state over here. Now I need to start defining the states. So I need to say const. I'll add a state over here. I'll say active tab. Okay. And I'll say set active tab over here. Okay. And over here I can say use state, and I'll add the state as image hyphen generator, something like this. So default value for the state is image generator. Okay. And what I would do is I would come over here. Okay. So we have this state now, and over here what I can do is I can start having buttons. Okay. So I'll have button, and I'll have the text over here, image generator, something like this. I'll have G caps. Okay. I'll get rid of this space, and I'll duplicate this. I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And the next one can be chat over here. Okay. And then I can have one more, which can be called recipe generator. So I can just remove this recipe. Okay. So this is recipe generator. And now if you come over here, you'll see these three buttons. Okay. There's no CSS as such as of now. Okay. So don't worry about that. We'll get everything done slowly. But right now you can see these are not three images. These are three buttons that you see on the screen. Okay. On the click of image generator, you should see the UI that enables us to generate stock photo images using AI should render. On the click of chat, the interaction that you need to do with the AI APIs, that should render. And on click of recipe generator, the interface that allows you to interact with the recipe generating APIs should render. All right. So that is what we are going to do over here. Okay. Now, what you can do over here is you can update. So here you can see this is set active tab, right? So what you can do is on the click of the button, you can update the state to reflect the active tab. All right. That is something that you can do. So what I will do is I'll have a function over here. I'll say const handle tab change over here. Okay. And I'll have a parameter over here called tab, something like this. And oops, this got imported. And over here, I can say make use of this over here. And yeah, we have this function created, and what you can do here is you can say console.log, or you can even display an alert. Okay, so we'll just display an alert for a while, and you can say tab over here. Okay, and you can also update the state over here to set active tab. You can say set active tab to that of tab over here. Okay, something like this. All right, now this function should get called on the click of the button. Okay. So what you can do is you can say over here on click. So you get this suggestion, and here you can say like this, and you can say handle tab change, and you can pass in image generator. All right. So this is done for image generator. You can copy this. Okay. And you can paste this over here. Instead of image generator, you can say chat over here. And here you can say recipe generator. Okay, this is done. So now let us see how our application behaves. So if I click over here, it says image generator. If I click on recipe generator, you can see recipe generator. If I click on chat, it says chat. Okay, so what we are doing over here is, let me take you through. We have three buttons, three simple buttons. One represents image generator, other represents chat, and third represents recipe generator. Okay. Now what we are doing, so let me get all of this on one screen so that you can see everything without any sort of scroll over here. Okay. So we have these three buttons. Okay. Now what we are doing is on click of these buttons, the respective UI should get rendered. Okay, so on click of this button for image generator, the UI for image generator should get rendered. Same for chat and same for recipe generator. But right now we are not rendering the UI.
we are going step by step. So right now what we are doing is, on clicking of the button, we are updating the state as to which is the active tab over here. Okay. And why are we making use of state? To keep track of active tab, because whatever the value is there in the active tab, the application will render that information to the user. Okay. And we need to make sure that active tab has the right value always. So we are making sure that on click of every button, we are updating the state over here, active tab state, using this function handle tab change. And this is a common function that is being called across all the three buttons. All right. I hope this is making sense. So it's very simple what we are doing right now. All right. And we'll gradually take this forward, and we will have different components rendering here instead of just the buttons. So within the buttons, you are just displaying the text right now, and on click of button, just we are displaying the alert box right over here. So instead of that, we'll be rendering the components dynamically. That is what we'll be going towards. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we will talk about conditional rendering, because what we need to do is we are maintaining this state called active tab, and depending on what value active tab is holding, we would be displaying the tab contents, right? So right now we are displaying the tab content, but later on we will be rendering the component, respective component there. All right. So what I would do over here is, just after the definition of button, I can add a div over here. Okay. And then over here, I'm going to have an expression. So I'm going to say if active tab is, so if the value of active tab is image generator, I'll copy this value over here. Okay. Then what we need to do is we need to render a heading. We are just going to keep things simple for now, and we'll go step by step. I'll say h2, and I'll say this is image generator. Okay. I'll save this, and if you come over here, you can see image generator. Now if I select chat, okay, you are still seeing the alert pop up. So I'll just disable the alert over here. We don't need to see alert now. Okay. So if I select image generator, I see this text. If I select chat, this goes away. Even for recipe generator, this goes away. But if you say image generator, you'll see this text. Okay. And this is coming only when image generator is selected. And that is because we are conditionally rendering this. Okay. So we are saying we want to render this. Okay. So we are saying that we want to render this over here onto the UI. But the condition to render is that this should be true. So if this is true, and how is this being measured? So if this is true, then we are making use of AND operator over here. You can see this is AND. So if this is true, only then this is being rendered. If this is false, then the condition fails, and the second part of the condition is not being executed. Okay. So this is how we can display this text. We can duplicate this code to display things like chat over here. Okay, you can display chat over here, and I can even copy the recipe generator, something like this, and I can say recipe generator. Okay. Now if you come over here, if I say chat, you can see chat, recipe generator, you can see recipe generator, and image generator, you can see image generator. Okay. So this is how conditional rendering would work. Okay. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 div, or sorry, not h2 div, it's a h2 value, or okay, or h2 tag, you can say. So we are conditionally rendering a h2 tag onto the interface, right? But the same logic can be applied to render components as well. Okay. So in future, you can have a component for image generator, and you can render that on click of this button. You can have a component for chat, and you can render that the same way. You can have a component for recipe generator, and you can render it the same way. Okay. So the logic works in the same way. So this was a demonstration of how conditional rendering can work in React. And I hope you are clear about this. So now what we can do is we can improve the interface a bit for this UI. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to customize the CSS that we have right now in our application. So right now we have not written any sort of custom CSS, but you can see this line in our app.js, which is it's importing app CSS. And if you press Control on Windows or Command on Mac, and if you hover on this, it will get converted into a link, which you can click, and you can go to that file. Okay, so this is the CSS that we have by default with the project. You can also go to this file from the project explorer, and you can click on app CSS under src. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely select this file and paste the CSS. Okay, so this is the CSS that I've written for the project, and you'll find the CSS as an attachment along with this lecture, or you can even get this on the Git repo. Okay, the GitHub repo. So I'll just take you through what all I'm trying to do over here. So I'm just trying to add some basic styles over here so that the app looks a little bit presentable. Okay, so here you can see for app, I'm adding like the alignment, the width, the margins, and the padding over here. Okay, so what will happen over here is app over here will be aligned centrally. Okay, and there is some sort of width and margin that is given to this thing. Then you have tabs. Okay, now for tabs, I'm adding a display as I'm enabling a flexbox layout over here. Okay, this will allow the children's buttons to be aligned in a flexible way. Okay, I have this justify content over here, which will distribute the space between buttons evenly. Okay, and I have margin bottom over here set to 20 pixel. I have some CSS for button over here. Okay, so I'm adding some, so here you can see these two are for buttons. I'm adding padding and changing the cursor to pointer. So if you bring the cursor, it changes to pointer. Border is none, background color is set to white, and font weight is bold. Now, if the button is active, okay, so when the button is active or when active class is being used to style a button, then the background color will change to somewhat like blue over here, and the color over here is the text color is white over here. Okay, then I have input over here. You can see, so the input I have padding of 10. I'm calculating the width over here. Okay, so this is ensuring that the input field takes up the full width of its parent, and it's minusing the padding and any borders. Okay, so 100% says full width of the parent. And then I have a margin bottom and box sizing over here. Okay, so box sizing, it will include the padding and border in the element's total width and height, ensuring consistent sizing. All right. Then I have tab content over here, and this is adding a margin over here, image grid. So we'll be having image grids to display the stock photos, all right, or the photos that are being generated by the Gen AI. So I'm having some CSS for the same, where I'm setting the display to that of grid. So I'm enabling the CSS grid layout over here, and I'm setting the template columns over here. Okay, so this defines the grid with 4 equal width columns, and I'm having a gap of like this gap 10 pixels. It sets the 10 pixels of space between grid items, and margin top is 20 pixel. Then I have image over here. Okay, so here to display the image, what I'm doing is I'm having the width of 100%, height of auto, and border I'm setting and border radius a little bit. Okay, empty image slot. So before generating the image, we'll have an empty image slot, which you'll see when we build it. Okay, I'm setting some CSS over here, and I'm setting the border to that of dashed. All right, output. Okay, so this is the output element where I'm adding some basic CSS again, like border radius, background color, text align, and margin top. And then this is the one for recipe text. So whatever text is being generated for the recipe, that is something that I'm styling over here. Okay, now if I save this and if I go to the application, you see the impact immediately. Okay, now if you select, you are not seeing the active. So if the tab is active, what would happen is the button should turn blue. That is something that is not happening. Okay, so what we can do is we need to tweak the CSS that not the CSS, in fact we need to tweak the code that we have written in app.js. So what I can do is for that I'll come over here to app.js here. Okay, I have so on button, okay, I have button over here. So here I'll dynamically add this active class that we need. Okay, so this active class. So what I can do is I can say over here, let's move on click to the new line, and I can say class name. Oops, I can say class name over here, and I'll add one expression over here. Okay, so here we'll write in some code. So I'll say if, okay, active tab is equal to, okay, if this active tab is equal to image generator. All right, if this is image generator, only then return active, else return nothing. Okay, so I'll say else return active, else you have empty, like no value. All right, I'll save this, and you can actually add this for all the buttons. Okay, so I'll take this to new line, add this. Okay, I'll take this to new line and add this. Let me save this. Now if you come over here, okay, you can see, okay, something is wrong over here. Okay, so I've said active tab is equal to image generator for all. Actually that's not the case. So here we need to replace with the respective value over here. Okay, and now it's good, I guess. And if I come over here now, you can see, can you see how this is working, right? So yeah, this is how the application is going to render the buttons, and this is how the active state is going to be managed. So I hope you get a sense of how with little CSS magic we are able to get a decent UI. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we start building out the individual components that we need for our application. So right now, what we are doing is here, if you select the tab, the relevant h2 tag is being displayed, right? So ideally, this should not be the h2 tag, but it should be the UI that is being rendered for image generator. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. What we are going to do is we are going to have individual components out there. So I'll first set up a folder under src called components over here. Okay, and this is a folder that is going to have all the respective files that we need. So I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say image generator.js over here. Okay, so this is the image generator file. Then I'm going to have chat component, or let us first deal with image generator, I would say. Okay, and then we can move over to chat component and all. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here to image generator, and I'm going to say import React. Okay, from React over here, oops, and here I'm going to create a function. I'm going to say function, and the name of function is image generator, something like this. Okay, and from within this function I'm going to return. Okay, so I can say return over here, something like this, and I'll simply return a h2 tag. Okay, I'll say generate image over here. Okay, and then in the end I'm going to add an export statement. So I'm going to say export default image generator. Okay, and now I'm going to make use of this image generator over here in our application. So here what I'm going to do is, instead of rendering the h2 div over here, like h2 tag over here, not the div. So instead of rendering the h2 tag, I'll get rid of this h2 tag, and I'm going to say image generator. Now the moment you add this image generator over here, what will happen is VS Code automatically adds this import statement at the top. Okay, So this is done. I'll save this. Okay. So if you come over here now, you'll see generate image. This is coming in from our component. Okay. If you change this to something like this, you'll see. So the component is being rendered now instead of the h2 tag. That's the magic that we are doing so far. Okay. So here we have removed h2 for image generator and added the component. We need to do the same for the rest of the two things like the chat and the recipe generator. So I'll just duplicate this. Okay. And I'll rename this to chat over here. Okay. We can call this chat component over here, something like this. And within chat component, I'll call this as chat component. And I'll export chat component over here, and I'll say so we can say over here we can say like any sort of text or header you can add over here. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI. Okay, AI over here. Okay, and I'll duplicate this chat component as well over here, and we need to add the recipe generator, right? So I'll say rename recipe generator. Okay, and I'll copy this. I'll add this over here and here. Okay, and here we can add a text or a header, you can say. Okay, and the text can be create a recipe. Okay, something like this. Now in the app.js, what I can do is instead of this, I can add chat component, and I need to close the tag also. And here I can say recipe generator, and this is done. Okay, so this is done. And if you come over here, generate image, talk to AI, or create a recipe. All right. Now whatever things you add over here, whatever logic you add over here is automatically shown over here on the selection of the tab. That's the magic. All right. So I hope you have a good clarity now as to how we are going about building this application, the simple application. You have a good clarity as to what happens on the button click and how the components are rendered now on the basis of the state variable. So now what we need to do is we need to start working on the components. So here on the click of image generator, the image generator component or the component that enables us to render or generate the images with the help of AI, which means the backend APIs, should be rendered over here. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to our code base, and image generator is where we are going to do all the work. All right. Now over here, the first thing that we are going to do is we have like an import and this function setup. All right. What we need is the states. All right. So there would be a couple of states that we are going to need. The first state is the prompt. Okay. And the second state is the image URL. Now, why are we needing the prompt? So essentially we are going to send a request to the backend with the prompt that the user has entered into the input field. Right? We are going to allow user to enter the data into the input field. User enters what sort of image he wants, and that becomes our prompt. And who is managing that prompt? That prompt is being managed by a state variable called prompt. And then as a response, we get a list of image URLs from the backend. Like the image URLs can be multiple, right? So we have one more state which will keep track of the image URLs. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const, and I'm going to have a prompt over here, and I'm going to have set prompt, something like this. And then I'm going to make use of use state, and you'll see use state being added over here as the import. Okay. So use state, and I'll initialize it to empty. Okay, I'll initialize it with nothing. Okay, then I'll have image URLs as well. Okay, so I'll say image URLs over here, and then I'll say set image URLs. Okay, and then I'll say over here use state, and something like this over here. Okay, so these are the two states that we'll work on, and you can see like we have a function, like this comes in the combination of the variable name and the function. Okay, so set prompt is the function. Like if we want to update the prompt state over here, we'll make use of this function. Set image URLs is another function that is given to us, and we'll make use of this function to update this state. Okay, and this is initialized with a empty value, and this is initialized with an empty array. All right, because image URLs is nothing but an array of URLs. Of course, image URL can be only one as well. Okay, it depends on what backend is sending us. All right, now this is done. What we need to do is we need to start working on rendering the UI. All right, so first thing over here, I'm going to add a div, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to move this inside the div. Okay, so there is going to be only one parent div that we have over here. Okay, and I can add a class name over here. Okay, one second. So I'll add class name as tab content over here. Okay, and after h2, what we can do is we can say input over here. Okay, something like this, and I'm going to add some properties or attributes, I should say, for this input field or this input tag over here. So I'm going to say type is text over here. Value, what is the value here? So what value should be used over here? The value should be what is there in the prompt, and whatever user is entering over here should be updated in the prompt as well. Okay, so what we will do is whatever user is updating over here should be updated to prompt. So I'm going to say on change, I'm going to say over here something like this, and I'm going to say set prompt over here. This is the function that we have access to. Okay, and within set prompt, I'm going to say e.target.value over here. Okay, you have this. Okay, and this is done. Okay, so on change, what would happen is if there is any sort of change in the value of the input box, then that that would be reflected into the prompt state. That is what we are doing over here. Okay, so this is done. Now we can even add a placeholder over here. Okay, placeholder text, we can say enter prompt for image. Okay, and I'll get this closed, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We have a input text, you can see over here. Okay, and this is the header. Okay, we need to enter the prompt over here. So now what we need to do is we will add a button. So I'll say button, and I'll say on click. So on click of the button, something should happen. Okay, we need to link this to a function that we create, but right now I'll just keep it this way, and I'll say generate image, something like this, and we'll get an error because we are not linking it to a function right now. Okay, what I would do is I would get a function created over here. Okay, so I can say constant generate image, and this will be a async function. Okay, and I would say, yeah, over here, and I would add a semicolon. Now this function does nothing right now. Okay, we'll add some logic soon, but right now I am linking an on click event over here to this function. So on click of this button, this function will be called. Okay, and whatever is written within the function will be done over here. So I'll give you a gist of what we are going to do in the function. We're going to take the value of the prompt over here, and we are going to send it to the backend, and whatever response we get out of that, we're going to get the image URLs, and we are going to update it over here. All right, so that's what we are going to do. Now this is done. If you come over here, you'll see this interface appear, right? This is done. And now what we need to do is we need to display an image grid. All right, now how do we display an image grid? So I'll say div over here. Okay, and I'll call this as a class name as that of image grid. Okay, here. Okay, and we need to add
things inside this. So what I would do is, we have image URLs, right? So we need to display the image URLs, right? So what I would do is, I would add image URLs. So with image URLs, we'll make use of .map over here. Okay. So with the help of map, what we are going to do is, map is a JavaScript method first of all. So we are going to make use of this to go through each item in the image URLs array. Now within image URLs, we are going to have URLs of the images, like I said, right? This would be the response that we get from the backend server. Okay, so we'll iterate through the entire array and we'll render the image tag to be displayed onto the UI, right? So what I'm going to do is, within this map, I'm going to say URL, comma, index over here. Okay, and I'm going to define things over here. Okay, now here I'm going to say image, so this is the image tag, and here I'm going to say key. So key is nothing but index over here, something like this. Then I have src. What is src? Src is URL over here. Okay, and then I have the alternate text over here, which is so I'll add something like this, generated, and I'll say $index. Okay, so this is what we will be doing. And I'll just close this image tag over here itself. Okay, and we'll get rid of this tag. Okay, so this is done. Using this, what we are doing is, we are displaying the generated images onto the interface. Okay, now let me save this, and if you come over here, okay, nothing is being rendered right now because there are no images. Now if this is a state, if there are no images, or if user is yet to send a prompt to the backend, then in that case we should display a few empty grids over here. Okay, so we'll have to create empty slots over here, or I should say empty grids, that we are going to display, and this is going to have like bordered, the border is going to be dashed. Okay, so let me show that to you. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to destructure things over here. Okay, so I'm making use of this spread operator over here, and I'm going to create array over here. Okay, and the length of the array is going to be of 4 minus image URLs dot length. Now why am I doing 4 minus image URLs dot length? Because if there are 3 image URLs, we need to display 1 slot, right? If there are 0 image URLs, we need to display 4 slots, right? So what this thing does is, it will create empty slots depending on how many URLs do we have within image URLs. That is what it's going to do, and it will maintain the number of 4 over there. Okay, so we'll say this over here, and I'll say dot map. So for each array over here, I will go through. Okay, I'll say index over here. All right, and I'll have the logic. Now here I'm going to have the image tag again. Okay, not the image tag. In fact, I'm going to have div tag over here. Okay, and this is going to essentially have the empty slot. Okay, so I'm going to say key is equal to index plus image URLs dot I can say length over here. All right, this is done. I need to attach a class to this. I'll assign a class over here. So class name will be empty image slot over here, something like this. If I save this, and if you come over here, okay, the changes are not reflected. Something is wrong. Okay, so the mistake I did over here is, this won't be a curly brace. This in fact would be a round brace. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll cut this and I'll come over here. Okay, so yeah, this is the definition within this round brace, and right now you're not seeing anything, but the moment I save this, and if I come over here, okay, was this saved? Let me save this properly, and if I come over here, you can see this 4 grids over here. Okay, now
if we generate 2 images, these 2 slots will be filled in and the rest 2 will be empty because of this logic that we have written over here. All right. So first we are rendering the image URLs, and then we have the logic to render the empty slots based on how many image URLs exist. So right now we are seeing 4 image URLs or 4 empty slots. I'm sorry about that. We are seeing 4 empty slots, and the reason for that is image URLs dot length is 0 right now. Okay, because there are no image URLs yet. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do is we need to do the API calls. So we need to have the code over here written for making the API calls. So within generate image, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first add a try catch block over here. Okay, this is done, and I'm going to print in the error message. Okay, and I'll say error generating image over here. Okay, and the error is error. Okay, this is done. And within the try block, first I'm going to make a request to the backend. Okay, so I'm going to say await over here fetch. Okay, so I'm going to make use of fetch API over here. Okay, to make an HTTP request to the backend service. Okay, and await means this is so you have to wait for the completion of the promise. Okay, and within fetch, I'm going to have the URL over here. So this is going to have the URL. And what should be the URL? So here, if you come to Postman, so I have this Postman open over here. Okay, this is the prompt, or this is the URL. So I'm going to copy this over here. We'll come over here, and here I'm going to add the entire URL here. Okay, now this prompt part is something what I'm going to cut this entire piece. Okay, and here we are going to dynamically render the prompt variable. Okay, so I can say $ here, and I'll say prompt over here. Okay, so this is the endpoint that we'll be making the request to. Okay, we need to get the response over here, the response object. Okay, and then over here we need to say const URLs, and I'll get the JSON over here. Okay, so I need to say response dot JSON. Okay, so this is done. Okay, be sure to have your backend service up and running. My backend is not up and running, so I'll make sure that I'm running the backend. Okay, now the backend is running. Let me come over here. Okay, everything looks good so far. URLs. Oh, so one thing we missed. We get the URLs. Now we need to update the URLs to these states, right? So I'll say set image URLs, and I'll say URLs over here. Something like this. Okay, so this is done. I believe everything is good. Like after we get the response, we are updating the image URLs here. Okay, and then we are making use of these image URLs over here to render. We have prompt, which is being updated on every change within this input box. Okay, now let me come over here. I can give this a prompt. I can say a cute dog on street. Okay, and let me say generate the image. Okay, and let us see what is the response that we get from the backend. Let me see if I got any error. No error so far. Okay, it's taking a while to generate the image, so I'll go to console and we get an error. Okay, so the call has been blocked because of the CORS policy. All right, so this was an expected error. Actually, I forgot that this error can occur, but CORS policy is essentially a policy that is implemented by modern web browsers to block or to not allow the cross origin requests by default. So what I mean by cross origin request over here is we are making a call from localhost 3000 to localhost 8080. So it's cross domain request, right? So this is by default blocked to prevent any sort of hackers to do any sort of unknown requests that are not known to you as a user. Okay, so this is by default blocked, and you need to enable it explicitly in the backend, right? But from the UI standpoint, everything is working fine. We just need to fix this issue. So now we are getting this course issue, or the course error I should say, and to fix this error we are going to add a configuration into our backend Spring Boot project. So I'll head over to the backend over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new Java class, and I'm going to call this class as webconfig. Okay, you can call it whatever you want, that's absolutely fine, but I'll call it webconfig, and I'll mark this class as configuration with the help of this annotation. Now this will tell Spring Boot or Spring that this file is a configuration file and it has some configuration defined which it needs to pick up. Okay, now in this particular class I'm going to implement an interface. I'm going to add an interface called web MVC configurer. Okay, so this is the interface that is going to allow us to define the mapping. Okay, course mapping is what I would say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say public web MVC configurer. I'll say course configurer. Okay, something like this, and then over here I'm going to say so this will return something. Okay, and this will be a bean over here, bean. Okay, now here I'll be adding course mapping, so I'll say add course mapping. You can see this method over here, and I'm going to accept registry. Okay, and I'll say registry over here. Okay, and over here I'm going to say registry dot. Okay, there is some issue over here. So inside this class now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a bean of type so I'll have a method which returns a object of type web MVC configurer, and I'll call this as course configurer. Okay, and over here inside I'm going to return a instance of web MVC configurer, and it is going to then ask us to override a method called add course mapping, and that is what we are going to do. So let me do that. I'll say new over here, and you can see web MVC configurer, and now it's asking us to override the method. So I'm going to select add course mapping over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say registry dot, so let me scroll down so that it's clear to you, dot add mapping. Okay, and we need to specify the path over here essentially. So we are implementing this for all the endpoints. I'll say allowed origins over here. Now what is the origin that we want to allow? So I'm going to say front end, right? So we need the front end URL over here. So I'll copy the front end URL, I'll come over here and paste it. Okay, then I need to say allowed methods over here, and I'm going to allow all the methods like get, post, I can say put over here, I can say delete, something like this, and I'm going to say options. All right, this is done, and then I'm going to say allowed headers. I'm going to allow all the headers right now, and then we also need to allow credentials. So I'll say allow credentials. Okay, and this is true. Okay, so this is done. I need to add a semicolon here. Okay, so here we are seeing this. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and we have this being defined, and now let me restart this and let us see if the course issue goes away. So what we are doing is we are adding, or we are saying, or we are telling Spring Boot that, hey, if this is the origin, allow all sort of requests on all the paths over here to the API. Okay, and all the headers are also allowed, and credentials are also allowed. So the application is up and running. And if I come over here, okay, if I do a refresh, and if I enter the prompt as a cute dog on street, and if I say generate the image, let us see if we get the image. Okay, a sort of progress loader or something like that can also be added over here. Okay, I have not done that. Okay, but can be done. We are not getting any error on the back end. Okay, nothing so far on the front end as well. But if you see, instead of 3 grids, there is instead of 4 grids, there is only 3. Okay, so image is coming, but I don't know how and where it's being rendered. Okay, so there's some problem, it seems. Okay, what we would do is, here I would just print this console.log over here and URLs. Okay, so we'll just print the URLs onto the console. Okay, and I'll copy the prompt. Let me refresh. I'll paste this and I'll say send. Let us see if we are able to see the output onto the console. Okay, so the output has come. You can see this is the output, and if you take this URL and if you open this over here, it should work fine. Okay, public access is not permitted, which is fine. If we try this one, will it work? Okay, let me copy this entirely and let me see what it is. Okay, length :1. So let me get rid of this in the end and let me send this. Okay, so the URL loads. You can see this is the image that we got, but it's not rendering over here. So there is clearly some problem over here. Okay, now what is the problem? Let's see the problem. So I saw, or I checked the HTML that was being generated. There was no HTML that was being rendered for the image tag, okay, which we have over here. Okay, so here we are doing one small mistake. Okay, I'll just tell you the mistake. Here I'm making use of curly braces. This is not right. This should be round braces like this, and the closing brace should be round over here. So this is the right usage of the map in JavaScript. Okay, now if you come over here, the moment you save and come here, you can see the picture of dog being loaded. All right, so yeah, the application is working absolutely fine. You can see just one small mistake we had to fix, but yes, the image is loading absolutely okay. All right, and you can see how this is working, and depending on the number of images, okay, those many slots will be filled up depending on how many images you are generating. All right, so yeah, that's about the image generation and how it can work with the help of React, Spring AI, and Spring Boot. Now it's time for us to start working on the chat functionality. So if you click on the chat tab, you should see the UI to chat with the AI or to ask questions to the AI should appear over here. Okay. But for this, what we need to do is we will come over here to the chat component. And right now we are just sending the header over here, talk to AI over here. Okay. So in fact, we can do better over here, and we can render a form sort of a thing wherein there is a input text box with a button to submit the query to the backend APIs, where you can circle upon the response that you get from the backend APIs. And since we have worked on image generator now, this should be fairly simple. So let's do this. And first thing, what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to have a parent parent div defined over here, and I'm going to move this thing inside. Okay, here. Okay, I'll just format this. Okay, so I'll say talk to AI header over here, and the first thing we will need is, of course, the input box. Okay, now for the input box, I'm going to say, oh, sorry, not text, it's type, and the type is text. Okay, so this is a text input box. Value, what is the value? Okay, so we need to have states over here. Okay, a couple of states. All right. What I'm going to do is I can write the states from scratch. In fact, let's not copy. So I'll say const over here, and I'll say the state name as prompt. Okay. So the first state is prompt itself. Okay. I'll say set prompt over here, right? And this can be use state over here, and I can have empty value. Okay, this can be initialized to. Now const again, I can say response. Okay, we need the response, so I'll say chat response, and we can say set chat response over here. Okay, and I can say use state again, and yeah, this will be again initialized to an empty value. Okay, so we have states. Now we need to link this state to the input box, so we'll be linking prompt over here to the input box, and then what we will do is for every change in the input box we need to make sure that the prompt is updated as well. So I'll say on change over here, and I'll say e, and I'll say set prompt. This is what we need, and I can say over here e dot target dot value over here. Oh, sorry, not validation message, it's value. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and after on change I can have a placeholder over here. Placeholder can be enter a prompt. Oops, I accidentally pressed the wrong keys. Enter a prompt for AI. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing, and I'll close this. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Input box is set, input field, and then we need button as well. So I'll add a button. I can say on click over here. Okay, and on click of button we need to call a function, right? So we'll call this function as ask AI. Of course, this function does not exist yet. We need to define it, and I'll say ask AI over here. Okay, and yeah, this is it. We need to have a way to display the output as well, but that is something we'll take a look at later. Okay, right now what I will do is I will have a function over here. So I'll say constant, and I'll say ask AI over here, and we'll have this as async, and yeah, this is the function body here. Okay, now within this function we are going to have a try catch block, of course, like we did for image generator. So we are going to make an API call to the backend. So I'll just copy this. It's going to be a similar API call. Okay, but the call is going to be like this. Okay, so this is what the call is going to be. So I'll copy this, I'll come over here, and I'll add it over here. Okay, and I'll get rid of what's your name. Okay, so this is how we are calling the backend API. Okay, we will get response.json in data over here. Okay, so we can say we'll say not response.json, we'll say response.text over here. We'll get this to text. Okay, and I'll update the chat response. So I'll say set chat response with that of data. Okay, so I think so far so good, and we'll print not URLs but the data over here. Okay, so far so good. I guess everything looks good right now. And if you come over here, you'll see like enter the prompt for AI, ask AI, and now we also need to like display the output, right? So the output is something that we are not displaying right now. So I'll just come over here. Just below the button we can have a div over here, and we can simply render the output over here. So I can say the class name is output here. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's in gray in color, the div appears, and here we can say p, and I'll add chat response. Okay, and I'll save this. Okay, so this is done. Now we can set, or we can query the endpoint over here, query the AI. Okay, you can say what is the capital of let's say United Kingdom. Okay, and let me say ask AI over here. Okay, you can see the output here. The capital of United Kingdom is London, and you also see this on the console. All right, it's working absolutely fine, and whatever questions you need to ask, you can ask over here. Okay, uh, chat is probably not a good tab name over here. Okay, so I'll come over here and probably for this, if you scroll up, okay, so where's the button here? This one. So I can say ask AI. Okay, and now it looks okay. Talk to AI. All right, it looks good now, and it makes sense. All right. So I hope you have some good clarity as to how this will function and how we can have a React front end send prompts to backend APIs, and how our backend APIs can get the response from any AI model that we wish to configure it with. All right, so now it's time that we work on the last step, which is to generate the recipe. All right. Now, what we need to do is we need to have a component here. Like our component should render all the necessary details that the user can provide to create a recipe. And if you take a look at the recipe API over here, we're accepting things like ingredients, dietary restrictions, cuisine. So all of this should come out on the UI. So what I will do is I will come over here to our application. I'll go to recipe generator, right? And here, first thing first, we will begin setting up the states over here. Okay. So here, we'll need 4 states. Okay. One is for ingredients, cuisine, dietary restrictions. So these 3 are the inputs that go, and then the output we get is the recipe. So we need 1 state for that as well. So 3 inputs and 1 output will need 4 states. So I'll say const over here, constant, and I'll say ingredients, something like this, and I'll say set ingredients. Oops. Okay, and then I'll make use of use state over here, use state hook. Okay, and yeah, this is done. I need cuisine, so I'll just copy this for now, and I'll say over here cuisine, and I can say set cuisine, something like this. We have, and cuisine can be any, so I'll have default value as any. Okay, over here, and then I need so we have cuisine, ingredients. I need dietary restrictions, so dietary restrictions, something like this, and I can copy this. I can say set dietary restrictions. Okay, this is done, and I'll just duplicate this again, and we need 1 for recipe, right? So this will come in here, and I'll copy this. I'll add this over here with S caps. Okay, so yeah, this is done. We have the states that we need. Okay, and here now what we need to do is we need to render the interface. All right, now over here I'm going to add div tab. Okay, sorry, div tag, which is the parent tag, which will have the UI, the entire UI, I should say. Okay, so here I say create a recipe. I have input. Okay, and input type is of text over here. I can say value. Now what is the value? Okay, so the first the first input box will have the value of ingredients, so we'll link it to that. Okay, and then I'll say on change. Okay, we need to make sure that the value of ingredients is being updated. Okay, so I'll say set ingredients over here, and I'll update it to e.target.value. Okay, this one. So this is done, and I'll say placeholder here, placeholder is enter ingredients, something like this, and I'll tell in bracket it should be comma separated. Okay, so this is done, and I'll close this, right? So this is our input box to accept the ingredients. If I save this, and if you see, you can see over here, enter ingredients, comma separated. Okay, now we'll add one more input over here. Okay, this input is of course for cuisine, like you must have guessed, and here I'll say set cuisine, and if you come here, enter cuisine type, I'll say. Okay, something like this. So this is also done. Okay, and you can see the default value is any. Okay, that is what we have populated the state with. Okay, and the next thing is around so it's around dietary restrictions. Okay, so I'll say dietary restrictions, set dietary restrictions. Okay, and I'll say enter dietary restrictions. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We need the button. So what I will do is I'll get the button from here, and I'll add it over here. And on the click of the button, we need to call this function. We can call this function as create recipe, and I can have a text over here, create recipe. Okay, now create recipe does not exist, so we absolutely need to define this. Okay, so this function that we are defining will be responsible, or it will help us fetch the data from the backend, and it will also help us do an API call. Okay, so I'll say const create recipe, and this will be an async one, and I'll say something like this, and yeah, we're done. You can see. Okay, so now we need to do an API call on the backend, and for that, what I can do is I can simply copy this API call that we are doing in the chat, or you can even copy the image generator one. Okay, here we're making this fetch call to the backend, and the endpoint that I have is over here in the Postman. So I'll get the endpoint, I'll come over here. Okay, and I'll add this here. Okay, so cuisine, so in the end we have cuisine is cuisine here. Okay, I can copy this cuisine stuff, and dietary restrictions, gluten free. So I'll add this dietary restrictions over here. Okay, and then we have ingredients, so I'll replace the ingredients over here with the list of ingredients. Okay, so ingredients, something like this. Okay, so yeah, we have the endpoint over here with dynamic variables. These variables are nothing but states, right? We're getting the data, and we need to log the data, and we can say set recipe, and we are updating the recipe using the data. Okay, this is done, and instead of error generating recipe, it will be okay. And here also, instead of error generating recipe, it will be error generating image. It will be error generating response in the chat component. Okay, so we missed changing that. This is done. Okay, now if you see over here, the UI is looking good. Okay, what we need to do now is we can have a div over here to display the output, right? So we need to display the output here. So I can say this is pre-formatted text, and I can display recipe. Okay, and I'll say over here class name, and we have a CSS tag for recipe hyphen text over here. I'll add that, and this can be the class name can be output. I'll save this, and I'll come over here, and let's enter some ingredients. So we'll enter olives, I'll say potato. Okay, I'll say vegetables, and I'll say what you can say, curd. Okay, whatever you can say. I'll add enter any cuisine over here. Dietary restrictions. I will enter dietary restriction. I won't enter anything. Okay. Let's say create recipe, and let us see if we are seeing any sort of issues. Okay. You can see the recipes here, right? It's printed onto the console. And here also you're getting it in a very nice way. You can see the entire recipe. So it's Mediterranean olive and potato salad with curd dressing. Interesting. And it has instructions as well. Okay, so I have the pre-formatted like this pre-tag over here because I want this to be pre-formatted, and I don't want to alter its format, so that it's displayed in a readable format. Okay, so yeah, that's something about the recipe generator. I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful.
If you're following AI world closely, then it's likely that you've heard of DeepSeek. DeepSeek is one of the recent LLMs that has gained a lot of popularity recently because of the amazing benchmark that it has shown against the existing models, and that too at a very cheaper rate. So these are the benchmarks metrics, and I'm on deepseek.com, which is the official website for this particular language model. So I'm going to show you how you can make use of DeepSeek for your daily use for free, and also how you can integrate DeepSeek into your Spring Boot applications. And for that, we are going to make use of tools like Olama, which helps you run large language models locally onto your system, and Spring AI, which is one of the amazing projects by Spring team to help you leverage the AI abilities and integrate them into your Spring Boot applications. So are you excited? I'm super excited to take you through, because this is going to be a complete guide step by step, which will enable you and give you the ability of having this sort of integration into your existing projects. So let's jump right in. So what is DeepSeek? So if you Google DeepSeek, you will be taken to this particular website over here, deepseek.com, which is the official website of this particular project. Now, DeepSeek is a Chinese artificial intelligence company that develops open source large language models, basically LLMs, and they help you use this LLMs. Okay, and you can see over here, these are the benchmarks of DeepSeek capabilities against different AI models, and right now they have gained a lot of popularity because of the abilities that their model has as compared to the other models available in the market at a lower or a cheaper cost. Okay, so that is why it's getting popular right now, and many people are using it. Now if you come over here, if you say start now, you will be taken to this particular website, chat.deepseek.com/sign in. So you can create an account, and you will be greeted with a chat interface like ChatGPT, wherein you can ask questions and get the results. Okay, now be sure to expect a downtime, because they are currently experiencing very high traffic, and yeah, there will be scenarios wherein you are not able to access your website as well. Now if you come over here on Google, and if you search for DeepSeek API, then you will be shown this particular link. Okay, you can go head over to this link, or you can directly type this link over here, which is api.docs.deepseek.com. API docs has a hyphen. All right, and this is the guide that helps you understand what DeepSeek, how you can make use of DeepSeek AI model into your projects with the help of an API, right? And here you can see this is a base URL to begin with, and here you have the API key. So you have to apply for an API key, and whenever I click on the apply for API key, I'm being taken to this page where it says that the website is currently under maintenance. So they are not offering API keys as of now. Okay, that's the thing, because there's a lot of traffic, and they have also been attacked. All right, but if you want to make use of DeepSeek, there is an alternative way if you want to make use of them in your application. Now what is happening is, whenever you get an API key, you are basically using a LLM or a large language model that is running in the cloud, and you are trying to access its capabilities with the help of this URL and the API key to show that you are an authorized user to use it, right? But since this is not working, what we can do is we can make use of something called as Ollama. So you can search for Ollama over here. You can see over here, get up and running with large language model. So what it does is Ollama is an open source tool that allows you to run large language models locally on your own machine. So basically the LLM can run on your own local machine, and with the help of that you can basically integrate AI models like OpenAI, DeepSeek or Anthropic into your application. Okay, so you can think of it like a local AI server that is running on your system that can process natural language input without the dependency on the internet while maintaining the performance similar to cloud-based models. Okay, so that's the thing, and a lot of people are using Ollama these days because if you have any sort of sensitive data on your local machine, you don't need to send the sensitive data to remote servers. Okay, so this is a website. You come over here, you can search for any model over here. So I can search for, you can see DeepSeek, Llama. So a lot of models are already available over here. You can click on view all, and DeepSeek is right now the most popular one. You can see 6 million pulls over here. Okay, so it's similar to, so pull and all, these are terminology that is being used in Docker as well. You have to pull the image and all, right? But yeah, this is the tool that we'll be making use of, and you can click over here, DeepSeek, and you can make use of it locally to run it. Okay, now to run this particular model on your local machine, what you need to do is you need to download Ollama. Okay, so download Ollama, click over here and it will get downloaded for your machine and get it installed. Now let me tell you, the installation for this particular tool is simple, and it's pretty easy as like any other software that you install locally on your machine. Okay, and then you have these different options over here. Okay, so you can select which model you want to run. So you are currently in DeepSeek R1 and you can choose the one that you want to run from here. So let me just go and say download, and you'll see like I'm on Windows, so it's telling me download for Windows. Okay, yeah, you have an option to download for Mac, Linux as well, but I'll choose Windows and I'll say download. Now once you run the installer after downloading it, this is what you are going to see. So you can see, let's get you up and running with your own large language model, and click install to continue with the installation. So I'll just say install. It will take a while. Okay, it's a very simple installation process, nothing complicated. It's like any other software that you would normally install on your system. So let this complete. We'll wait for a while over here. Now once the installation is done, just open up any terminal that exists on your system. And like I mentioned, Ollama helps us run AI models locally, right? So what you can do is you have to basically download the model to run it locally, right? So we would be making use of some commands, and we need to understand some commands that will help us get the models locally. So I'm going to say Ollama and list. Okay, now what this does is this is going to give you a list of the models that exist on your system. So right now you can see it gives me name, ID, size and modified. Now there's no model. I've just installed this. There's no model that exists on my system. So basically I need to get a model on my system. So I'll just go back over here. Okay, now here if you come back to the models page, you can search for model. Okay, we want DeepSeek R1, and like I said, Ollama allows us to run AI models locally. So we need to get DeepSeek R1 LLM model onto our system so that we can run it locally. Now over here in this drop down, there are different variants of this particular model, right? And if you select whichever variant you select, you can see like the size beside it. You can select whichever variant you want. Okay, and here you'll see this command, Ollama run DeepSeek R1 colon 1.5b. Now 1.5b is the variant, like I said. Okay, so you need to get this model onto your system first. So I'll copy this model name. Okay, I'll come over here, I'll say Ollama pull, and I'll paste the model name, and we'll wait for a while until it pulls the model over here. Okay, and this will take a little bit of time. You can see it's downloading it fast, it's pulling the image fast. Okay, and this will also consume some space, goes without saying, onto your system. Okay, so we'll wait for a while until this entire thing completes. It's dependent a lot on your internet connection as well, so we'll hang in there. So this pulling part is done. It took some time, few minutes, for it to complete this entire process. Okay, but now we have this model onto our system. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run Ollama as a local server. So I'm going to say Ollama serve over here. Okay. And okay. So when I said Ollama serve, I got this error. Okay. So what I'm going to do is Ollama is running over here locally. So I'm going to just quit Ollama. Okay. And I'm going to run this again. Okay. The moment you run this again, you will see some logs over here. Okay. So once this is done, what I will do is I'll switch over to a new instance of a terminal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this particular thing that I've got on my local machine. So I'm just going to say Ollama run DeepSeek and the variant name. Okay. Now we have this LLM running locally. Now what I can do is I can send any kind of message to this particular language model and I can get a response. So I can say, what is the capital of Spain? Okay. And it's going to think a bit and it will say, the capital of thing, oh, where do I start? Okay, so you can see, okay, not the kind of response that I expected, but it says, I think it's in Madrid, yeah. But yeah, this is how you run it locally, okay? And this is the kind of response that I got with this. Okay, so it's a pretty long response. You can see in the end it says the capital of Spain is this. Okay. Now you can ask it to enter answer in one word. Okay. Answer in one word. Capital of Italy. Something like this. Okay. Okay. So there you go. It says Rome over here. Okay. So yeah, this is how you can get this running on your local system. And if you want to try out, you can try out different variations of this particular model. You have different variations with different abilities. Of course, the one with bigger size will be better ones, right? So I've got the base one over here, the one which has a size of 1.1 GB because of the space constraints since I'm recording this. Okay. But you can actually upgrade to a different kind of a variant over here and try experimenting with different ones, right? So this is being taken care of and I hope you have a clarity as to how you can make use of DeepSeek locally now. Okay. And to exit this, you can say bye and this will just terminate the session. Okay. So yeah, I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this has been useful. First thing first, now it's time that we begin setting up our Spring Boot project. And this Spring Boot project will have the ability to make use of DeepSeek API with the help of Ollama that we have running locally. So we are here on the favorite website, Spring Initializer. Make sure you select the right configuration to get the project onto your system. So I'm selecting Maven, the Spring Boot version. Okay, it's likely that you might see a different Spring Boot version, but that's absolutely fine. This example would work absolutely okay. And you can say com.spring and here you can say Ollama or you can say DeepSeek. Okay, so we'll take a look at DeepSeek example here. I'll select jar. Here in the dependency, I'm going to say it's a web project and here we have one more dependency called Ollama. So you can see Spring AI support for Ollama. It allows you to run various large language models locally and generate text from them. So I'll add this. Okay. You can explore the pom.xml as to how it is being generated. You can see these are the dependencies that are being added, these two. Okay. What I will do is I'll say close and I'll say generate and get the project onto our local machine. So unzip this project once you've downloaded this onto your local machine. So you can see over here, this is where I've downloaded it. Okay. I'm going to say right click and I'm going to extract it over here. Okay. So this will be extracted and then what we would do is we would open this project with the help of IntelliJ. So head over to IntelliJ, open IntelliJ onto your system. Now after opening IntelliJ, head over to open file or project. Then head over to the project or head over to the location where you have unzipped this particular project that you've got from the Spring Initializer and then select pom.xml and say OK. Open as a project and I'll say trust project. So I'm trusting the projects in that particular folder and you can see this is what we've got. Okay, so this entire, okay, so we might see a few pop-ups. I'll just close this you'll see all the dependencies being resolved, and you have this pom.xml being added. Okay, so we'll wait for a while until all the dependencies is being configured, but so you can see the dependencies have been resolved now, and depending on your system speed, it will take some time to get all the dependencies locally. Okay, so I hope it's clear as to how you can get the project set up. After configuring the project, we would be coming over to this page and understand what we are exactly going to do. So we are going to make use of Spring AI to make use of DeepSeek into our application. So what is Spring AI? Spring AI, as you can see, it's a project by Spring team, and it's an application framework for AI engineering. So as you can imagine, AI is gaining a lot of popularity, and it's important to give the engineers the tools basically to add AI integration into the application. And that is what exactly the Spring team has thought of. And they've come up with this project wherein its goal is to apply the AI to your own domain, and you can basically make use of this with the Spring ecosystem. So you can read more about this. Okay, so you can see how you're making use of generative AI over here, and it has quite a few features, like you can make use of chat completion API, text to image, audio transcription, text to speech. So just check out this website and you can read more about how you can make use of it. Okay, there's an example, a small example at the bottom as well. Now what we are going to do is here, if you come up, there is an option to learn, and you can head over to the reference doc. So if you open the reference doc, let me open it in the new tab. Okay, so I have it open over here. Okay, this one. Okay, but what I will do is I'll show you how you can navigate over here. So you can just check out like different kinds of APIs, AI models and all. Okay, but what we are making use of, Ollama, right? So here, if you come, you can search for Ollama chat, right? You can see this Ollama chat, and I have this exact same thing open in a different tab. Okay, so Ollama chat, with Ollama, you can run various LLMs locally onto your system and generate text from them. So Spring AI supports Ollama chat completion capabilities with Ollama chat model API. So that is what we are going to use. And here are some prerequisites. You need to have Ollama installed onto your system. You can pull an image, and you can basically run an image onto your system. Right now, this is a dependency that we need, and this is a dependency that we have already added into your project. So if you come over here, you should be able to see this dependency: Spring AI Ollama Spring Boot Starter. Okay, so this is what has been added, and here you have few properties that Spring provides to you. Okay, so you have this base URL where you can configure and tell your Spring Boot application as to where your Ollama API server running. So when you run the Ollama API server locally, if you say Ollama serve, okay, you'll see it runs on a particular port. So this is the port where it's running for me, 11434. And the default value of this is localhost 11434, because that's the default. Now, if you have done some sort of configuration changes and if it's running on some other port, then in that case, you need to make use of this to provide your application with the base URL. Okay. And then you have a few properties like what is the pull model strategy, wherein you're telling your application whether you want to pull models at the startup time and how. Timeout, max retries, chat include, additional model, all of this you can configure. Okay, and there are quite a few properties. Depending on your requirement, you can make use of them. Okay, now if you come down over here, okay, so this is a very long document or very long page. You have a lot of things mentioned, so I would recommend that you go through this. Okay, just read up. If you are interested in making use of AI into your application, just read through this. You can see different models as to how you can make use of them, and you can make use of multiple models as well, multi-model. And here, if you scroll down, you have OpenAI compatibility as well. Okay, you can make use of Hugging Face models as well. And here you have a sample controller that you can make use of. So a sample, you can see this is basically, this is the properties file or in the YAML format, and then you have the controller that you can make use of. Okay, now if you come over here in the other tab, this is an article that I found as well, which is by the Spring team over here, and this is on the official website, and you can take a look as to how you can configure Ollama with your Spring Boot application. Okay, these articles are really helpful. okay, and they help you set up your application is what I would say to work with the local language models that you have in your application, right? So what I will do is I will immediately come over here. We are going to make use of chat model API. Okay, so even if over here, if you see, okay, this is okay, Olama chat model. That is what is that is what is being used over here. You can see Spring AI Olama. This is the base URL. Okay, you can say Spring AI Olama options model, and you have specified the model. Okay, you can specify the model and you can adjust the temperature as well. Okay, so what we will do is we have the applications.property. So I'll copy this because I need it in this format. If you have YAML, you can make use of this format. You can copy this straight away. But come over here and head over to applications.property over here under resources, and I'm going to paste this. Okay, and here you can specify the model that you wish to use over here. Now, whichever model you're running, what you can do is you can copy the this thing over here, okay, R1, and come over here and paste it over here. Okay, also provide latest over here. This is something that you can do as well. Okay, so you have specified the model. Okay, now what we would do is here, if you come, okay, you have this sample controller, which is a REST controller. Okay, so what I would do is I would simply copy this. Okay, I'd come over here, and here I'm going to paste this controller. Okay, this entire file, the code that I copied, and then basically I'll get some errors basically because a lot of things are not identified. So you can simply import all of this. So you can see REST controller was imported from Spring Framework, and then Olama chat model was imported from Spring AI over here. You can see org Spring Framework AI. This is coming in from the library that we have added. You can import all of this, okay, and let me hover on this. So let me fix all the imports over here. Okay, request param. So import chat response, import. Okay, so chat response, I'll get it from chat model over here, flux, and I'll say prompt over here, user message. Okay, so I think we are all set now. Okay. We don't need anything else, and what I would do is let us try running this piece of code. Okay, so I'll come over here to my application file, which is the main file, and I'll run the code. Let us see if we get any sort of error over here. We won't, so we don't get. Okay, and what I will do is I will copy this URL and I'll come over here. It's running on localhost 8080, so I'll say localhost colon 8080 slash so AI/generate. Okay, so I'm getting this error AI/generate. Let us evaluate this error. So if you come over here to the console, you'll see a stack trace. Let us scroll up. Okay, so it says it's trying to pull this, and this is not found. So pull this first. So this model name is not found locally, which makes sense. So let me come over here to the terminal and let me run this command Olama list. So this will run all the models that I have locally. So I have this one locally. So what I will do is I will come over here and I'll update this with this one. Okay, and then I'll run this. Let me run this now. Okay, so we've updated the model name depending on what we have locally, and come over here and refresh this. So now you'll see this is giving you a response is what I would say, and this is coming in from the AI model over here. Okay, now if you're passing in any sort of parameters over here, so it's making use of Olama chat model first of all, and it is accepting a parameter as well. So if you're passing in any sort of parameter over here, like for example message, so it will basically take that as the input and it will give you an output. Okay, so let me take you to Postman over here. I have Postman open and I've already created this request localhost 8080 AI generate. Okay, now what you can do is you can pass in a param. You can say message and you can say hi, how are you, something like this, any sort of message, and you can say send over here. Now, whatever message you are passing in, that will go in as an input and it will respond to this. So you can see, hello, I'm just a virtual assistant. I don't have any feelings, but I'm here and ready to help you with whatever you need. You can even you take this and hit it in the browser. Okay, like we are hitting this one. So you're getting this default response if you're not passing in anything, but if you're passing in any sort of message, you're getting this response. Okay, you also have generate stream over here. Okay, so generate stream also accepts a message, and what you can do is you can come over here and you can say generate stream and you can say enter. Okay, so it will stream the response for you. Okay, and you can see this is what it's giving. Okay, generate stream. Oops, so I accidentally updated message over here, but I should update generate stream. And if you press enter, this is going to give you, you can see it has generated a stream that you can stream through. Okay, so yeah, this is what is happening over here. Now you would ask me, what is the difference between generate stream and generate over here? Okay, so the stream over here, so this generate stream, this thing which is making use of stream method over here. You can see it's making use of stream with chat model. So the stream method in generate stream endpoint streams the responses from the AI model in the real time, and instead of waiting for the entire response to be generated, you can stream the output. So if you have used things like ChatGPT, you can see it types out the response, right? It's not like it generates the response and it just dumps it over there. It just starts typing in as the response is generated. So that's called streaming, and that is what is possible with this particular endpoint over here. Okay, so yeah, these are two examples that we got from here. Okay, this is a very helpful guide. I would encourage you all to like go through this guide and take a look at what's happening and what are different configurations that you can do. Take a look at what's happening and try using different models and experiment with it. I hope this has been useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along.